So I have just updated the global.css file. So basically you can just take it from here. So refer the description and add in for dark, and then normally for light mode and all. So now one by one the components, I'm just going to add in a dark and a light color. So it's up to you. So if you wanted to have for a light theme, you can just change this, or else leave this as it is. So here whatever we have this background white, and I'm going to apply this for the dark skin, and the hovering, let's make this background to be of gin color like 100. Okay, and the rest whatever it is there, let's just keep it as it is. And I'm just going to remove this padding at the top, another bottom. Let's just add in the x direction. Yeah, so there's a like small change. And now going to this chat examples, the div that I have, let me change this scaling to 8, and this styling that we have, normally let's have this background is white, and for dark let me add this background zinc, and you will have the same flex column, cap of 2, item start, text small. Let's just add the same, and this border color. So this is for dark, I'm just going to add this one. For normal, let's add this zinc color, so like 200. Okay, and text, this text color as well for dark mode, by default it's for dark, right? So I'm just specifying that. And for light mode, let's say zinc 600. And then this background that we have, this one as well, let's change this to dark. And for normal thing, let's add this bg zinc of 50 color. Yeah, I think we should be good. I'm just removing this our scale effect. Yeah, so this is the color handling for this div. And also here whatever we added, purple and all, let's change this one to dark theme. And for light theme, I'm just going to add the colors as well. The text purple 500, and this one text teal color like 500, and this one, let's say the blue 500. So like, yeah, that's small change. And the for title as well, this text white, if it's the dark theme, we are going to have the text color as white. And for light theme, let's have the text color as a zinc of 800. And this font, let's change this one as well to medium. Okay, yep. And now going to this chat greeting component, yes, small change here. This one, let's add again for dark thing. Normally let me add the normal color as 800. Fine, that's small change inside this one. And going to this input component, so we have here multiple components that we need to change. So the rendering new session, whatever the color that I have, so let me just add in here. For dark, let's make this one to be a text white color, else I will have this text color as a jink, like 500. Okay, yeah. And also now going to this, the main thing where we are trying to render this new session. In this one, let me change this background white to dark theme, and normally let's add in this jink as the background color, and also the border I'm going to add this zinc 200, and the whatever white we have, I'm going to change this to dark theme. Fine, yeah, that's the change inside that. And now going to the chat messages. So in here, for the context that we are, once we have this context, let me add in normally a background jink color, and for dark I'm just having this black 30, and let's remaining here this border color alone, I just need to change this. So here I think that should be fine, so I'm just leaving that one. So I've just added here zinc and the black 30 for dark mode. And this one, the codes, let me just change the icon to arrow, elbow down, right icon, and size, let's change this one to 20. Yeah, and I don't think margin is needed, so I'm just getting rid of that. And now just going to this avatar where we have this one as well. Let me just change for dark black color. Normally let's just add in jink 100, and this border, let's just get rid of this. So whatever I've just added for this border transparent, and also this hover, and I'm just removing this border styling for this because it doesn't make big difference, so I'm just removing. Now going to this code block, let's change this one, the background, let me add this one as white, and add in here this border color, let's make this as 10, and the dark, let's have this border as transparent. Text color, let's make this one as a zinc or like 600, and the dark, I want this text to be white, and for dark, let's have background, the black, whatever we have I've just removed, and remaining, let's just keep that as it is. That's the color change for this code block. And now let's go to our small components that we have. The avatar. So this one, let's add in here this default color, this text jink, like 900 by 70. In dark I want this one, the avatar, to be a text white color. In background as well, let's say the white 10 color. Normally let's have this black by 10. And here the minimum, I'm just going to add at any cost it should have this minimum width of 7, 8 and 12 respectively, depending upon this size. And now let's just get rid of this boring avatar. And here let me just add in here font bold uppercase and absolute inside 0. Like, let's just leave this as it is. This is the new avatar component. In this badge component, for default, whatever we have here, this primary color and all, I'm just going to change to the color that I want. So let me just remove this thing. So for dark, let me add in here my customized color, like 41 db8f, like kind of like green color that I want. And background, let's have this as a zinc color, like 200. Text also I want it to be a zinc 600. And dark, let's have this background the same exact code. So I'm just copying this. Let's have like lighter by 20. So this is the default the color that I want for a badge. And going to this button component, the ghost mode, whatever the BG accent that I have, let me change this one to black color. And the text, I want it to be a zinc color, so like let's say 600. So I'm just changing this one as well to like zinc 800. Yeah, I think that should be good. And going down to this label divider component, this whatever the div that we have, let's have this white color for dark mode. For light theme, it should be a black color. And below also, let me just change this one to white color. For light theme, let's have this black color. Okay, yeah, that's the small change. In going to our hooks now, so the MDX where we are trying to render this, eventually I'm thinking to move to a tip tab editor, but so I'm not. But anyhow, let's just make changes to most used component here inside this. So I'm just adding this text zinc color to 700, and also the code span. Let me change here. Let's remove this purple, whichever I just added, and let's add in here the custom hexa code. The same color, this one. And background, let's have this zinc color, and also the text let's make this one as zinc color 600, and this background the same color by 20, and font type, let's make this one to be semi bold. Fine, that's the change. Yeah, so these are like small minor changes, so you might not see big differences, but if I just once I add in the theme and all, then you will see this thing. Okay, this code span, which I just added, now it's not looking good. Yeah, I just have here the extra hash. Yeah, now it's looking good. So this is the change, and now this the first letter is also in the avatar. I think the mistake that I did was trying to wrap inside boring avatar, but it should be just outside of that, and since we removed that, so it got resolved. So, and also let's try to update the recording style. So what I wanted to do is basically I mean, we have two modes. One is recording and then transcribing. So I just wanted that one also to be showcased. So let's try to create a separate component for this as well. So let me quickly create here. Let's name this as render listening indicator. And here, if we are transcribing, then I'm just going to wrap this inside this div, the audio wave spinner that we have, and after this I'm just going to add in this text as transcribing. Yeah, so I can just add some space, this one just to style. Let's add in the same zinc 800, and if it's a dark theme, let's add zinc 900. Text, I want it to be white color. Let's make this rounded full, gap of 2, and also padding in x direction 4, in y direction let's have 1. Height, I want it to be 10, make this one flex row, and items, let's center them, and text, I want it to be smaller. Okay, that is if it's the transcribing, and here if it's recording, let's copy this whole thing, and now instead of this transcribing, I'm just going to add this text as listening, and this styling, let's just keep it as it is. So now we have this component. Let's try to add that one. So I'm just going to add in inside this render listening indicator. Okay, yeah, and so the recording controls that we have, I'm just going to remove this the spinner, and here let's remove this audio wave spinner. We'll just have the button to record and also to stop. So let's also remove this button, and I think now we should be good. Yeah, So this is what rendering recording controls the component it's going to look like now. And I think I can just remove this styling as well. Let me just make this one as the empty fragment, because we just have one button, doesn't make big difference. And the other components which we have, I'm just going to add this conditions checks as well. So rendering this scroll to bottom, let me add in this checks if it's not recording and also it's not transcribing. And the same thing for this reply button as well. Let me just add in if this is not recording and it is not transcribing. Only then we will try to show this one. And this main div, since we are trying to address for the both the themes, let's whatever the background the dark which we just added, let me remove this one on the dark and also the white. I'm just leaving this, and let's have two transparent as the same thing. So that's the small change inside this. I think then we should be good for this div. And we just added this listening indicator and also this div where we are trying to have this new session and input thing. Let's change this background to white and have some shadow effect. And this border color, I'm just going to change this to a black color. Yeah, I think remaining I'm just leaving as it is. And also now the chat messages, let's see now. So if I wanted to record this one, so if you can just see that when I click on this, so this is the change. Hello, I'm just asking how are you. So it's transcribing. Yeah, you can see now. Okay, just the recording whichever I just added, I'm just showcasing there. And this main layout that we have, where I'm just wrapping this children, let's make this background color as the white color if it's not dark theme. And also the chat session page that we have, the main div, let me just get rid of this two white color. Yep. So and also the chat messages, Looking good to me, but let me just check this on the component side. This whatever I just have here this div. I think it's looking good. I think let's just leave this as it is, or else shall we change this one from 100 to 800. Yeah, and also the text color, let me change this to 200. And even this above div, let me change this one as well to 800. The text, I'm going to change this to 200 normally. I mean, let's, yeah, for the white theme. And this avatar component, so in this avatar I'm just going to add in the additional styling for this. I'm just going to pass this styling. Let's also try to customize from users end, so I can just add this styling here. Fine, of course I have not added things to style, but I just added the optional thing. So this is like the way that I wanted the recording style to be updated. Now let's try to add in the theme provider and all those things. So to get started with, let me wrap all of our components inside this theme provider from next themes, and I need to set here this attribute to class, and let me wrap all of our children into this theme provider. And you can see by default it is the white theme, and now we'll have to adjust how to switch from dark to light theme, light to dark theme. So let me just create a component for that. Let's have some main layout and also the navbar, where I'll have the options to toggle that. So first the main layout. So basically in here I'm just going to add depending upon theme value, should I have this light or dark. So here let's create the props for our component, main layout props. This is going to be React Node children, and now this component main layout, and let's get this children so that I can wrap the div inside that. And now let's make use of the use theme function from next themes, and here I'm going to get the theme and the set theme callback function to update this div. Let's make this one as dynamic, and let's have the normal whatever we have. So the div where I just wrapped in, I'm just moving it to separate component, and let's make this flex row. And here depending upon this theme, so if this theme is light, then I'm just going to have this light color, else let's add in this dark theme, and here now let's have this div, just whatever we had it there, widthful, height to be of a screen height, flex row, and background to be a zinc color. In this dark, let's add this zinc 800, and let me just wrap in this children, and also I'm just going to add in this toaster from Sona. So this main layout, I can just go to this layout component, and whatever we have here, this one we just moved it to a separate component, so that's the difference. So let me just remove this one and use this main layout and pass on the children now. So that's the only change which I just moved, and let's create the nav bar. So in that nav bar, I just wanted to have an option to switch between the themes. So let's create navbar.tsx. So this component name is navbar, and inside this, of course, we need the use theme hook, and get this the theme, and set theme callback function, and also I wanted to have two options inside this navbar drop down. One is settings and another is to switch the themes. So to open the settings, so I'm just using this use settings hook, and I get in here this open function which is going to open the, and let's rename this one to open settings. Now the div, so whatever I have here, let me just copy this div that I have, and let me just replace this thing. Yeah, now inside this, let's try to let's import this model icon, this text whatever we have, and this inside this div I'm just going to have this drop down menu. So here let's use this drop down menu component, drop down menu trigger as a child, and inside this I'm just going to have a button which is going to be triggering point. Variant, let's make this secondary. Size, I want it to be of icon, and here let's have the same dots, 3 icon. Size, let me set this to 20. Weight to be a bold, and after this trigger let's have this content. Drop down menu content, minimum width, let's say I want it to be like 200 pixel, and text, let's make this one to be smaller. So first menu item, the drop down menu item, I want it to be for opening a settings. So here I'm just going to call this function, and here let's have this icon, this size, let's say 14, weight, let's make this one bolder. So this is first menu item, the text, the settings, and let's just copy this one, and below this I'm just going to have the menu item to toggle the theme. So here we are going to use this set theme callback function. So if the theme is light, then I'm going to change this one to dark, else we will change this one to light. And the icon as well, let's make this one dynamic. Like basically if the theme is light, let's have this moon icon to be showcased, size let's say 14, weight let's keep this one to bold, else I'm going to show this the sun icon, size again let's have the same size, weight let me make this one bold. The text, let's change this one to switch to the theme. So depending upon this, I'm just adding this right text. So this is the text of this, and that is what I want this one to be. Component, and now we'll have to add this navbar component. Simple. So whatever I just have here, I'm just going to remove this div completely and add in the navbar which I just created. So if I just refresh, we should see the updated component that we just added. Yeah, so this is the thing. So if I just open, we have here a switch to light and dark mode. You can see now we are able to switch between the themes. Okay, that is this thing. And also I just need to make a lot of changes to other components so that we are taking care of this theme switch. And this one, let's make this to a string, and all of the components, let's one by one I'm just going to change this. So the here let's add an option to change the theme as well. So just below new session, I'm just going to add in this command item, and let's also take help of this use theme hook so that we can just toggle the theme. So the theme and the set theme callback function, and the new session which I have. So here this value, let's change this to theme, and also here on select, what is it that I wanted to do is let's just update the theme value. If the theme is light, let's change this one to dark, else to light color. And after this I'm just going to close this model, and also the icon it should be dynamic. So like I just added, let me change this depending upon this value. So the moon icon size, let me just have this 14, same as what we just added into navbar component. And here this sun icon, so this is the icon and also the text. Yeah, let's change to the same way. Switch to, if theme is light, I'm going to show this dark text, or else light mode. So this is small change inside this one. And also let's try to refactor this the chat context a bit. So basically instead of a session loading, I'm going to rename this one to is all session loading. And also we are going to get the loading indicator for the current session loading as well. So that's why I'm just renaming this thing. So this I can show inside this chat session ID page. So now we'll of course see this issue. So I just need to update this one. So instead of this each session, I'm going to change this to is all session loading, and set all session loading. And also let's create one more state variable for current session loading. So is current session loading. I'm just going to have this counterpart to update it. This again, it's going to be same a boolean type. By default, let me set this to false. So now I just need to change all of the places that I am just using this one. So and also the namings and everything. Let's try to now whatever this fetch session, I'm just going to rename this as well to all sessions. So that it makes better sense. So this one, instead of this fetch session, let me rename this to current session. And here I'm going to change this one. Let's say in the callback function, we are going to update this current session and also the current session loading to false. Else in the catch block, let's just also set this to false. Okay, yeah, and here let me set this current session loading to true, and this one, instead of fetch session, I will just change it to current session. Okay, yeah, and this one as well, let's just rename this one to all sessions. And inside this one is going to be set all session loading to false. Yep, looks good to me now. And in this also, let me change this one to all session, and this one as well, fetch all sessions. Okay, And also this refetch sessions, I'm just going to remove this thing, and in this remove session as well, I just need to change this one. So let's change this one to fetch all sessions, and here I'm not using this session, so we can just not store into variable. And this remove message which we are seeing this error, this one, let me pass in fetch all sessions as the function to reload. So that's what I'm just doing in here. And this one as well, let's change this one to fetch all sessions. And I think we're almost done in this create session as well. Let's change this to all sessions. And finally there's one more place while we are trying to export, so refetch sessions. Let me just rename this one to like fetch all sessions, and this one is session loading. This is going to be is all session loading, and also I should expose is current session loading as well. So this is how like we maintain a loading indicator at a session level as well as the whole sessions level. So now we have this values exposed, so I can just use it in our respective layout page as well. So let me just remove whichever I'm not using. So here let's use this chat context, and from here I'm going to get is current session loading and is all session loading values which I want. And let me just create a simple component here, and let's name this as render loader. And this one I can just wrap a simple spinner component inside this div, make this width and height full, flex, justify, center this thing, and items I'm just going to center. So inside this we are just going to use this a spinner component which we have created, and this we can capture. So is loading variable. So if this current session is loading or is all session loading, then I'm going to show this. So this after this navbar, let me check. If it's not loading, then I'm going to show these two components as usual. Else let's add in here this render loader component. Okay, now you can see here this loader we are able to see, and once that is gone, okay, let's not worry about this iteration error, but this is like mainly the session page that we are using it, that we changed. And now let's try to work on. So if I just change this to the light mode, and let's check it out. Our components, the background, should I okay, let me add in here this black as the background for this. Yeah, little bit. Now it's looking good. And also let's remove this border. Now I just added a little bit of black color, which is fine, not that good, but at least looking good. And let's just, okay, this, you see, this components and everything needs to be handled. Let's also check the settings and all those things. In this chat examples component, let's make, or like, should I show this one or not? So I'm just going to maintain one state variable and pass that one to this component. And if there is no show, so I'm just not going to show this examples. So let me just return null here by default. And I'm just going to increase this gap and change this margin top to 2, and also this gap, let's change it to 3. And I think for now let's remove this rotating and opacity thing. Yep. And this border color, let me change this border color from, I wanted to change it to dark, so let's change here this to like dark by 5. And yeah, I think remaining thing, let's just keep it the way it is. So now we are not seeing, because I need to pass in the show thing, only then we'll be able to see this. And also rotate, for now let's just ignore this thing. And while hover also, I'm just not complicating this thing, so let's remove these things and these icons as well, let's just remove. And now the chat input, I just need to pass in the show variable to chat examples component. So this I'm going to show if it is new session. Okay, so it is new session, so we should see this now. Yeah, these are the examples now, which is, yeah, looking good. And this, the input component as well, let's add in an option to resize the image and all those things. So to handle that one, let me add in one dependency. So react image file resizer, and this is going to help me to resize the image so that we can have better look at the image whatever we are trying to upload. So first let's create an helper function at the top. So I'm just going to name this as like resize file, which is going to help us resize exactly. So here let's create the new promise, and inside this callback let's use this resizer. So I'm just going to import this resizer from this react image file resizer. So this here I'm just going to call this image file resizer, pass in here the file, and the other param maximum width, the maximum height, the format, and all those things. So you can just see in the params and accordingly pass in the value whichever works for you. And this let's pass in this, and here I need to pass the URI, that's why it's throwing me an error. So like this is a resize file helper. And now in this handle image upload, what I can do here, let's have this resized file. So I'm just going to use this resize file function and pass in the file for it. And also let's make this one as asynchronous so that it doesn't throw me an error. Yeah, and some error handlings and all. So in here inside this, whenever we are trying to select this model, and if the selected model dot key, so let me just basically I'm just trying to handle only the model whichever supports the image. We are going to support the image reading, else we are going to throw an error. So if includes this selected model dot key, and we have this attachment base 64, then I'm just going to show the error that this model does not support image input. Okay, and then I can just return this. So better way of error handling, and that's the only change. And other thing, let me just wrap this thing inside this tooltip thing. The content of this, it's going to be new session, so that whenever we are hovering that, it showcases the tooltip text. So I'm just wrapping the button of this inside this tooltip component. And let's try to separate the image input that we have. Let me just copy this whole div, and let me just remove this one. And here I'm just going to create a new function called render attached image, and inside this, like just the whatever the condition that we have, attachment.base64 if we have in this file, then only I'm just going to return this div. Okay, so yeah, this is the just small change. I'm just moving it to a separate component so that it will be like clear and all. And also let's move this render selected context as well. If this context value, so I'm going to return so whatever I just had here. This div, so let me just remove this one and add it here. So this one as well, it's pretty much the same, so we are just moving this into the separate component. And also the file upload, so this as well, let's just take in the input and the button that we have. Yeah, so these two things I'm just taking and moving into this separate component. Now we can, and also let me just change this the color to from zinc, then the white color. Yeah, and now this context value, whatever we have just removed, so I can just remove this one and use this render selected context, and also this one. Let's remove this one as well, and I'm just going to render this attached image component. And same, so here below this model select, which I removed, so let's add in here this render file upload function. Okay, yeah, that's the small change. I've just moved it to different functions so that we are trying to separate as much as we can the logic respective to separate functionality. I know all this resizer and all, I'm just not added much here, so which I'm going to take care. So for now, if I just, so this one we need to take help of the resize file function which we have, and then accordingly I'm just going to pass that thing. But I'm just trying to make few changes inside this component and try to keep it as clean as possible so that it becomes easier for us whenever we are trying to refactor. And the messages component also, I'll come back to that input to handle this resize image thing. This render message component, the color, the background, so let's ask some question. Okay, there is an error. There is some iteration error. Okay, the issue is the HTML did not match the dark. Okay, let me just check out this error and then we'll continue the refactoring and adjusting to our light theme and dark theme. So I just need to fix this theme related issue. So just let's go to our main layout. Here let's remove this by default dark theme that we are assigning, and in this theme provider, and let's add in this default theme as system and enable system, and also disable transition change, and also the main layout where we are trying to set in dark and light. Let me just remove this thing, and I'm just going to control that from theme provider. So this one I'm just leaving this to as it is. So just a small update, there were a lot of issues. So what I had to do was to downgrade a few versions like Next to 14 and React from 19 to 18, and other libraries also I've just downgraded, and minor UI enhancements and I've downgraded, and I've created a one branch called checkpoint. So if you wanted to continue from here, please create a new branch out of checkpoint and then continue from here. Okay, and once I downgraded multiple versions and then I did restart and it is working fine. So you can just see this one. So let me just clear history and let me just close this one, choose this. Yeah, and like I said, minor UI enhancements of moving this user's message to right side, and also here the settings I've just modified the default colors and all those things, few enhancements. So that's the change that I have did. Okay, so rest whatever the core the components, the logic, whatever the context hooks we have written, all stays the same, just the versions have downgraded, and also the reusable components. I've just adjusted that styling, the color, just to match to dark and light theme. So that's the only difference. And now let's try to update the light mode style for settings. So if I just to switch to light mode and go to settings, so I need to update these things. So first what shall we do is, let's go to this settings folder, the common section that I have, and let me just close this one. And here the default setting, of course this style we are not able to see, so let's add in here this jink as the default thing. For dark we'll have this as a text white. Now you can see the default settings is visible, and other things as well. I just have to refactor them a bit. So this one, system default prompt. Let's do one thing. I'm just going to create one kind of parent div, and in that let's try to wrap this default settings and all. So just below this I'm going to create in here this new div and make this flex column width full. Okay, so inside this, now let me just move this thing, this text area and all these things. So I'm just moving this one into this, and this stylings, now let's just change this to center, and also this styling of this p tag, let me make this flex row, and items, let me center this, have this gap of 1, and here I'm just going to add in this icon. That's why I just made this one as flex weight. Let me make this one as regular size. Let's set this to 14. Okay, that is the thing. In this variant, let's make this one as link, and this text area, let's just keep it the way it is. All of those things I'm just going to do the same thing like we just did. So create here this div and make this flex column and width full, and then I'm just going to move this div inside this div, and also now we can change this to center. This one, let's make this flex row have this gap of 2, and items, let me center. Text color, we already have this jinx, so I'm just going to keep that as it is, and messages limit, and below this this variant also, let me just change it to link. So I just added a few more variants into this reusable components, which you can start from checkpoint branch. Okay, fine. So there are no major differences. Whatever you saw from starting, the all flow logic stays the same. I'm just emphasizing that you don't misunderstand that there's a lot of things changed. Okay, just the versions of those things, and also way of handling. I mean, there were errors with respect to iterations and few React related stuff, so I just downgraded the versions. So this stays the same, and just going below, let's close this one, and the div which inside this itself, let's try to add in this switch section as well. So I'm just moving this one above. So this switch, whatever we just added, so I'm just going to add here the color for light theme to zinc, and this one, let's have this to white. So now you can see the differences. in the below thing, the p tag text, the message limit, whatever we have here, let's make this as a flex. So I'm just going to add in here this icon, gap of 2, and let me center this items. Fine, and here I'm just going to add in the info icon. Weight, let's set this one to regular. The size of it, let's make this one 14. Yep, so that's the change, and this message limit, whatever it is, I'm just keeping this same. And after this section as well, let's just move this into this div, and here let me just move this one, and also this input section that we have. Let's first move this, all of this, into this div, and here as well let's add in the icon inside this p tag. So let me just make this one as well flex row, and items, let me center them and have this gap of 1. Next to this, I'm just adding here this info icon like we did add to about div, and make this one as a regular size. Let's keep this one to 14. So you should see here to this the max tokens that we have. Fine, and this button as well, let me change this variant to link and reset to default. This max tokens just stays the same, and after this, the temperature, I'm going to add in here a div. So let's make this one as a grid, 2 columns, and inside that I will try to add this temperature div first. So let me just copy this part and even this thing. So I'm just moving this, both of these things, into this div here. So here as well, let's make this one flex row and items center. So I'm just making them as consistent so that they all align well. This one as well, let's again add in this icon. Size, it's going to be 14. Yep. And this variant, let me change this one to link. In size, I'm just keeping this to smaller, and rest of them to be same. And after this that we have here, let's change this to dark color, and also for light theme I'm just going to add this zinc as the color. The temperature, let's change this white for the dark theme, and for light theme I'm just going to have this zinc. Fine, yeah, this is the temperature that we have, and the step values and all those things, let's just keep the way it is. And here let's try to change these colors to like precise 300, and here I'm just changing this to 400. And if it's a dark theme, so let's change this one to like 600, and this one to 400 again, and the dark section I'm just going to change this one to 600. The creative section, okay, and here let me just get rid of this helper text whichever I just added, and after this here let's add in now one more div, and inside this I'm just trying to add in this top P section. So here as well let's make this flex row gap of 1. Let's add in this item center, and next to this just the placeholder icon for now. Later if you want we can just show some tooltip and all those things. Size, let me just set this one to 14, and here again I'm just changing this variant to link. This one, the color dark to BG white. Normally let's have this BG Jink 100 color. In this one as well for dark text white, normally let's say I wanted to add in here zinc 600. Okay, fine. This I'm just going to keep them the same, and here again let's change this colors to 600, text jink 600, and also this one I'm just changing this to 600 as well. Okay, like now this thing as well, let's just remove this one, and here again now one more div, and I'm just going to add finally the thing that we have, this top key section, and then we should be good. So I'm just moving in here, and I've just added here this top key section, and let's make this one as well a flex row gap of 1. Let me center this items and add in here this icon, weight regular, and size let me set this one to 14. This variant as well I'm just changing this one to link, and this color as well dark, let's keep that as a white, and for lighter I'm going to change this to zinc, and also here let's change this one to dark, and also add in BG or Jink 100. Fine, I think we should be good. Just if I adjust this colors to 400, and if it's a darker we'll add in more weight like 600. So I'm just copying this one, and let me add it to this section, and I can just remove this part. Okay, so this is how I want it to look. Now it looks good to me. So they're in like grid in 2 columns, and now it looks better, and this one I'm just going to take care. But this is the change that I wanted to make in this settings common section, which it's good, looking good. And I think for now I don't want to make any more changes inside that. And same thing, so if I just open here for OpenAI and other providers, we just need to adjust that accordingly. So this styling here, the OpenAI settings which I have, let's make this to be white for dark. For lighter theme, let's make this for Jink like 600. So we should see this OpenAI settings. Yep, so that's the change here. So let me just copy this one and I'm just going to apply for these providers as well, and also to Gemini. So I'm just adding here. Fine, so if I just change it to this providers, we are good. So that's the change in the components, and also now the settings provider components. So let me just zoom out a bit. Okay, I think fine. You guys might be able to see it. So now here in the settings provider context, open the settings folder in the provider where we have these titles that we are displaying, the general and all those things are not visible for us now. So I'm just going to make this change, this 10, let's have this one for dark thing. For normally I'm just going to add here black by 5. Okay, this should adjust. And this text color, let's remove this white by 30 and I'm going to change it to Jink 500. So if I just open settings, now we should see the general heading. So same way the settings menu also, let's try to reduce here this gap in the X direction and padding also, and this models. Now let's just change this color to zinc 500. Okay, so now models is also visible, which is good. And here as well I'm just going to reduce this gap and also the padding. Yep, yeah, looks good to me. And just few more changes I just wanted to make. This slide variant, let's just have this adjusted to 10. 50 is too much. And now, so if I just open this filters, the time section that I have, let's try to make that as a boulder. So inside this provider, the chart icon that I have, so just below here, this one, let me replace this with *4, and also weight, let's make this one as a boulder. And this time where I'm trying to show in the span tag, let's make this color as zinc 400. Okay, yeah, just are like minor changes. And the input component also, so the input small default styling for our reusable components. Let's try to the default, the color I've just added it as a white, so I'm going to take care for this as well. Let's add in this black color, and I'm just going to remove this color now because I'm handling in the default section, which, yeah, now you can see if I change this one to dark mode and even go to settings and change this one to light mode, go to settings model, looks good to me. So just, so basically whenever we are changing to light and dark theme, these are all the things that we need to handle. So to this link, additionally, let me make this height auto, and decoration, I'm going to have this black color like 20. For dark, let's say the decoration, I'm going to have this white. Yeah, that's the change inside this button. And also the slider, let's also try to work it out. This slider, so I'm just going to adjust the color for the thumb that we have. The height, I think it's too much, so let's try to reduce this to 4. So yep, so it is a bit smaller now. And border also, let's say like it's going to be 3. And the color, let's change this one to 400. Yeah, now it's looking good. The text area as well, so basically whatever we just added in the settings component, I'm just trying to adjust this color, the white, whatever I have. Let's assign this one for black, and normally I'm going to add in this bg of black of 5. So now you can see that it is like input field and all. Yeah, so the input chat input component, let's try to make the size little bigger. So here I'm just going to search for this icon. I'm just going to reduce this size, not bigger. So you can see now if it is a new session, so I'm just going to delete this current session, so this one, which is looking good. And also the greeting component, the header that I'm showcasing here, this color, let's try to reduce this to 700. And also the color for dark and light, I'm just going to adjust. So this one, let's add in zinc 400 for, yeah, so you can see the difference now. Fine. Like these are the changes, like we just updated the settings and to look better in the light mode, so which is looking good. So you can just adjust to whatever you want. So I'm just leaving this to default. So if you wanted to just add in more stylings, you can just add in. And also now let's say I'm just asking some question, the message style, uh, you can see now it looks good. So like I said, I updated the MDX styling and all those things which I have taken care, so it is looking good now. So let's try to update the message style, so the bubble that I wanted to show. So we will just try to make some improvements for that and see how it's going to look. So going to AI bubble component, and let me just close this. Here just a small change that I'm going to do. Let's try to wrap this in whole div, make this flex row, and this gap of 2 margin top width, I'm just going to make this full. So inside this, for now, to just avoid this error, let me move this div into this one. And here first div I'm just trying to show is this model. So here I'll just try to show this model for message, the icon. So this is what I just wanted to show. Yeah, the icon, and then this message ref that I have, I'm just going to show. So let me just remove this color and all. Yeah, so like it's like pure background color whatever we have, and that is how I want it to look like. And also remove this padding at the top. So this is the thing, and after this, whatever this that we have, let's just keep it as it is, but I should remove this model name and all those things now because I'm already displaying that. So let me just remove this token count and all those things. This token count I will display at the bottom thing. So if it is loading, then I want the spinner to be showcased here, and if it's not loading, so let's just remove this now for now. If it's not loading, so whatever we have, the copy buttons, the regenerate, which we don't have the functionality yet, we will implement, and then the delete icon, and I'm just adding that. So after this, let me add in this thing. So let's check here if we have this token count. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to replace this here. If this token count, and we are not loading, so we are done loading the message, and here I'm going to wrap inside a div, making this here this flex row, and try to display the model name and also the token counts and all those things. So item center text, make this extra small, and the color, let's say like 500, and inside this div, of course we are going to see this issue. So now inside this div, let's first try to show this model name, and after this tooltip component, estimated output tokens, and whatever we have, I'm just showcasing that as it is. So you can see now which is looking good. So here is the model and the tokens, and here we have using which. So if I just generate using this model, like who is Steve Jobs. Now you can see okay, what happened? Okay, looks like this is let me just ask again one more question using this model. Okay, there is some issue with that model. Let's see the thing, but you can see this model icon and the name that we are populating and showcasing here. That's the change inside this AI bubble component. And if I ask like Python code to talk to YouTube data APIs, so now you can see this is the generation which really looks good. And now this code block also I'm just trying to add in a border color for that. So the main div that we have, this border transparent, instead of this I'm just going to change this to white color. So this code block, that's the small change. And also while we are trying to select this model, and you would have observed basically we were having the sheet opener from bottom, but I just changed this to drop down list. But it's up to you if you wanted to have that. You already have the code in our just previous timestamp, so you can just refer from that. And this model select, let's try to increase a gap a bit more. The button where I'm trying to show this icon, so let me change this gap to 2. Yeah, so just small gap, fine. And let's try to go to settings and these things, and even here the settings component, the common component that we have. I'm just going to change the color of this precise. Shall I change it to like 500, or let's see this one. Okay, let's just keep it this one, but here we did not change this color. I'm just going to change this one as well, dark. Let's change this one to 600 so that everything is aligned and they're consistent. That's a small change. And also let me update the button color for secondary as well. So as of now we have this zinc color for the background, but let me change this to black. And text color, I'm going to change this one to zinc. For dark, let's say I want it to be 300, and on hovering BG color I want it to be like 15. So now I can just remove these things, and even this one I'm just removing this, and let's just keep the remaining things as it is. And whenever we are trying to search this one, the magnifying glass of this command component, I wanted to change the icon. So let's change this one to magnifying glass icon from this fast React. In size of this, let me set this to like 20, and weight, let's make this one to be a bold, yeah, which looks better now. And this one, just let's leave the styling to as it is, which is looking good. And also the new session, the color, I wanted to change that a bit. So in the context filters provider, this size which we have, and weight, that's fine, but this color, let's also keep it consistent, change it to zinc, and apply this flex shrink 0. Fine. If I just change it to dark thing, you'll see the difference. So I just wanted to add this one to below things as well. So I'm just adding to the theme section, and also the icon to delete, which we have the eraser icon. Fine. So like these are like minor changes which we just made to the AI bubble, and the minor UI enhancements to the component to just adjust the colors and all those things. Now let's try to focus on adding the suggestions popover, and also I want the chart input to auto expand. So what I mean here is basically, let's say if I copy this text, something, this one, and copy it into chart input, you can see we are just seeing this as a single line input. So let's try to add a feature which automatically expands, and also I want the suggestion popover. So for me to add that auto expansion, so we'll use react-textarea-autosize. So I can just add in text area auto size component. Okay, so it's added, and now what we will do, let's go to our chart input component. So that's exactly where we need to handle this one now. Instead of that input component, we have to replace that with text area auto size component. So let me try to import that. So I'm just importing here this text area like normally we use in other components, so which is very popular to use this text area auto size. So let me just go to this input component where we are. Yeah, so this one I'm just going to replace this with text area auto size. So let me remove this one and use this text area auto size, and this minimum rows, let me set this to 1, and the maximum rows I'm setting this to 6. In value we are just passing this input value, and autocomplete, auto capitalize, placeholder, everything I'm just going to keep that as it is. And here in the on change, and also let's remove this reference for now. In the on change, so for now I just wanted to try it out and experiment, like pressing on the slash, it should give us the suggestions pop over. Later let's see if we wanted to change it or something like that. So here I can just handle if this e dot target dot value is equals to slash, then I'm just going to create here a simple local variable to show the suggestions and all. And if not, we are just going to update that value into our input variable. And on key down, let's keep this as it is. We are seeing some issues which I'll handle. In this one, let's handle the styling, padding in the y direction, width, let me make this one full, text to be smaller, and leading, let's say it's going to be 5, tracking width, let's add like 0.01 ems, and I don't want any border, so I'm just removing this border. And also resize to be none, background, let's make this transparent, and also I don't want any outline as well, so I'm just applying this outline none. So let's try to copy something here like this, and now you can see like it is changing, but yeah, that's fine. So it will just automatically expand this, which still we need to style this better, which we will take care. This one I will just take care. So let's also add some padding at the top. Yeah, fine. And also minimum height, I want this one to be like 14, not less than that. So that's what I added, and this we need to handle the opening suggestions and all those things. So let's create a simple state variable for that. Let's create here set open and open variable default, let's set this to false. And I just need to handle in this key down and all, that's we are getting the error. So here what I need to do is basically I need to change this one now to text area element. And here also let's try to collect this key code, so I can just collect here this key code, and if this key code is equals to 13 and it's not, shift key is not pressed, then we won't generate a new line. And then I'm just going to call this run model. So I'm just going to remove this. So basically that is the enter handling that we are doing. So now we shouldn't see any issue in on key down function that we have. And the popover, I just need to show that. So where exactly I wanted to add in, first let me add in this popover component. So that one, we can just add in npx cn, add the popover component. So yeah, this is like simple component that we have, so you can just customize to whatever the styling that you want and all those things. Okay, so now this component I am going to use let me just go to this import component and minimize this part. Yeah, let's try to add after we render the attached image. So this is the place I think it would look good. So here let's try to import this popover and open. I'm just passing in this variable state which we have just created and set open, and inside this let's have this popover anchor component, and I'm going to wrap using this motion div. Variants, let's add in this light up variant, and for now let's not, later we'll see what to do for this initial animate and all those things. So I'm just adding in here these simple strings, and inside this let's add in yeah, so basically this is what I wanted to add in. Yeah, let's do one thing. So this completely, this motion div, I'm just going to move this one into popover anchor that I have, and this type, let me just remove this thing, and this variant as well. So whichever is we added for input, just remove that one. And after this one, I need to toggle so basically let's say so as of now we don't have any popover content. So if I just add in, then we can see something inside this popover content. So below this popover anchor, let me add in the content component, and let's have this width 700 pixel and padding of 0, rounded, let's make this as 2 times extra large, and overflow, I'm just going to hide this. So inside this, let's use this command that I wanted to, so cmdk command. So I'm just going to rename that one. So let's just import the command related components from so I'm just importing this UI/command. So whatever I need, the first thing, the command, let's rename this to cmdk dk command so that it doesn't confuse us, and also this command empty command input component command item the command list. So now I have this one, so I can just go to this content that we were trying to add inside this popover content. So simple, let me try to wrap inside this the command input. So the placeholder I'm going to say like search the prompts or whatever it is for now, and here let's assign this height as 9, and if there is nothing, so the command empty component that we have, I'm going to say here this as no prompt found, something like that. The command list, let's add in the padding in one padding of 1 in all directions, and here I'm just going to use this example prompts that we have, collect this example and index, and inside this let's use this command item and key, let's set this index on select. What are we going to do is basically I'm just going to set this to input value example dot prompt, and the input reference that we have, I'm just going to call this focus function, and then let's close this dialog, I mean this popover content stuff, and I'm just closing this, and inside this command item the text, let's have this as example.title. So let's try to see this. So if I just brush here the slash, and this is what I was talking about, the prompts that we are showcasing in this popover. So if I just enter, so that is what it is, the content or search prompts it's going to be, which is looking good, not bad. Okay, that's the change I just wanted to add into this chat input component. Like now it should automatically, like if I just copy this stuff, adjust this height, of course, no scroll bar. If you want, you can just add in that styling here, like here, no scroll bar. Yeah, you can see now there's no scroll bar, which looks good. And I just added this into this chat input, and let's again now try to improve some styling of our reusable components, and also I want few more things to be added into our navbar section. So let's slowly add those things as well. So improving this style in the chat messages where we are trying to display by date, for now let me just comment that piece, whatever I just have here. Let's just try to use the current session for now. So I'm just commenting this thing, and here now let me use this current session dot this messages, and try to populate that into our chat session page. So if I just, of course we are receiving this error, that's fine. So you can see now it's already the today which we had above, it's removed, and this is what we have. And going to this navbar, component, let me just maintain a local state variable to open the settings and all. So let's name this one as is open, set is open. Let me by default set this one to false. In this z-index, the div where we are trying to make, I'm just going to change this one completely to 50, and also the drop down that I have. So I'm just going to control this one now using this variable which we have just created, and on open change, let me add this style pointer events to auto, and then I'm just going to set this variable to open. So this is how we are going to control this opening of this drop down menu thing. And the drop down menu content, now let's add in some margin right, and after this the settings icon that we have, I'm just going to keep this as it is, and below this menu item, let's try to add the one more drop down menu content here. So just here let me just add in one more drop down menu content. In the second drop down menu content after this, let's try to add in a simple div placeholder. So for now I'm just leaving this empty, and here additionally I'm just going to add in this menu item just as a placeholder now. So about to add more info about this application, and the feedback and the terms, privacy, support, or whatever you see normally in our applications, in any of the applications. So I'm just going to add it here, this feedback, drop down menu item, let's say this text is for now support. Okay, so now we should see those things as well. Okay, in this div, so let's add in some margin in the y direction, height of this 1 pixel, just the separator. So background, let's have this 10, and dark, this is going to be white color 10, and width I'm going to make this one full. So you should see a small separator here. that is this small change into this navbar, trying to add in more options to our navbar. And the buttons, command and all, again let's try to change these update the styling of that. So the button variants that I have here, this disabled the pointer events none, that I have the opacity and all. So let me just remove these things which I don't need and go into this command component. So inside this, for the primitive, I'm just going to add in this dark color like on the zinc, let's say 800. Okay, so if I just open this one, yeah, that is this. And going to this dialog component, even for this the primitive dot close, I'm just going to remove this disabled section that we have. So disabled pointer events none, I'm just going to remove this. Fine. I think we should be good. And also this drop down menu which we just added, this menu, this text size is too small. So the item that we have, let me just change that one from extra small to small size. Okay, yeah, now it looks better. And the popper which we just added, this styling, we can just keep this one as it is, or update the colors that you want, like whatever. So I'm just leaving that as it is. And also I wanted to handle or refactor the way we are trying to stream the messages. So that one inside the chat provider. So let's just start here. So I'm just going to in the on stream start, which I'm just setting the streaming message, the props, whatever I receive. For now, let's just remove this thing. And in on stream end, let's fetch all sessions and streaming message. I'm just passing in here this props, and I just need to add in here this props. Then whichever we are not using, this model by key, I'm just going to remove the things that we are not using, this using this models list. And even in this filters, I'll come back to the streaming logic, which is very important. We will try to refactor that. And in this filters provider, whenever we are trying to create a new session and navigate to these respective sessions page, not a new session, so this, yeah, the respective session thing, let's try to make this styling as dynamic. So I'm just going to import this cnutil function class so that we can pass in this. So basically, if this current session.id is matching to this session.id, then I'm just going to highlight this with background color like by 10. If it's a dark color, let's add in this black. For now, let's just keep the same. Later I'm just going to change that, else let's just leave this as it is so that we know. So if I just close this, yeah, you can see now this is the current session that we are in. So that's the indication, like, fine, so we are in that current session. Okay, like I said, so I wanted to refactor the chat messages streaming logic. So to handle this, let's go to our use LLM hook that we have, and inside this let me completely change. I'm just going to remove the stream props completely. In this one, let's just change this thing to a chat message that we have. And now using this, we need to adjust this accordingly. The previous messages history first. Let's just do a check here before we are. So I'm just, if raw AI and the raw human we have, then I'm just going to return this whatever we have, this new human message, by passing in this raw human text and also this AI message. Raw AI, okay, else let's just return this without this human message and raw AI message, and I can just remove this one. And this is how, like, we are making sure we check this and get this previous messages history. And now this run model function, this whatever this message ID that I have, let's try to first use this message ID, and in our on init, the ID I'm going to set in here the new message ID, and then this props whatever we have, model key session ID, this of course the raw human message. Let's me pass in here this props.query, then this created at, which we are going to use this moment and convert this into ISO string and as error. So this and all I'm just going to add, set this to false and is loading. Let me change it to true. So I'm just going to change this properties name and add in new things. So I'm just initializing by passing in this properties to this, and after this one in the error as well, let's just update here, add in this ID. If we receive any error for this specific message ID in this model, let's pass in model key or the session ID, and add in this the raw human, which is props.query created at, use this moment, convert this into ISO string, and this as error I'm going to set this one to true, and is loading, let me change this one, is loading to false, and remove this error message that we are sending. I think this should be good. And now going to the stream start, the callback function that we have, I am going to again add in the same properties which we just added, so that we can better handle it in our UI. And this raw human message, which is going to be props.query, raw AI, the streamed message, and I'm just going to remove this message property, and loading, let me change this one to is loading, and as error let me set this to false, created at moment, and convert this into ISO string. So these are the things that we send it to on stream start and on streaming as well. Let's just add in this new message ID, and this one I'm just changing this to raw AI, and this raw human, the props.query, in this one let's change is loading to true, as error I'm going to set this one to false, error message, let me set this one to undefined, created at, I'm going to convert this into ISO or string. Fine, of course these errors handlings and all I have to enter. And finally this chat message, the model, the human that we have, let's remove this one, this, and the I'm just going to add in the session ID, and then the props which we already passed in, and the raw human, raw AI message, in model, let's just add in this model key, and then finally this is loading variable, and as any error variable, I'm just setting this to false. And at the end of this session all we can do is here just pass in the chat message for this end. These all errors we are going to sort it out, so all we need to do is update here this chat message type that we have. So ID which I have, I'm just keeping that model we have, and the human, let me change this one to raw human, which is again it's going to be of type the string. So let me just change this one to string. Let's make this one as optional, and also this one, the raw AI, I'm just renaming this from AI to raw AI. This also let's change this one to string. Add in here this session ID, which it's going to be of type a string. Then is loading, which is going to be a boolean, as error, this is again going to be a boolean. The error message, if there is any error message, I'm just going to make this one optional, and this is going to be of type string and created at, let's not make this one optional. So we already have this, so I'm just removing this. So this is the thing. So we have ID, model, the image, raw human, AI, and also this one also make this to be optional, and session ID, props is loading as error message and created at. So these are the props that we want. So if I just go to this section, this should be changed to okay, the chat message. Let me just remove this duplicate thing now. So I'm just removing this duplicate thing. Now we should be good. So this I have updated. So this in the chat provider and context we need to update as well. So here let's create in here the boolean variable titled streaming, and I'm just going to remove this streaming message props that I have. Going to this provider, and what is this error? Yep, let me just remove this one, and inside this provider now, so let's create a local state variable which keeps track of whether we are streaming or not. So let me just remove this one to streaming, and set streaming. This one it's going to be of type boolean, and let's set this value to be false. And of course I just need to remove inside this on init that I have. I'm just going to remove this and create here this new function called append to. So let me just create here append to current session, which is going to be of type chat message. Here try to set this current session in the callback. If we don't have a session, let's return this undefined, else let's try to find this existing message session dot messages dot find. So we are just going to use this ID to find this messages.id against this props.id. So if it is existing message, then we are just going to update this messages property of that session session.messages.map. Let's try to get this message, and here if this message.id is props.id, then I'm just going to return this props, else let's return here this message, and finally we are going to update the messages of this session. So the session dot messages, and I'm going to add in this new props. So this is how we are going to append to current session. And now here in the streaming which on init, let's just call this append to current session and pass in here this props, and on stream start let me append to current session this props, and I'm going to set this streaming to true, and on stream So let's just remove this one, append to current session on stream end. Let's remove this both of this thing, append to current session the props that we have, and the set streaming I'm going to revert this one back to false. If there is any error, let's try to append that error as well to this current session, and this streaming we will set this one back to false. So this is how we are going to handle this. And also now the things that we have where we try to fetch this current session using the streaming message, we can just remove that one now. And here, while instead of this streaming message, I'm just going to expose the streaming from this thing. And I don't think, yeah, this unused thing, so let's just remove this one, and we should be good here in this context and the provider. And now so if you wanted to just test this out, you can see now the way that we are trying to stream has changed in this styling from this chart input. Of course, we do have here these errors, so I need to handle this one. We don't have this streaming message now, it is streaming. So just going down here, let's remove this loading indicator. So if it is a new session, we are just solely determining using this current session messages dot length, and this logic, the render stop button, let's just remove this one. And in here in the span tag, though I have not added into UI, which I will eventually, but let's just keep this as a placeholder for now. That's the change here. Now this should not throw us any error. And in this chat messages also, we do have here the error because the streaming message isn't part of this one. So let me just remove this one, and the place wherever we are referring, let me just comment this, or we can just remove that one, is last streaming. So let me also comment this part, the render message, this type, it's going to be now the chat message, and instead of this human message, I need to pass in here this raw human. Okay, that's the change. And also below here the current session where we are trying to pass here. Now I can do a very simple way of rendering. So here I can just pass in this message for this, and we shouldn't see any problem. So the simple way of passing rather than passing in each property into this object. And after this streaming and all, for now let me just comment this, and we will of course handle this one, this bubble component here. the props definition, I should change this one to chart message. That's why we are seeing the error there. And here let's remove whichever we don't have and get this raw AI is loading, and this model, I think for now this should do. Now this handle message copy content, just change this with raw AI, and also we wanted to copy this raw AI message. Next, this token count, we can just remove this one. This is all the raw AI is what we are getting from the props, and I'm just passing that one in this AI message. Wherever we have, let's just replace this with raw AI, and that should sort us the issue. This loading as well, let's replace this with is loading, and I think below, yeah, so here I'm just going to replace this is with is loading. Okay, just a lot of refactoring and we are changing, and I think we are seeing the things back whatever it was. So talk about deal summit conferences. So this is how it is streaming now, which is good. Okay, that's a bit of refactoring that we just made, which is looking clean and good, and no passing of many props to the components. And next, the chat input. So whenever I select this one, I want here this focus thing, which is not working. Let's the input reference that I have here, we have that one pointing to HTML input element. Let's change this to text area element, and also let me capture here this command input into local state variable. So now these things focus I want to input, so I can just create here a simple function focus to input, and here if this input ref.current, then I'm just going to normally call this focus function on it, and then get this length input reference current value length. So once I get this length input reference dot current, set selection range to this length of pass in this length and length. Okay, so this one now I can just attach to this text area component that we have, and also we just change the type to text area element. So now it should not throw us the error. So I'm just passing in here this the input reference, and also here let's call this focus to input thing in this command input, where we have this searching prompts. So let me attach. So below this value, I'm just going to pass in here this command input, and on value change, let's use this callback function to update it on enter. So basically on key down. So if e dot key is equals to or delete, or e dot key is equals to backspace, and we don't have this command input, then I'm going to close this one. So set this open back to fonts and focus to input. I'm just going to call this one, and the problem, let's remove this bracket, and now it should be good. Yeah, okay. Let's have this combined, these two instructions. Why is this an issue? Okay, let's remove this extra bracket. Fine. So basically here, if this key is delete or backspace and there's no command input, then we are just setting this, and now we have this focus working and all those things. So just a small fix to have the focus onto our text area input whenever user tries to take the help of this prompt suggestions and clicks on any of that. And so this delete chat message, it's not working. So this delete, let's go to the chat provider that we have. So where is this function? Remove message by ID. So this is the problem. So here, instead of this, I just need to call this fetch current session, and then we should be good. So if I just delete this thing, we can see that message is deleted. Okay, so it's working. And also this MDX style, the text that we are having, let's add in some tracking for this. So tracking of like 0.01 EMs. Fine, so that's the small change. And if I just ask something for like Golang code to check status of network, so this is the Golang code that we have. So here I just added because I just wanted to update the code block font and also the tokens color. So to update the font of it, let me just create a new file called fonts.ts, and here I'm just going to import few fonts from Google. So next slash font and use this Google, and here let's say I'm going to use this Inter and this IBM Plex mono fonts, and from here let's try to export this Inter object, these subsets. Let me pass here this Latin, this IBM Plex, the weight, let's say 400, font I want, and the subsets Latin, and this variable let's say font IBM Plex sign. So now we have these fonts, and I just need to include in this layout. So whatever we have here, this Inter fonts, let me just delete this one, and here remove this Inter. In this thing I'm just going to import this one from the font class which we just created, the file. Now to the code block, I wanted to add in these fonts. Going to this code block component, so here we can just use this font type which I've just created and try to add it and see how it's going to look like. So we will just add in here for a pre-tag and see how this is going to look. And also here, instead of this icons, let me change this to check icon and add in this size 16. Weight, let's make this one to be bold, and here as well let me use this phosphor icons react size 16. Weight, let me set this one to bold, and this pre-tag which we have, let's add in this padding in x direction and y direction 2. In this code tag, let's try to attach this style. This style is going to be the IBM Plex dot this style. Okay, and also that is this style. In this one, let me add this tracking to be a little wider, and I'm just going to keep the others as it is. Fine. So now you can see a little difference. The font, we have just applied this IBM Plex, which is looking good enough comparing to the previous one that we have. And you can just try to change the color code as well. So to just change the color codings, go to this global.css, and if I wanted to just show for, so I wanted to change here this color to, let's say 41E696 XF code. So this green color, so here let me change this one 41 E696 color. Okay, and this one, instead of the same color, let me change this one to 37BA 7A, like little darker color. And you can just see here this icon. Now it will be just copied, and if I just copy this is the code that we have just just copied from there, and you can just add it to it. And there are still a lot more colors that we can just change here. So I can just change this one to 85BE FFXR code, like kind of blue color. And this one, let's change to 5C A4 F6, like pink color, whatever I just added to the above thing. So like this, you can just play with the colors, whichever you want or looks good. You can just add those colors, and you can see the changes. It's now to pink, and the numbers and the packages and all those things. I mean, it looks good once you play with that and all. And here, if I change this one as well to that E783E9, okay, that's how we can change the color coding of the code, the numbers, the packages, the keywords, and all those things using this classes, and style the codes accordingly. And the chart input that we have, let's remove this default value, because we know that that's the input. So I'm just going to remove this default value that we have. Okay, anyhow, I just not add it. And here we can just keep this text to search, then like search prompts and all. Fine, like these are like minor touches and all. Fine. Like this is how it's going to be. A lot of minor changes, colors, fonts, styling, and all those things. Now let's shift our focus to work on this the regenerate message feature. So basically, whenever I click on this, it should regenerate the message for a particular question and populate into that message response. So let me try to add that logic. So to handle regenerate functionality, it's better if you try to create a separate component for that. So I'm going to create inside this components folder. Let's name this as regenerate model select.tsx, and let me just remove this. Let's create the type that we will be passing on to this component. Let's name this as regenerate model select, and here I'll just have here the callback function called on regenerate the model key. So I'm just going to import this type, and this is what we will be passing on, a callback function to our regenerate model select component. So regenerate with model select, and here, so let me just add in this callback function as a prop for this component, which is on regenerate. And now inside this, let's try to get the models that we have using this models list. So I can get this models that we have from here, and to just capture whether is it open or not, so I'm just going to maintain this local state of variable for that. So let's assign this false for this, and here now let's try to wrap everything using this drop down menu, and I'm going to pass on this is open variable that we have just created on open change. Let's pass and set is open, and inside this let's use this tooltip component. The content of this, let's say this is going to be a regenerate, and the trigger point, the trigger I'm just going to add in it as a button inside this one. Let's create here this button component, make this one as ghost. Okay, and the size of it, let's make this one as icon smaller, and rounded I'm just going to add in this large, and the icon, it's going to be the clockwise icon from this phosphor icons. Size, let me set this to 16. The weight of it, let me set this to bold. Fine. So that's the tooltip, and below this the drop down menu content. Let's import this one, and the styling for this, let's say the minimum width I want it to be having as 250 pixel, and the text, let's make this one smaller, and we are going to use this models list, get this each model, and try to render this as one of the drop down menu item. And the key, let me attach in here this model dot key, and on click, what are we supposed to do? Exactly whatever the callback function that we are receiving, I need to pass this model dot key to this callback function. And inside this drop down menu item, let's try to showcase this model icon, and then this model dot name, and if this model dot is new, then I'm just going to show this badge icon with the text new inside this badge. So this is a simple regenerate model select component. So we'll have to use this inside our chat components. So let me import this one into AI bubble. So that's the component where we are trying to showcase whatever the AI has generated the content for us. So this, let me just create the type as well for this. So export type for this AI message bubble, the chat message, this is going to be chat message type, and is it last the message. So I'm just going to make this as a boolean, and now this props, this is going to be of type now. So let me just replace this with AI message bubble, and inside this let's destructure this chat message and is last. So from this, okay, here let's change this to the chat message whatever we have, and also let's also collect this error message. Let's just remove this console of the props, and also from this chat context, let me get this run model. So I will have to call this whenever user clicks on regenerate. In the raw AI that I'm showcasing parallelly, if there is any error message, let's try to showcase that as well here using this alert component variant. Let's make this one as destructive, and inside this the alert title, I'm just going to say this message as something went wrong, and I can add in this description as this error message that we receive. So this is what I'm going to show, and this is how we are going to handle showcasing of the error. Okay, fine. And now the regenerate button, which we have this one, let's remove this tooltip whichever I just added, check for this chat message and is it last. Then I'm going to show this regenerate with model select, and I can pass in here this model which is of type this model key, and here we'll have to make a call to our run model and pass in this message id. So we are going to change this things. So message id model the props, which it's going to be chart message dot props, and the session id, I'm just going to pass in here the chart message dot the session id. So this is what I'm going to do and pass it to it, and let me just close this function which is the regenerate with model select. Of course this we need to handle. So first of all let's try to make changes in our context chat context and also hooks chat session LLM, and then I'll come back to this components where we are trying to consume these things. So going to this chat context, this run model, let me just remove this props and pass in just the new let's say I'm just going to name this as a run model, which I'm going to create inside this LLM hook. So going to this hook, let's just create and export this type so that I can use another component run model. Here we are going to pass in this prompt props in this session id, which is going to be of type the string, and this message id, which is going to be of type string, and also this model, which it's going to be of type the model key. So this is a trun model type in which I'm going to use this, and when after we prepare this previous messages thing, let me try to format this prompt and this chat history. I'm going to pass in your previous message history or this empty array. The context, let me pass in your props dot context, the input the props dot query. Okay, so here I'm just trying to format this one, and whenever we are just returning here, let's try to collect into this formatted chat prompt, and then this one I'm just going to return this formatted chat prompt, and this run model function let's remove the type that I'm going to send. So the definition here, we are going to pass in the trun model object, so which is going to have this session id and the message id, the props, the model that we are going to pass in. So the issue, fine. So the model that I'm passing into this function, and here the message id, now it can be the message id or the new id that we are receiving as the prop. This model key, I'm going to specify here model or the preferences dot default model. That's how we can pass on those model and the message id to which we wanted to regenerate the message. And the selected model, let's try to get this key, name this selected model key, and this one I'm just going to pass and try to get this API key. And once we get this API key, after this messages where we are trying to now let's try to get this selected model using this selected model key and pass in here the respective API key. And after this I'm just going to, for this selected model, let me bind the signal, which is the about controller dot signal. And this one, instead of this model, I'm going to use this selected model dot stream. And we're almost, yeah. So this is the refactoring of this use LLM hook. And now if I just go to the chat session, here I just need to adjust the logic accordingly, so that whenever we are trying to add in the message to a session, whenever we are checking, I'll have to consider here. So if this is existing message, I will find out using this id, so messages dot find, and here let's get this id, and I'm just going to compare this id with this chat message dot id. Okay, so if it's existing message, then the messages that I'm going to here, so if this is existing message, then let's try to find this message using this id. So inside this, let me just add in here this message id is equals to chat message dot id. I'm just going to return here this chat message, else let's return this message, and I can just, or else this is what I'm going to return. So that's the change here. This is how we are going to return that specific message. And even while we are returning here the messages, I can just return the list of the chat message and this title. Let me pass in the chat message dot raw human. Okay, so this is small refactoring inside this as well. Whenever we are trying to add a message to a particular session, and also this the regenerate, anyhow I'm not going to use this, so let me just remove this one. And now going to this context, Let me import this trun model, and now we should not see any issue inside this. So now I have this thing. If we go to this AI bubble component, why am I still seeing this issue? Okay, so let me just say this is not null, so that we don't see any issue now. Okay, so in this AI bubble, the ID, so let's try to refresh this. Okay, this chat message, there's no ID, is what I'm getting the issue from. We do have this one, and still why is this? I do have an ID, and why is it okay, that's because the messages, I need to update this one, and then this should not throw us an error. So the render message component that we have here, let me update this isLast, which I'm going to send in this boolean in this ID. Now let me change this one and also the props. Let's be very specific and change this one to message, because that's what we are going to receive here, this message. And here I'm just passing in this ID. In here let's change this one to message.prop. so if we have this context and all, I'm just changing this to message.props.context, and also here this any image here as well. Let's change this message.props.image, and after this here the raw human. Now this props, I'm just going to remove this, the chat message, let's pass in here this message, and isLast, I'm going to pass in here this isLast value. Okay, and now hopefully we shouldn't see any issue. Yep, because we were not passing in the right things. And now here the place where we are trying to call this function in this current session, so let's also try to get this index. So here alongside this message, I'm going to pass in the current session dot messages dot length -1 is equals to index, then isLast will be set to false or true accordingly. So now we shouldn't see any issues inside these chat messages, and now all we'll have to fix it in this chat input component, the place where we are trying to consume this one, the session ID. So basically I just need to change, and also let's try to create a local state to just understand which prompt is selected and all. So I'm just going to, anyhow we will handle that, and also let's try to add this one as well, selected prompt, this this one, it's going to be of type string, and initially I'm not going to have any value inside that. And let's try to address, just going here the run model where we are trying to pass in. I can specify here this session ID, and this one I need to just add this one, pass it as the props. So if I just attach in here this props, now we should not see any issue. So that is what we have changed the definition of it. And even here below, let's try to pass in this as the object. Here I'm going to attach it to props, this one to session ID, and this should fix the issue. And now let's try to handle, like basically if the prompt is selected and all, I just wanted to handle that inside our pop over anchor section where we just added the logic to select from list of the prompts that we have here. Let's make this items to be at the start, and below this I'm just going to make use of this selected prompt. So if this we have some value inside this, I'm going to have an option to deselect it. Okay, so that is the div here. I just wanted to add in here. Let's try to showcase here this selected prompt and this button component. The size, let's make this one to be a extra small variant. Let's set this to be ghost, and on click I want just to set the selected prompt to undefined and also the focus to input. I'm just going to call this function, and the styling of this, let's as usual apply this shrink 0, and I'm just going to have some margin towards left. And here this icon, let's have this close icon. The size of this, let's set this to 16. Weight, let's have this set to bold. So that is the small change that I'm going to use. Now let's give it a try. So if I click on this regenerate, it should trigger the logic that we have just added. So now I can choose in here whichever the model I wanted to use. So before we use here GPT-4o, let's try to use this Gemini Pro model and see that. Now you can see it's generating, and this is what we have added now, the functionality to regenerate based on the model that we select and all, which is really amazing feature that we are integrating as part of our application. So this is what it generated, and which was very good. So this is how we can just regenerate this thing. And also let me just add in a few prompts. So now this prompt that, so let's say this is what I wanted, this one. So the chart input, the selected prompt. So yeah, this I need to fix this one. Inside our examples list where we are trying to showcase here, yep, here exactly. Here alongside this one, let me set in here this prompt, and I'm going to so this examples whatever I have, let's try to add in more examples inside this prompts list. So just have a simple list like code changer, bug fixer, grading code, translate code, and all those things to other languages and all. So I just have a few placeholder examples. Let me just add them here. So here let's just keep this example prompts as it is, and I've just added here this roles list. So now let's try to use this roles list in place of this example prompts that we were using to populate this commands list. I'm going to import this roles, and let's change this name as well to role so that it suits better. And also this maximum height, let's say I want not to exceed more than 150 pixel, and here let's change this one to role dot let's for now comment this, and here this prompt, let's say role dot name that I'm going to pass in, and here let's change these things to role dot name. Okay, and of course let's see how it's going to look whenever we select this prompt. So let's say like these are the roles that I have. So let's say I have added this, and now we need to style this a bit better, the selected prompt whatever we are trying to show. Let's add some padding in x direction, in y direction, and also make this width full. Okay, yep, now some padding, and this div, let's add in again some padding in left and right direction, in y side and background. Let's make this black color and round it only at the top. I'm just going to add in like 2 times extra large, make this flex and row items. Let's center this and round it bottom medium width. Let me make this full text extra small, and this color, let's make this one to be 600. Now it should start to look better. And this the styling of this, I'm just going to add it here, this width full, and I think for now we can just leave that. Yeah, that is what we have selected, and here we have an option to remove this, and we can just remove that one and select in here the other thing, and I've just added that option. Okay, fine. For this input value, I can try to set in here this role dot content. So if I just remove this one and try to add it here fix box, so this is what the content, the role content we are going to set, which is good. So this is how we make sure the regenerating message feature, especially for the last feature, which, so let's just remove this one. Okay, so I'm just removing this, and this is what we have the option to regenerate. Clicking on this, you can just choose whichever model you want and then regenerate and populate the new version inside that particular message. Okay, and let's try to add the models also to this command bar, and let's see how it's going to look like. So In this one, let's go to this filters provider where we are here inside this one. So let me try to get this models by key. So we can just use this model list hook which we have, and I'm going to get this function model by key, and below here where we have this icon by default, let me just remove this icon and try to showcase the respective the session dot messages of. So let's make sure that we don't miss checking for this, and here I'm just going to call the icon function here. So basically if I now try to open this, that respective icon, you can see the Gemini, and that is what we have used, and the icon you can see here, that is what we are showcasing. So that's the thing. So I just added the model icon to command bar to respective session whichever we have. And also let's try to add more models. For now I'm just going to what is this error? Okay, fine. And inside our models list, let's add in the Gemini Flash model as well. So still there are more models which I'm going to test and add since we are in development stages. So I'm just adding eventually, and here I'm just going to add Gemini Flash model. So let me just add this object on list as well. So of course this key needs to be added to this list, or else we are going to see this error. Gemini 1.5 Flash latest model. So now if I just open this one, we should see this Flash 1.5 as well. So that is how easily we can add in new models as they keep coming in. And now eventually, to make our chat message component way advanced, let's try to slowly add few components using TipTap editor so that we can highlight the prompt way better. So I just wanted to start adding some extensions of TipTap library and the starter kit and all, and slowly I will try to use those components and render these chat messages. So let's add in the dependencies first, and then I will try to import them into chat input component and replace the text area auto size component whatever we have with that editor component. So the dependencies that I'm going to need is the TipTap and also the extension. So let me add in the starter kit like this. Let's add in the TipTap for React, and then this PM, the starter kit, and then the extension highlight, and also extension placeholder, and let me add in this langchain dependency as well. So let's add this all of this. So I'm just installing whatever the extensions that we need, so just give it a try. and if it looks good, then we are going to adapt that one. Okay, we did receive the issues. Okay, fine. So let's install this langchain. Fine, I'm just going to install this by force. Just a few versions are not compatible. So it's just installing, so I'm just waiting for them to install. So once we have this, let's also try to include some tools calling using this langchain, like for example graph tools or some other tools which we can use. Okay, so this is installed. So now going to this chart input component, let me just minimize this part. So inside this chart input, let's import basically whatever I have just installed. One is the document from this tip top extension document, and then this highlight tip tab extension highlight, and then this paragraph. This one let's import this one from extension paragraph, and then this placeholder, the placeholder component, and also this text component, extension text component. So I'm just going to add these things, and also from this tip tab react, let me import this the editor content extension, and then this mark and use editor hook. So these are all the things that I need from this tip tab editor dependencies. So now let's try to create few functions which we wanted to use as part of our input component. First let's try to create a function which is going to handle the shift enter. So here shift enter this extension. Here I'm just going to create in here and keyboard shortcuts, and inside this I'm just going to add in here for shift plus enter. Let's try to open this commands and press trigger enter call on this editor object, and also the enter function. So let me just create here this keyboard shortcuts, and inside this enter, if this editor dot get text we have this some entry into this editor. Then I'm going to call this handle run model and try to pass in the text that we have here, and here in the callbacks I'm just going to clear whatever the content that was there as part of the editor. And here let's try to return this true. What is this error? Yeah, I need to change that function, so that's why we are seeing that error. And the input regex, let me just try to create a pattern. So I'm just adding in here this pattern so you can just understand this one. The custom mark as well. So the mark, I'm just going to create in here this custom mark. And now let's create an editor object using this use editor, and here this extensions I'm just going to include whatever we just added, the document, paragraph, text in this placeholder. Let me just configure this as let's say for now I'm just adding this write something, and then this enter whichever we just created, shift enter, I'm just adding this one, and then this highlight. Let's configure the HTML, the attributes, and here let me add in this prompt highlight. Okay, and after this one, the content, let me set this to empty string for now, and in this on transaction callback this props. So let me just inside this, let me try to get this editor from this props, and I'm going to get this text using editor dot get text, and also the HTML editor dot get HTML. So if the text is equals to slash, then we are going to trigger this open, that is the prompt suggestions, else we can just try to console this text, see how it is going to be. And I'm just going to create here this new HTML. So this let's try to replace the pattern that we have with the mark class prompt highlight, and I'm just going to pass in this one. So let me just add in that pattern, and also the so this one we will just this pattern will be replaced with this thing. And after this, if new HTML is not equals to HTML, then this editor dot commands, I'm just going to set this content new HTML to true, and let's pass in like preserve white space. And after this, I'm just going to close this the open to false. So this is the editor logic. And now this handle run prompt, where we have this function, I mean the run model, let me add in this clear callback function, and this is going to be optional. and inside this one let's just look for this. There is no query. I'm just going to return, and also here wherever we are passing now, let's not worry about this input value. Maybe I'll just get rid of that, and even this set input value we can just ignore this one, and this handle key down we can do one thing. So I'm just removing this. Let's try to log whatever is there in the editor, and also I'm just going to completely remove this one, and here let's try to call this clear function. Okay, and also here setting this input value, we can just use this editor dot commands. I'm going to set this content text. Fine, and here as well, so wherever we have this set input value, we are just replacing that with whatever the editor that we are going to add in. Okay, fine. So now just going to our components. So inside this focus to input as well, so let me just remove all of this and use this editor, and the commands. I'm just going to clear this content, and the editor dot commands, I'm just going to call this focus function like end. Okay, so that's how we are trying to add it. So now just going to this, the div that we have, of course we are going to see a lot of issues. Wherever we have this the motion div, where I just have so this div, the animate thing, let's, if this editor dot is active, then I'm going to pass in this as animate, else let's pass this as initial. Okay, so that's how we are going to change this one. And this text area auto size, let's try to completely replace this. I'm just removing this completely, and here let's use this editor content and pass in here this editor instance, and this styling, so this styling, so what we are going to do, so let me just add in the first few custom styling into our global.css. so at the end I'm just adding in here for tip tab editor, and this mark prompt highlight, which we just try to add in the custom class, like replacing this pattern and all. So I'm just adding here as part of this one. So basically for prompt highlight, background color, and also the color, some padding, font weight, some border radius, and in dark mode. And this, if this tip tab editor, if it is empty, so I'm just adding this color, floating, and height, and those things. So once I had it, so going to this now let's try to style this better, this one, so that again it starts to look better. Width full, minimum whatever height I have, I'm just going to set this to 12. Text, let's make this one smaller. The maximum height whatever we had for that I think whatever we have for that one, let's try to add it in the same way, overflow in by auto. And also I don't want any outline. Focus also I don't want any outline. Add some padding, and also let's add in this cursor to be a text. Yep. And for all of the children, so let me add it, the leading to be 6, and also the outline I just don't want, so I'm just adding this outline. And let me add in the styling of this editor. Okay, fine. So here, so it should be pretty much the same it was before, and I think we don't see any issues. Okay, and this button, let's now replace this with the editor dot get text. And also this one I'm just going to use this get text function. Okay, and also now the command item where we are trying to set this thing, I just need to remove all of these things. So let me just remove all of these things, and here we are going to use this commands thing, and accordingly update this content, role.content, and this editor dot commands. Let me call this insert content the empty string, and this call this focus, and it want it to be at the end. Okay, this is the small change. To replace the text area auto size that we had. And now let's try to test this out. And also I can just remove now the input value because we no longer need this one. So just get rid of the input value. I'm just removing this, and wherever we are just referring this one, I'm just going to remove. Now if I just ask, so let's try to delete this current session and probably ask again on Golang code to implement microservices architecture using Gin. So let's see now. Yeah, you can see pretty much which is looking good. The editor is what we changed, and even if I ask something, this is what it will set into my the things the and even whatever I ask, it is just going to. So basically if I just okay, yeah, That's the only difference. I'm just trying to introduce this editor. Eventually I'm just going to add in more advanced usage in our editor, but for now let's just keep it simple. So all we added is this shift, the enter. So if we just select multiple things, okay, yeah, and handling this enter and all those things. So I'm just keeping this pretty much the same, but eventually let's try to update more options in our input component. So let's try to clean up this component, so wherever we are just using this, and also this mdx, let me try to add in a for a link, or let's say, so if I ask some best resources link to master Golang, so whenever it returns this, so these things, let's try to add in some new component. So I'm going to add in a simple endpoint which is going to like open graph scraper. So let's add in inside this the OG folder, and let's create a simple route.tsx, and for that let me just add in the dependency. Okay, so let's wait for it to install, of course. So I'm just installing this by force. Fine. And here let's try to import this open graph scraper and a simple the post func call. So I'm just adding in here this request. Let's get this query, so await request.json, and I'm just going to collect this result by passing in this query dot URL, and finally I'm just going to return this response dot JSON, the status code as okay, and pass in here this result and also the status score. Let me send out the 200. So now I'm just going to use this one inside this component which I'm creating, link block.tsx, and inside this one the type, let's basically we are going to pass in the URL for this component. So I'm just adding in here this as the type. The component name, it's going to be this link block, and let's add in this props which is the link block, and I'm going to maintain two state variables, one to keep track of loading, so by default let's set this to false, and also the OG or result. So let me add in here this use state, and this can be of any or null, so let me just set this one to null, and to fetch OG just to make a call to the endpoint. And so let's try to make a call to this endpoint. Fetch the endpoint is API/OG, and this method it's going to be of type the post, and this body I'm just going to stringify this URL that we are receiving. This headers, let me set in this content type the application /JSON, and after this one, so I'm just going to get this data await response.json, and then this result let's try to collect using this data dot result. So if we have this result, then I'm going to set into this variable whatever the result that we got, and let's set this loading to false, else let's set this loading to false, and this OG result I'm going to set this to undefined. Okay, and in this catch block let's simply set this loading to false. So that's the call, and inside this use effect block, depending upon this URL that we are receiving, so if I'm just going to trim this URL dot length is greater than 0, then we have this URL. So let's set this loading to true, and I'm just going to pass on to this function the above one. And now the container, I'm just going to create in here the simple container where we are going to wrap in the children, which it's going to be of basically React Node component. Here this link, make this one as a string, so let me just return this div, and here I'm just going to wrap in the children inside this. Let's do styling and on clicking. Basically I wanted to open that link and navigate to that URL. So if this URL we don't have any URL, so I'm just going to return this, and if it's loading, let's try to render this container, and I'm just going to add in some skeleton components indicating that we are loading. So item start gap of 2, and here I'm going to add in this skeleton component. Let's give some width and height 6, and rounded let's make this one extra large, and I'm just closing this. And here again let's add in 2 more skeletons into this flex column, gap of 1, item start, and width I'm just going to set this one to full. So here let's add in the skeleton component, this styling, let's say this width I want it to be 80%, the height, let's say the 10 pixel, and I want it to be completely rounded. So let's pass in here this rounded full, and this skeleton component, let's add in this width to be like 50%, the height like 10 pixel, this rounded full. So that is this the loading, if loading is true, and then we are going to return if we have this OG result, and OG result dot OG title and OG result dot OG URL. Then I'm just going to render this container by passing in the div with an image and then the title and the URL. Else I'm just going to render the div so with just the URL. So like this, in a p tag, let me just add in this URL. So I'll show this in a while, so let's anyhow style this text. Let's make this one to be extra small, and the text color, let's say it's going to be a zinc 400. Fine. And inside this div, let me add in this image component, and the source I'm going to attach OG result dot this icon, the alt, let's attach in this OG result dot OG title, width and height, let me set this one to 0, sizes, let's say 100 viewport width. The styling for this image, minimum width, I'm going to set this to 6, and also have some border color, let's say like some black. Rounded, let's make this one medium, and have this object cover. So this is the image, and after this here I'll just have a div, and inside this thing let me try to show the title of this. So OG title, I'm just going to show this one, and here let's show this OG URL. In this div, let's make this flex column, gap of 1 items. I'm just going to start this, and width I'm just going to make this one full. In this p tag, let's make this smaller, and the text zinc 800, and width make this one full. Let's also make this truncate and overflow. I'm just going to hide this one. For URL, let's just make extra small and add in this text color as a jink. In this the whole div, I'm just going to make this flex row items. Let's apply this start and gap of 2. Okay, yeah, and this render container, that here also let's apply this background color white, padding 3, and rounded, I'm just going to make this extra large, add some border, the border color let's say 10, and on hover I want some scale effect, like let's add in like 1% and also on hover let's apply this text color to be blue, and cursor let's make this pointer, and now this on click functionality. So if we have this link, then I'm going to open this link in a new window. Okay, this is the component, the link block that I wanted to use. So this one, let's try to import into our use mdx component. I'm just going to add this link block component, and whatever this for link I have this anchor tag. Let's try to replace this with this component link block and pass in here this URL. So the href I'm just adding in this styling. Okay, so now you can see there the link block component, which it's okay, and I'll have to update the next config. So for now, let me add that the domain inside this config.mjs. So I'm just adding this one, so you can just search for nextjs domain image config, and then it's going to take us to this. And so basically configure, yeah, so you can just add it in this way. So I'm just going to add in like for all of the patterns. So the remote patterns, which should be like list of objects. So the protocol, the HTTPS, the host name, let's add in this all allow. Now we should not see any problem. So if I just refresh this one, so it's just loading, and also hopefully it should. Okay, fine. So this is like links that we got in the link block component. So you can see which is looking way good with this component, and also the fav icon respective to that thing. So if I just click on this one, it should just open in a new window. Okay, this link, it's not opening. So just going to this link block, the on click, I've just added an option to open this link. Okay, this link alone, it's not opening. I'll just, ideally we have this render container, and if we have this one, okay, yep. So here let's just add this. Did I not wrap this one? Yeah. Okay, ideally I've just added in the option to click on this, but the link am I not passing? Okay, yep. So if we pass this link, then I should be able to navigate to that respective URL. So I've just added now. So if I just click on this, yep, so it's going to open the respective link that we have, and this is how we are trying to update the components of this link block. And now let's try to include, like I said, I'll try to add in the tools that we can handle using this. Let's try to first simply add in like calculator tool, and then the some web searching and all those things. So let's see how this is going to behave once we try to add in these tools into our application. I'll just add in tools, but whatever the prompt highlighting styling that we added, and that's the main reason we replaced with text audio or area auto size with tip tap editor. So let's just try to check with an example, because we are specifically trying to identify pattern, and then that one we wanted to highlight. Let's say this prompt. Now I'm going to add in here the pattern that we have just added. So now if I just select this, what is this title, bug fixer, okay, let me, still this is not reflected, so let me just refresh this one. So if I just add in here, now you can see that, okay, the pattern is one more bracket, and then we should be good. So let me just remove this one. Yeah, now you can see the topic is highlighted, and here we can just replace this with some technology, and I'm just going to say explain what is Ethereum, something like this. And now you can just customize this pattern and highlight whatever you want, so that we have easy access to the prompts that we can easily use it. So like this, let me just try to add for this as well. So let me just, this one, let's just add this as the topic for engineer system. And for other things, I've just, let me just replace the other things as well. So I've just prepared that list, so I'm just going to replace whatever the things that we added. So basically we will just replace few keywords with a pattern, so that just highlights the way that I want. So let me, the roles, I'm just going to replace this with this example. So I just added in this the pattern and all those things. Now it should start to look good, like for whichever the other things that I ask. So we just added here fixed box, so this is again highlighting. In other things I've just added to few other things and all. So now we can just add in like this and highlight. So that's what I just wanted to showcase. And now these tools, let me just add in a placeholder for now. I'm just not going to immediately try to integrate this one, but we'll just add a placeholder. And here let's say the calculator tool is what we wanted to add in, just to check. And here this calculator schema, so I'm going to import this jar. So let me just add in that jar schema. The operation, this one is going to be of type enum. So basically the operation that we see in our calendar: add, subtract, multiply, and then this divide. And let's try to add in some description. Let's say this is going to be the type of operation to execute. Okay, fine. So that's the operation, and here the number one that we want. So I'm just going to make this one as type number, and let's just add in the description as the first number to operate on. Similarly, I'm just going to add in this number 2, jet dot number, and I'm just going to describe this as the second number to operate on. Fine. So this is like simple the calculator tool. Now we have the schema. So let's try to create a new, try to return the object of this dynamic structure tool from this langchain code tools. Here let's name this one as the calculator. Description, let's say I'm going to say this can perform mathematical operations, and I'm going to attach in here the schema, the calculator schema that we have. And now this function, let's try to make this one as asynchronous, and I'm just going to destructure the schema that we have: operation number 1 and number 2. And now here, so basically let's try to add in here the functions which just performs the operations. So basically here the functions must return strings. So let's say that if this operation is equals to add, then all we need to do is return this number 1 plus number 2. And similarly, let's try to handle for the other operation: subtract this one, number 1, minus number 2. Next, the operation, it's equals to multiply. So I'm just going to return here number 1 multiplied by number 2. And finally this operation equals to divide. So we can add in more, but just I'm limiting to this basic operations. number 1 divided by number 2, and if that's not other than this operation, so let's just try to throw this error, and the error message that I'm going to send in is this invalid operation. Okay, fine. So that's the simple dynamic structure tool, and like this. Now let's try to create a hook which we can expose the use tools, and inside this assume like this is the calculator tool. Now I can just create an object of that, and also similarly let's just add in a placeholder for search tool. So here let me just create the object of this stably search results. So this here you can just browse this Tably API key, and try to create this one. And so let me just import this thing. So this is part of this langchain community, so I can just import langchain community, where I'm just going to add in this dependency. Just mention here this search. From here we should, so first let me just add in this dependency. So you can just add in search for langchain community npm package, and so this is the package, and just copy this one and try to install this into our application. So I'm just doing that. So once we install this, then this Tably search we can just import and just add in a placeholder for now, and eventually we will test once I start integrating this tools as part of our chat page. So I'm just installing. Okay, let that install, and I'm just going to import this Tably search results, and here let me just pass in this props and all those things. So max results, let's say I wanted to get this file, and here this API key we should pass in. So I've just collected the API key already by just going to this Tably website, and then you can just create your own API key. Just this is the placeholder for now to just get the web results, and after that let's also create this tool calling. So this selected model, which it's going to be of chat OpenAI or chat Anthropic. So only these are like supports the tooling. So I've just added now this models type, and this one let's create here this runnables lambda, and the function I'm just going to pass, make this one asynchronous, the output, which it's going to be of type AI message, and here we can just try to console the output. The output, and I'm just going to specify here the output, I mean just to console. And now this tool, all we have to do is this output dot tool calls, and here whichever the tool that it gives, we can just use that. I mean, let's just console this thing, and let's just minimize this one. I mean, it is taking time. Depending upon your net speed, that's fine, I'm not worried about that. Yeah, finally it's installed. Okay, and now we should see this, yeah, from this community. And if I just save this, and let me just minimize this part and refresh this one, we should just see the same results. And now here, this tool that it returns the output, we need to check if this is matching to the name that we have prepared. So the tool or name that we gave here, the calculator. Okay, what is this error? Okay, let me just try to run this application. So I've just restarted, and to see if the error persists, then there's something problem with the dependency that we just added. Which is, yeah, I don't think, yeah, now, yeah, if you're installing and if there is a problem, just try to restart this one. Now here, if this is a calculator, then I'm going to use that respective tool to invoke that one and pass in here these arguments whatever this tool has given me. And finally, I'm just going to return here this type AI message by passing in this result. So this is how we handle the tool calling. And here again, let's check for if this is equals to like the name Tavily search results JSON. And here now I'm just going to make a call to this tool await search tool dot invoke, pass in here this tool dot aux dot the input, and then this the parts the results. Let me just try to parse this results whatever the JSON object that I get, and let's try to console this one so that we can see how this results looks. And then I'm just going to prepare the search prompt here. So let's create simple prompt, the new system message. So I can say like, based on past conversation here or the result from the internet, and I'm just going to pass in here this past results and try to iterate to this each result the index. I'm just going to add it here, and let me just add it in a format so that it understands better. So I'm just adding in this index and this title that we got, this it's going to be the r dot title, and I'm just going to add this URL as well. So this URL, let me just pass in, this is going to be r dot URL, and so you can just add it in any format that you want. So once we add in this one, then the description, let's pass in this r dot description. So if you wanted to know more info about the default tools that it supports and all those things, just refer to docs. And finally, I'm just going to add in here this instruction like, please summarize this findings with citation link to their source. Okay, so this is the prompt, and after this I'm going to return here the selected model dot stream and pass in the search prompt to this stream, and let's try to return this output. So this is the tool calling, like handling this tably search results JSON that we get. And finally, from this hook I can just return this call tool, the search tool, and also this tool calling which we just prepared. So this is how it's going to be. And this now in this LLM hook, let's try to refactor this bit. I'm not going to handle this one, but eventually we will try to handle. So in this prepare prompt here, let me just try to for now return simply this prompt. So I'm just adjusting this to accommodate in the place where we need to pass this tools calling. So for now let's just return this prompt here, and in this run model let's capture what and all I need. So all this previous messages, the current session, let's just try to iterate through these messages, the filter, and I'm just going to ignore this current message ID and capture rest of those things. Okay, this all previous messages of current session, and then this chat history, we are going to use this sort messages and sort by this created at the message limit. Let's, so how many we wanted to carry as a history in a current session, a list of messages, so which we are maintaining this as a input from the user as well as the default preferences that we have. So I'm collecting that this message limit, and now once we have this one, let's try to handle in this try catch block. So I'm just moving all of this logic into the try block. So let me just minimize these things so I can just so this one, let me just move into this thing, and also yeah, I'm just going to Basically, let's add in this catch block so that I don't see an error. So simple, this catch block, whatever the error that we are getting, so I'm just going to handle in here. So let me just remove all of these things whatever I have, and I'm going to replace that whole thing inside this try block whatever we are handling. So I'm just replacing all of this try catch block. Let's just minimize, and this let me just replace this all of this, and let me just remove these things that we have. Okay, so the addition that I can just showcase you what is it that we have added. Okay, so just going to this the try block. So inside this, if I just expand this one, so I'm just handling if there's no API key, the error that we have. I'm just going to add this into the chat message and all this, the prompt whatever we have. I just preparing that one, and then the selected model, and then we are collecting this previous allowed chat history based upon this message limit and all, and then this runnable sequence. Let's try to prepare a chain, and this is where we need to handle passing of the tools. So along with the prompt we are going to select and then bind the tools here. So like I said, this is a placeholder for now, later I'll just add in, and this is a chain stream, and whatever we have this LLM start and an error, I'm just consoling that, and then this streamed message and stream start whatever we have. So this is what I have, and I've just moved into a try and catch block, and finally we are returning this run model and stop generation. In this error message, why is it throwing me an error? This error message we do have here. Okay, I just misspelled this one, so let me add in this error message. Fine, so that's the change inside this user LLM block, and in this chart provider, just a small correction. Whenever we are removing session, I just wanted to handle this loading showcasing, and after removing, let me set this one to false, and then this all session loading, let's set this one to true, and after this we will set this one back to false. So now whenever I'm trying to remove, we just need to see this loader and also this message removal as well. Let's add in here this current session loading to to true, and this fetch session inside this callback, let me add in this current session loading back to false. And now, so if you wanted to just test this out, so if I add in simple hi and all, okay, let's try to refresh this one. So if I just delete this one now, we should see that loader. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, why is it? It did delete the whole of it. So if I just try to create a new session, so it is creating, and in history we should have this one, and going back. Okay, fine. Yeah, that is fine. And the tool calling, which we will configure that one eventually, but this is how we can pass in and just add the placeholder and prompt highlighting and all, which looks good by the way. And now this, the model that we have, let's try to add in more info for this. So basically, what is its input, token cost, and all those things. So I'm just going to this models list. Let's add in the properties that we have additionally. The input price, let's make this one as number. The output price, this is again number. The model key, let me just add in more like GBD4, and also GBD 3.5 turbo model. The instruct that we have. So now I just added this optional, so let me add it to examples here, GBD 4.0 that we have. So this one you can just refer to the website, so I'm just adding here now the not the prices for these respective models. So this input price, let's say this is a 10, the output price 30. Okay, and let's add in the GBD4, which I've just added. So I'm just going to basically add in the same object type, so the 30 and 60, and let me just, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to replace the list that I have with the old list that we have. So I just don't want to spend time on just adding this input price and all those things. So let me just replace the list of these models with this list, which I have included the input price and output price. So you can just refer to their sites to understand the cost and accordingly update this list. So now I have added this list. So where is it that we are going to show? So this one, in our the model select component, we should somehow try to show this info. So the content that I have, let's now add in like maximum height it can take is like 260 pixel. So I'm just going on overflow. Let's make this one auto, and I just don't want any scroll bar. And now inside this menu content, let's try to add in the info. So drop down menu sub. I'm just going to add in here the sub trigger, and here let's add in this as a child, and inside this one let's move this drop down menu item. Okay, yeah, this drop down menu item, so whatever it is, let's just keep it as it is. And additionally, now which we were displaying below this trigger, let me add in this drop down menu portal component, and inside this let's add in this content of this submenu content. In this styling I'll just work on it, and inside this div let's add in this model.icon and this model.name, and below this div let's add in a div with a title which says like tokens. And here I wanted to format this tokens into better way, so let's just try to create a simple helper inside our library folder. So it's going to be a simple function. Let's name this one as helper.ts, and let's name this function as like format number, and I'm just passing in here this number as the input for this one. Okay, and this one, so if this number is greater than or equals to this number, so we can just add in like key or million and all those things. So okay, so let's try to fix this one to 0, and then I'm just going to add in this as a million, and the else if the number is greater than or equals to 1000. Yeah, the issue is this is not arrow function, so that's why we are seeing this error. And this one, let's just divide this by 1000 to fixed, and add in here this key at the end. Else let's just return whatever this number it is to string format. So this is simple the format number helper function. And now here we can just make use of this format number, and I'm just going to pass this tokens, the model dot tokens, and let's try to see this here. So if you just wanted to see, okay, let's fix this error later. Let's complete this one. So if we have this input price, then I'm just going to try to display this inside this div, this as the input price. The in here I'm just going to showcase the input price, and this is for like 1 million tokens. And same way let's try to add in for the output price. The output price, let's change this title to output price, and this one as well, the output price in USD. So yep, and after this I'm just going to add in here on this drop down menu separator, and then let's add in this drop down menu item component key. Let's say I'm just going to add in here this manage on click. For now let's not do anything, so I'm just leaving here this placeholder, and here let's have this icon size, let's say 16. Wait, let me apply this fill, and this text, it's going to be like manage models. Okay, I think now there should not be any issue. So if I just, okay, why is it again throwing me an error? All I have in here is I'm just wrapping everything inside this menu sub trigger, and this is as a child, and adding in this the things that I have. Why is this still throwing me an error? Okay, let me just cross check this once. Basically we have just replaced that with drop down menu sub content, and just trying to show this more model info, but looks like this is not working. So let me just try to double check this. What is it that we missed? In this content I'm just adding in this models, then trigger the child and all those things. And then after this we are just adding in this portal the sub content. Okay, let me just double check this styling, the wrapping of these components, and then we will fix this. Okay, the issue, I think it's respect to the child which I have added here, and now hopefully this should fix it. Yep, okay, yeah, this is the sub trigger and all. Yeah, we need to style this, which, let me open this menu portal that we have, this sub content that I have. Let's add in here this background zinc, let's say a 900 padding 4, and also the flex, make this column gap of 3, tracking, let's say 0.1 pixel, and the text I want it to be smaller and rounded. Let's make this one as extra large. Minimum width I'm going to set this to like 280 pixel. Okay, so now this is what the dark I've just added. So now this div, let's make this flex row have this gap of 2, and the divs where we are trying to show this one also, let's make this as a flex row justify. Let me make this between text extra small zinc, let's say 500 is what I'm just going to add it for this. And let's just apply the same styling to below divs as well. So I'm just copying this styling, the input price that we have, let's add in the same styling for this as well. And below this tokens, let's add in a div with the model name. So I can just specify here this model and the model key, and after this the input price, let's just keep it the same styling, and here let's just add in the styling for this. So now let's try to check this. Yeah, the tokens, the model, the input price, and then this output price that we have. So to just apply this styling, the drop down menu, the component that we have, the separator, so basically the manage that the separator that we have, in here this background muted, let me just replace this with black color. For dark thing I'll have this as a white. Fine, so that's the small change to our model select. So now I have here this manage models where we don't have just the placeholder, and for all other things you can just see now this the info that I want to showcase. Even if I change this to dark theme, looks decent. Fine, let me just switch to light mode. So that's how like we can just showcase the model info and have better UI experience. Okay, and now I wanted to add in a feature where we can test this model, kind of a button. So let's try to create a simple hook inside this hooks folder just to test whether they are working or not. So use llm test.tsx, and here let's remove this one, this hook name, it's going to be use llm test, and in this, so basically we will try to create a simple function kind of like test llm, and then I'm just going to render the test button calling this function on click of this, and we will expose that from this hook. So here first let's try to get this model list, and from this also let's try to add in one helper function which is going to create separate function to just get the models for testing. This create instance, so let's also create a simple function. So inside this models list, let me add in the function. Let's name this as get test model key, and here the key, it's going to be just type of this base model, and I'm going to return this model key type. Based upon this key, let's try to switch this provider. If it's OpenAI, I'm just going to return for now 3.5 turbo model. If it is Anthropic, let me just return this Haiku model. Gemini, let's try to return this Gemini Pro. Okay, so now I can just expose this function as well, get test model key. Now I can use inside this use LLM. So I'm just going to get this guest test model key as well. So this I can use it inside this test. Get our test model key, so which we have. So let's try to use this, and the loader, whether this test is running or not, as usual, like we maintain. So I'm just creating one state variable, is test running. Let me set this one to false by default, and let's also showcase some toast that after successful, like this is working. So for that, I'm just going to create a simple, let's add in this toast component. So you can just go to this Shatsian and add in this component, toast component. So I'm just adding here this toast. Okay, I'm just applying this by force. So this one, I have this issue with some libraries. So basically this is the conflict for this langchain models and this community models that we have. That's fine. So let me just manually try to add this one. I'll fix this eventually, but for now let's add in this manually. So here you can see on the right hand side, we can just add it in the manual as well. So let me just install this one, the React toast. So I'm just installing this React toast by force. So now whatever the dependency that I want, so let me just copy this one and create this toast dot tsx, and I'm just going to just paste in whatever I've just copied and use it inside this component. So let me just paste those content, and also let's create the two more function files, the toaster.tsx and this one as well. So we just have everything inside this. So I'm just going to add this toaster also, just wrapping this toast provider and all. So once you automatically add this, you don't have to do these things, so which I am trying to add in. So let's create this new file, this use toast as well. So now if I just add this function, then we should not see any issue. So fine. So if I just go here, try refreshing, so restart this TS server. Now we should not see any issue in here. Okay, so let me just go back here in this honor that we have for this toast. Let's make this around 2 times extra large, and then you will eventually see this me testing this one. So let's go to our LLM test now. So I can just import this use toast hook now and use this here. And also let's try to get this use preferences, because we need API key. So I'm just getting this API key, and now the function to test LLM, pass in the base model for this, and inside this let's try to get this test model key, pass in here this model. So the API key I'm going to get using this get API key function, pass in here this model. So if there is no API key, let me try to return this false, and this selected model key, let's try to get this model by key, pass in here this model key. So if we don't get this selected model key, I'm just going to set this to return this false. Else let's try to create this instance, create instance, pass in here selected model key and also the API key, and let's try to get this data like await selected model dot invoke, and let's say like this is a test message, something like this. And if we have this data dot content, then I can just return this true, that these are working. Else we are going to return this as a false, and in the catch block, let's try to console this error and also return false from this function. So this is how we just test this LLM is working or not, like do we have the API key and all those things. And now let's try to render this test button. So this we can test from our model component. So let's try to wrap this inside this button. Size, let's make this one smaller. Variant, let's make this one secondary. On click, let's make this asynchronous, and inside this one, so set is test running, I'm just going to update this one to true. And did it succeed or not, we are going to get this from the output of this test LLM once I pass in here this model. And if it is succeeded, then I'm going to show this toast message. So the title, let's say text succeed, in the description I'm just going to say like model is working as expected. In this variant, let me set this one to default. Okay, so that is if it is succeeded. Else, let's copy this toast and I'm just going to change this message like text failed, and this description, let's change this to like, please check your API key configuration or something like that. API key, and try again. Okay, fine. And this one, instead of this default, let's have this as destructive as the variant. So, and after this one, so let me just try to set is test running back to false. In the text of this, it's going to be test is running, it's going to be running. Else, let's say the button as run test. So from this, I'm just going to expose this one, render test button. So this I wanted to use inside our models, and also the toaster. Let me just replace this in our main layout where we are just in here. Instead of this from Sono, I wanted to use this from the toaster which we just added. That's the small change. And now to test this one, let's go to our settings thing. So here, let me get this test button. From this, use LLM test hook, and this button, let's try to add it here. Render test button, and I'm just going to provide it here, this OpenAI. So now let's try to see this one. So if I just open here the settings in this OpenAI, so now we have here this one test. So you can see Okay, this instantly failed. So ideally it should succeed. Let's test for this other things, and then I'm just going to check what is the issue. Let me just use this function. So here, render test button, so pass in here this Gemini. So if I just try to test this one, this, it did succeed. Okay, it's just because the model key I should change of this OpenAI. And Anthropic also, let's try to test this one. So I'm just adding it here, render test button. Let's again test this thing, render test button, this Anthropic. So if I just go to this and try to test this one, okay, interesting. Only this is working and others are not working. Let's just check. It might be maybe because of this the model that we are sending in. So that's strange. In here, let's so anyhow I'm just consoling this error so we can just check it out. Okay, so if I just try to test this one now, okay, yeah, and the only let's see if I just change this models list that I am sending here. In this one, let's add this one, the model Anthropic. Okay, so now let me just try to run this test. Okay, you can see it's just with respect to model, which I'm going to correct that one, but it's working. The names and all, it just changes. We will just update that list, but that's fine. The intent of me was to test these models whether they are working or not. So they are working fine. So, and we have added just a small feature of testing this if this model is working or not. And the transcribing also, it should work. Hello, how are you? So I've just stopped this, and yeah, and here as well, if there is any error, let's try to handle showcasing this toast message. just better user experience. So let me just add in use toast, and here let's try to get this toast basically in this error block here. Let's try to also add in here this finally block, and here I'm just going to set this is transcribing to false, and here we can just remove this one now. So I just wanted to use this block to show this toast message, this title, let's say failed to transcribe, and the description I'm going to say this something went wrong. I can just say like check your OpenAI settings. Okay, so to see these toast messages, you can just remove the key, or else have this wrong key and try to test this one. Okay, so this is the toast message that I wanted to show, just nothing big. And also in other places as well, now since we just added, we can just add wherever you think it is better to add some toast messages. You can just add those things. So basically here in this catch block that we have, let's try to show this toast message, this title, which I'm going to just keep it simple, keep this one as error. The description, let's say this is going to be like something went wrong. The variant, let's make this one as destructive. So fine, so just a small toast messages addition in our record voice and also the LLM. Okay, and in the model select, so whenever I'm just trying to select this models, let's just try to pass in the models list that I have. For this, let me just pass in this unique key so that we can identify this in our DOM. Yep, and fine, so we just added testing and also the toast messages. And now I just wanted to add in an option like which we can quickly set in a model settings. So let me just create a component. I'm just going to name that as like quick settings, and inside that let's have an option to add this model settings and all those things. I'll just create that component and just to use a common logic across the components. Let's create a hook which related to the model settings that we want. So inside this one, let's try to pass the model settings type to our hook, which is going to be just a refresh boolean variable. And now this hook use model settings, and let's get this prop, the refresh. Now inside this one, I'm just going to create a simple local state variable which model is selected. Okay, so here set selected model, this use state t model type, and also let's try to get this preferences to just get this, and also the update the user preferences. Okay, and also the model by key function. From this model list I can just get the function that I need, and here whatever we have in the settings of this common file here, this formic related logic and all, so I'm just going to move this one into the hook. So here of course there is going to be a issue because I'm just removing this, which we will fix. Okay, so now inside this one, let me just add in this formic and the use effect related, just import these things, the formic related import. So whatever we just have, I'm just maintaining this one here. In this default preferences, let's import this one as well, the max token and all those things. And here the preferences, let's update this set selected model to model by key, pass in here the preferences dot the default model, and rest whatever it is I'm just keeping them as it is. And this one will be refreshed based upon the prop that we are sending in, and from this I'm just going to expose the formic set preferences and the selected model. So this is a simple hook, and also in this models list let's also add in one more, like maximum output tokens prop. So here I'm just adding maximum output tokens, the number value, to our this models. This one 2048, and here this is going to be 4095, GBD4, it's also going to be the same. So let me just copy this one, and I'm just going to add to this other models as well, so that we don't see any issue. Let me quickly add for this models also the Claude so, and yep, and this Gemini Pro, this is going to be twice of that, so 8190. So I'm just adding that maximum tokens configuration here. this Gemini Pro, it's going to be just 4095. Okay, small addition. And also this, in this LLM, the prompt again, I'm just changing this back. I've tested this. So the prompt that the way that we are passing here, let's just move this one to the system prompt itself. So I'm just copying this thing, and let's just this one keep this as input, and this system prompt I'm just adding in here, just no difference, moving this into system prompt like whatever it was before. I'm just trying to keep it in the same way. Okay, now let's also try to address the issue inside this common component. I can just now remove this one and use this model settings hook that we just created, and from here let's get this formic and the set preferences thing. Okay, and this one, let's just pass in here this empty object, and everything should stay the same. And let's try to create the component where I wanted to add as part of a navbar. So inside this components folder, let me just create a quick settings component, and here I'm just going to create a very small component where we can quickly add model related settings. So this I'm going to wrap inside this popover, so just to open that showcase or not. So I'm just maintaining this state variable. Let me add this by default the false, and from this model settings, whatever I need, I'm just going to import all of those things. So basically the formic, the set preferences and selected models, this is what I want. And this refreshing, depending upon this, is open, so I'm just going to pass this value. And here let's create a render reset to default reusable component. So this, it's going to be the key of the preferences that we have. And here let's try to return this. So to just get this settings thing, let's open here this common. So this reset to default button, let me just copy this thing, and going to this, I'm just going to import this button and also this default preferences. So whatever we just added, set preferences, instead of this message limit or coding, I'm just going to add in here dynamically this key that we receive as input to this component. And let me change this one also to key, and this one as well, so that now we can reuse this component for reset. So instead of reset to default, I'm just changing this to reset. Okay, so this is the component, and now the popover section. Let's pass in here this opening dynamically with this our state variable on open change. Let's set this is open, and then this popover trigger add this as a child, and this will just the wrapper for our button component. Variant, let's make this one ghost, and the size of this, I want this one to be icon small, and this icon, let's say let's use this horizontal icon. This size, let's say 20. Weight of it, let's keep this one to bold. Okay, so I will add this one to see this exactly. I want to add as part of navbar, so this we need to fit it here. So this one exactly, let me add it below this drop down, I mean above this drop down. Quick settings component. In this we should see, now you can see here this settings. Now we don't have anything inside that. So we will not see anything, and just small the color change I wanted to add in. Now let's add in this from white, and let's this too transparent, whatever it was, I just wanted it to be for white theme. And this from Jink, let's have this one, so this is for white theme, and this is going to apply to both dark and white theme. Okay, so now let's go back to a quick settings, so where we wanted to complete this component. After this trigger, the content of this popover, content, and here this div. So if the selected model, then I wanted to show in the model info, and this also I'm just going to create a new component so that we can just reuse across the model components. So let's create this file as model info.tsx. Even this one, the type that I wanted to pass in here is this model info. Let's import this type, this model info component, which it's going to be this model. So this one, let's try to go to our model select section, where we try to showcase this info. I'm just going to copy all of this thing. This thing, let me just copy all of this. Once I complete this component, I'm just going to replace this here as well. So here, and let's try to create a simple div, and inside this I'm just going to wrap everything whatever we just copied. Okay, this format number I'm just going to import, and this one, let's make text smaller, and items, let me just center and add in some padding at the bottom. Fine, so that's the only change, and other things let's just keep it as it is, and except that the color, let's adjust to our themes accordingly. So for dark, I just wanted this text Jink 400, so I can just add these colors to this below divs as well. Okay, that is what I just wanted to add in. Now this one we can just quickly showcase in place of this empty fragment, this model info component that we have just created, so that we don't have to create again and again. So for this, the model, all I have to do is pass in here the selected model and close this thing. Okay, what is this issue? Yeah, I'll have to return this one, so that is the issue. So let's remove this one and move into this brackets. Now it should be sorted. So even if I open this one, the popover, you should see the selected model content and all. So like this, I wanted to add in the options to configure and all those things. So after this div, let's try to add inside this itself. So inside this div, one more div, I wanted to just add in here this tooltip, like the temperature and all those things, basically whatever we have to configure for a particular model, and add in this info icon size. Let's set this to 14. Weight, I want it to be a regular. Okay, and here let's add in some space, and we can just take the values that we have in this format dot values dot max tokens. This is what we will show. Okay, now you can see this max tokens, and then we wanted to render this reset to default these max tokens. Okay, and that's the button. And next, the slider component. So let me take this one as well from this settings common file. So here let's just take this the slider which I have, and go to this quick settings, and after this div, so let me just add in this slider component, so and import this one. So let's the step value, the one minimum, let me add in this to 0, and also the maximum, let's say the selected model dot max output tokens. And since this is max tokens, so I need to change this one to max tokens, and this key as well, let me change this to max tokens. Here as well, let's change this to max tokens. So this is how we are quickly setting in the things. So, and also the precise and all, let me just copy these things just below here. I'm just adding this precise, neutral, and creative, just whatever we have just added. Let's add in this color a bit more to 500. yeah, I just need to style this, which I will do. So in the similar way, let's just copy these two divs and add it below for the temperature. And let me just this one, I added this as a temperature, so let's change this content to max tokens. Okay, fine. So I'm just closing this one. I will style this. So to make it look better, all I'm going to do is add in this flex column, width full, margin top 4, and have some border at the top. And if it's a dark, I want this border color to be white, else I want this border color to be a black, like by 10. And this one, let's make this flex row items. Let's center these things and justify between, and the width I'm just going to make this one full. Okay, now eventually they should start to look better. This thing, let's make text to be smaller, text color to be zinc, like 600. If it's a dark, I want the zinc color to be like 400. Make this flex row and items. Let me just center this in the gap of 1. Yeah, slowly now it's starting to look better. So I can just remove this div now and just copy this, which with the styling which we have just added. So this one, let's adjust it to accordingly for the temperature. So the tooltip text, this is going to be the temperature, and even this max tokens need to be replaced with this temperature. This one, instead of this max tokens, I'm just going to change this one to temperature. And here as well, let's change this to temperature, the key. This as well, let's change this to temperature. And whatever the step, it has to be like 0.1 now. This minimum, it's going to be 0.1, and maximum value, which is going to be 1. This, let's change it to temperature, and this one as well to temperature. And remaining below, it's just going to stay the same. So like this, let's add quickly for other things, top probability and top key. So I'm just going to change this text accordingly, top probability, and here let me just change this temperature to respective things that we are trying to add in this. The key, it's going to be top probability, and here as well let me change this one, and the step minimum value and all, it's going to remain the same. Let's change this alone, and then we should be good. And below precise and creative, let's just remove this neutral. Okay, and finally all we have to do is just adjust this top key, and then we should be good. This temperature, the value, it's going to be this top key. In this key value, let me change this one to top key, and here as well I'm just adjusting it to top key. And finally, if I just change these two things, and then we should be good. Okay, fine. In here as well, let's just remove this neutral. Fine, so this is the popover content, that the quick settings. So to just style this one, the popover content, let's have some padding 1, and just I'm adding this background color, that's all, like 700, and some margin towards right, rounded, let's make this 2 times extra large, and this div, let's make this grid and have this only one column, gap of 1, padding of 3. Fine, so this is to quickly configure these settings that I wanted to add in. And now let's try to change this popover styling. So just now minor UI enhancements for all of our components. So the width, let's say I want it to be 80. Okay, yeah, you can see now it is increased and also rounded. Let's change this one to 2 times extra large, so more rounded, and also the shadow, let's change this one as well to extra large. Yeah, now we have better looking popover, and also the slider, the track, the height of it, let me change this to 4. Okay, fine. And this background color, instead of this 800, let me change this to lighter color, and also this dark color, instead of this zinc, I'm going to change this to black color. Okay, and this one, let's change this to zinc 800. Then this the thumb, let me just remove this border whichever we have, and I'm going to add this background to zinc, let's say 100, and this dark, let's keep this color to 400, whatever it was, and I'm just removing this background white color, and this dark, the BG white, whichever we have, let me just remove this one. Okay, fine. I think at least better now, if not that good. Like this, let's try to adjust for the other components as well. For this toast, here I'm just going to make this rounded like 2 times extra large. You might not be seeing, but I've just tested that, so accordingly I'm just adjusting this. In border, I'm just going to remove this border styling for the toast, and the variants, the default, the colors that we have 950, let me change this one to 800. Okay, fine. And the description of this opacity, Let's try to change this one to 60. Fine, so that's the change here. And in the drop down menu as well, so I'm just making a lot of changes. That's my just obsession. So if you wanted to just keep it the way it is, you're okay to just keep it the way it is. So here I wanted to change to the sub content, the side offset. Let's say I want this one to be 8. So this is what now, but little more like side offset I've just added. And also this menu content, let's change this one to like 24 minimum width, and also rounded, let's make this one like 2 times extra large. So the border color, let me make this zinc like 200. So now the width is also like adjusted. So that is what I just wanted to change here. The item also rounded, let's change this one to 2 times extra large, and padding, let's just increase a bit. Yeah, so this is what I just wanted to add it, and that's what I'm just improving little and little by little. Okay, and this command list component, so here so if I just try to open this command, if I have more list, I don't want the scroll bar to be visible, so I'm just applying here this no scroll bar. And for this button, let's add one more this size here, this link, this padding, I'm just going to set this to 0. In this alert section inside our these settings that we have, this alert component, let's try to remove this border whatever we have, and this padding, let's change this, just decrease this by 1. Okay, and also the destructive, let's remove this red color and make this transparent normally, and text, I want this to be like zinc 400. Okay, so like these are like minor changes, but they really make a big difference in the way that it appears. Okay, so now to this we can just configure to whatever this model is selected. So if I just change it to Gemini Pro, so if I just select this, you should see this Gemini Pro, and settings accordingly we can just add in. And for even if I just switch to this dark mode, and this the styling here for this dark mode, let's just add for this editor empty in the dark section as well. So for this, let me just a bit color change. That's the only thing that I'm going to add for this editor. So let me just quickly replace whatever the styling that we have. Additionally, I'm just going to add this one for dark mode as well. So this is the color that I wanted to have for this dark mode. Just a small difference, but it looks good. And if there is any error in our messages component in the AI bubble, so the component I wanted to like along with the error message, let's also add in a button which is going to help the user to open the settings and configure the API key. So basically here this error message where we are just showcasing that something went wrong and all. So let's additionally add in like make sure your API key is working, and this one let's try to configure in the description. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this the title. Let's just have this description, and here I'm just going to add in a button, the variant, the link. That's why we just added this link type, and the size it's going to be link. On click, all we are going to do is open the settings. So that one, let's just add it here. Use settings hook which we have, and here this open, let me just rename for better naming convention, and here I'm just going to call this open settings function, and this text of this, it is going to say like check API key. Okay, if you just wanted to see this one, I can just add it here, so you can see this is how it's going to look like something went wrong, make sure your API key is working and check API key. So if I just click on this one, it should open this settings model, and that's the intent. So let me just reverse this condition. Okay, and let me just clear history, and here the chat examples, just a minor styling. Let's change this one to 4 columns so that they are in the same row, and also the shadow that I have, let me just remove this shadow. The border color, let's change this one to black. So yep, that's the change. So if I just switch to light mode, this is how it's going to look like. The small changes makes big difference, so that's what I'm just trying to add it here, and this in the this chart input instead of here this write something. Let me just replace this with something like type slash, so that it's a better indication to the user that we can use the prompts from the list. So that is the text that I wanted to add it here. So if I just refresh this, we should see this placeholder. Yep. And also this, the main div that we have. Let's just change in the color from zinc to white. So zinc 50, whatever we have, I'm just adding this to white color. Okay, which is looking better. And also now this, the pop over content here as well. Let me just remove this background and a shadow effect and all. So I'm just going to add this one to zinc 100. And also this border color, let me just remove this thing and also this border. So I'm just going to remove. So now you can see the difference. So this is how it's going to look, which it's better. And you can see the small color changes, it makes it look better. And that's what I always wanted to achieve. And thus the model select here as well. Let's change this gap to 0. Fine. So like these are a few examples on this chart examples component. Let's try to wrap this one inside a div, this, which will make this flex column. Let's justify center items. Also let me just center this one. In this chart examples, I'm just going to move now into this thing. Okay, not much difference, but that is what I have just added. And also the chart messages now, the context that we have this color. Fine. Here as well, let me change this as well to zinc like 100. So if I just ask some question, this color I just change it to zinc color. And here as well, let me just change this to zinc color. So that was like not good, the existing color whichever we had it. Just small changes. And this main layout also, let's also change this one to the white color. Fine. And now inside this model select, let's try to use this model info component which we have just created and try to get rid of the model info whatever this we have. So I'm just going to remove this completely, this all of these things which we moved it to different component. And in place of this one, I'm just going to replace this with model info, and all we need to do is pass in here this model, and it's just going to stay the same. Okay, fine. And this weight, let's make this one to bold. Yep, so that it looks better. And also this drop down menu item, on clicking the setting preferences, let's also add in here this tokens, the default preferences dot max tokens. So I'm just configuring that. So that's the only thing I'm just updating on these components to fit in whatever the changes that we make again and again. And this navbar, I think it's looking good, but if we want we can just make this size look bigger. And also this minimum width, I can just change this to like 250. And here as well, let me change this one to 250. Okay, so just the width, I've just tried to increase this so that we have some more space to see the content that we have just added. Fine. These are the changes that we have, and you can add in as many examples as you want into these rules. So like these are like the placeholders which have just added. And I mean to example prompts as well. So let's say I wanted to create some follow-up mails or something like that. So let's say what I'm trying to say. So if I just add in here this example and try to delete this current session, and this is like professional meeting follow-up, and this is like, yeah, and this is how it's going to give us the template, and then we can quickly use this. And so like this reply email following up on something like this. And I'm just going to add more examples, but just directing you like this is how we can just add in as many examples as we can. And now let's spend some time to improve styling for light and dark mode, and see how it's going to look like. And then we will try to focus on adding minor features and take it the application from here. I'll add in some color codes and try to adjust that colors. And just before that, the settings command file where we are here, let's try to create here this simple from this quick model settings thing. The button whatever we have, let's just use this one and try to, so this default preferences, let me just import these things. Okay, so we do have here this preferences, I'm just importing here. Yep, now things should be good. So render reset to default, which we just added. So let's try to replace whatever we have here. Render reset to default, this is for the system prompt. And for the messages limit as well, so that if we wanted to make any change we can just make the change in this component and it's going to reflect everywhere. Fine. And now for this max tokens, and this one for the temperature. Okay, like this, just replace the top P and top K, and then we should be good. And finally this top K button. So now it looks clean, because as our application gets bigger, it will be very hard to manage if we just keep it that way. So that's the only intent. Also, you can just, if you're okay, you can just keep that as it is. Let me just remove this imports. I'm not able to select this. Okay, and here as well, the unused things, just try to keep it clean. Okay, this is small change. And now let me add in some color codings into the global.css. So to the root, so I'm just going to add to this root whatever we have. Let me add in the color, zinc color, whichever I was trying to change for background and text and all. So I'm just going to add few color codes and try to refer these color codes and update inside our tailwind config as well. So this one, in this extend section, the colors. So let me just add in this jink configuration. So I'm just adding in here whatever the colors that we want in our tailwind suggestion, just 50, 100 and all till 950, the color display and all. So you can just add in whichever color you want in this format. And now I have added, let's slowly start to change all the components that I'm worried about for the themes and all. So the code span section, so this one I wanted to change this color. So again, let's ask some boolean code to retrieve public Twitter data, something I'm just asking. Okay, fine. So this color and all, so if I just switch to dark mode, this color, let's make this to be as a white, and this background I want this to be like 50. Text, let's change this one back to 800, and for dark, the background color, let's have this white color, and font type, let's keep this one as a medium. Okay, yeah, this is the small change for code span that I wanted to do. And the quick settings, the slider, again I'm just going to improve the stylings of this component. That's fine. If you just wanted to skip, you can just skip this. The timestamps, you can just take that, and whichever you wanted to just have a look at it, you can just add in this one. Let's make this rounded full, and also overflow. Let me just hide this thing, the thumb that we have. Also below this thumb, I'm just going to add in a div with just a small width and height. In background, let's make this white and dark. Background zinc like 400 and rounded. Let's make this one full. Okay, and let me just close this div. So you can see now that's what I just wanted to add it. This thumb. So instead of just closing this one, let's add this div inside that. So inside this, I'm just adding this the div, and also this background and all whatever it was zinc. Let's change this to 800. In this one, let's just keep this to white, and shadow, let me just remove this one. I'm just going to add this the right side alone, the full and transition whatever, let's just leave it to like that. So if I just increase this one, so this is the div which I'm trying to add. Fine, let's just keep this thing, and the popover also, let's again this color, this border, the content, the border color, let's just change this to 100. Okay, you might not see big difference, but I'm just changing this anyway. And this drop down menus, let's change the content of this rounded I want so to extra large, so that you see more curved rounded. Okay, and also this menu content that we have, this border color, let's keep it consistent to 100. The menu item that we have, font type, let me make this one to be medium. Okay, yeah, so the difference on the right side, and also rounded, let's change back to extra large, not just more thing. And also this padding in x direction and y direction, let's have this to 2. Yep. And this focus background, I want this to be a zinc 50. And also this text color, let's change, instead of this accent, to zinc 800. And this dark mode, so if it's a dark, and this focus, I want background to be black like 30. and also the text color, let's keep this one to be white. So if I just focus here, you can see now this text and all. That's the changes I'm making and again. So that's for the drop down menu, and then for this dialog, for overlay the background whatever we have, let's just change this to 400, and whatever it was before, let's just keep that one for the dark mode. Okay, you can see the difference now, which it's starting to look better. And also this command as well, the item and each item which I'm trying to add it here, the text color, let's make this to 800. Okay, and this minimum height, I'm just going to set this to 10. In this area selected background, instead of this 200, let's have this as 100. And also the text color, the area selected, let's change this one to 800. Okay, fine. So you can see the difference. That's for the command. And for button, let me add in one more variant here on the size, link smaller. So I'm just adding here this text to be extra small. That's the small addition. And this badge, I think I'm just going to change this alone, and then we should be good. For this default, this jink background, let's just change and to be consistent this one to 900. Fine, that's the change inside the badge component. And now going to this settings component, the common that we have, looking good. And here also I'm just going to change the background color. So the message limit that I have here, so let's use all previous here. This background, the zinc, whatever we have, let me just change this one to 50. Okay, and also let's the format, the temperature section, the div as well, let me change this one to 50. In all of this divs that I have, I'm just going to change this to 50. Yeah, I think we should be good. So that's the change. The background and other components, let's focus on one at a time. The quick settings which we just added recently, the component. So the button size, of this one, let's set this to be instead of this small, and which we added this link, I wanted to make this one extra small. Now you can see the difference, which we are making the text size extra small. And also this popover content, that I have added. Let's change this padding to 0, and inside this one um, so if this selected model, then I just wanted to showcase here this model info model, selected model, and additionally I'm just going to add in to show this details or not, which this is the component that I wanted to show, and the styling of this one. Let's add in this border bottom, and just the color for dark, let's have this white color border, else let's have this black color and padding of 3. So, and then rest whatever we have, let me just keep that as it is, and instead of adding here this padding, this divs where we are trying to and also let me just remove this selected model from that, and for this I'm just going to add in here this padding info. So if I just open this one, so whatever it is, let's just keep it as it is, and this alone, let's change this styling whatever we had before. I'm just going to add some power color like background. Let's make this zinc 50, and dark on our background, let's add in this 30 color, and rounded, let's make this one to be 2 times extra large. Okay, so that's the changes that we are making, and to just quickly fix this issue with respect to this model info, so let's make the changes into this component, and then we will get back to that component. So show details, and this is going to be optional, and also the boolean type. So here if show details we have received, and now let's just remove this padding at the bottom. This I'm going to show only whatever we have, this tokens, model, input price, output price, and all those things. Inside this, let's try to add it into fragment and move this one into this the fragment. Okay, fine. Only if that is true, then I'm going to show this info. That's the only change. And now going to this, so I've just enabled and disabled that showcasing. So if I just set this to a true, you should see the info whatever you have. So let's set this one to false, and whatever I have just added here, this padding and rounded and all those for this div, let me add it to other divs which we have here. So I'm just going to replace all of these things. So this whatever I've just added, so let me just replace this new stylings that we are trying to add in here as well. Let me just remove this colors and all into this as well. So like a lot of changes I'm making, but that's fine. And now you should see the difference, which is looking good. Okay, that is the changes that I have made to make it look better. The changes inside our quick settings, and also in the model select components we can see now the difference. So in this model select as well, the menu content that we have, let's add in this side offset like 4, so that the thing that we are trying to show. So if I just, and also this side I want always it to be on the top section. So that is what I'm just ensuring with this restrict and constraints. And let's just keep this as it is, and then menu item, let's add in this text size to be small, the font type to be medium. Of course we are going to see this error, and instead of this chink, let's change this one to black now, and also this one change this to 50. Okay, let's just refresh this one so you can see now these things that we have. And the sub content that I have also, let me just change this to 800 and rounded. Let's make this one 2 times extra large. Okay, fine, now it looks good to me. So that's the change in the model select, and also the code block component, the background where I have just added this white, let's change this to zinc 50 color. And also this border, instead of black I'm just going to change this to transparent. Okay, fine. In this chart messages, the props context which I have not selected, so if I just select this one, this props context that we have, let's change this background as well to lighter zinc color. And below even this human message that we have, I'm just changing this to lighter zinc color. The chart input component as well, let's change this, the background color to 50. You should see the difference. And also this command input, so whenever this input that we have, let me set this height to 10, and also the list, the padding, let's add in more bit of a padding so that it looks better now. The AI bubble component, the icon that I am trying to show, let's add more padding in X direction, but in Y direction let's keep this to 1. Okay, this is the small change, the padding for the icon. and also the is loading spinner. The opacity I'm just going to change this one to more like 70. Yep, so this is the change, the minor changes, but slowly it's turning out to look way good. So that's the intent of this. So if I just switch to light mode, it's yeah, this again, few things if I missed it, I just need to fix this one. So missing styles. So leaving aside this props context, which I will fix it. So let's just try to see the other things, which is fine. This can be made little bigger, which we can take care, and this one as well will fix this styling. And the chart example, so let me just delete the I'm just clearing this history, and this chart examples, let's add in some icon before this every title, like asterisk icon, the size let's say at 20, and this weight I'm going to set this to bold. Let's see how this is going to look. Yeah, this is the icon, and also if I just add in this more gap, like these are the examples. Fine, and going to this settings model, the settings component for this providers and all, let's change this color to 800, and also this common section as well. So wherever we have this default settings and all, this title and all, let's also change this to 800. This text color, okay, and also let me just add some padding in y direction, the default settings, so just so that there is some space in the y direction. That's like the small changes we are making. And also this one, let's change this to a small, link small, and other things as well. Let me just add in some padding in y direction so that there is some space. The messages limit, so instead of that, let's change it to better text. So I'm just going to say this as the context length, so that it looks similar to other platforms, whatever the standard playgrounds are using. Context length, okay. Fine, and here as well, let me change this to like, instead of message limit like previous, messages limit, which we wanted to take that thing. And for all other things like tokens and all, let's just add in this padding in y direction. Even for below temperature, so I'm just adding this padding. Yeah, so now more space. And for this one as well, let me just add that. Padding, and finally the last thing. So if I just add here we should be good. Yeah, don't worry about this thumb div which I just added, which we will take care. And also let's just change the color of this other providers as well to 800. And even here this OpenAI provider, let's change this color to 800. Okay, fine. And this dialog, the command, the dialog content, this border, whatever we have, let me change this color to transparent. And for dark, let's have this white color. Okay, yeah, only for dark we'll have this white color, else it's going to be just transparent. For this thing. And also if you just look at this settings, this switch component, let's change this a bit. So whatever the shadow that I have, let's just remove this one. And also the background color, where I have just added the green for this. Instead of this green, let me change this to like zinc 800. And for unchecked, let's change this to like zinc 200. Okay, so now you can see, yeah. And this thumb also, if I just change instead of this green, this should fix. Instead of this green color, if I just change this one to zinc 800. And also this data, if the state is checked, I want this background to be white. Yep, now looks good. So if I just, yeah, this is like enabled, so fine. And also this toast, let's just change this text size to medium. I mean this title, the font type, instead of to semi bold, to medium. So if you wanted to see, you can just show this toast always and check this, but that's fine. These are like minor changes. The toast, whichever we are wrapping, let's improve this gap. And also the size of this warning to 24, and have some margin at the top. And this check icon as well, 24. And I'm just going to add in some margin top. So if you just wanted to see the difference, now you can just go to settings and open any providers and try to run this test. So you should see just the difference that we have just tried to add it. That's the small change. Which I have just added. to this one. Yep, so this is like styles fixing and we should be good. And next let's try to focus on adding the other features. So basically, like let's say we have this some message generated and all, and if I wanted to delete, we are just straight away deleting it. So let's try to add in like some message confirmations, and also the in the chat messages, if I want the data to be displayed in table, all those things let's try to add one by one. So we'll add this delete confirmation message and all. Just a small before that, small change inside our chart input component. So I just wanted to make just minor change to like autofocus thing. So and also let's try to clean few things whichever we are not using those things. So here this input regex and custom remark, let me just remove this one. And in the editor, let me just set the autofocus to true. So I'm just adding in here to true, and also just here inside this use effect, I'm just going to handle if this editor dot is active. Then let me just try to focus this component, the editor, and here let me change or call this one if the editor is active and all. That's fine. So this is the small change, and also I'm going to add in a simple function which is going to handle the focus and clearing the content as well. So there are a lot of functions inside this component. Let's try to this editor content, the component here. I'm just going to add in this auto focus in this on click, this button on click. Let me pass in here this editor dot get text, and also let's add in a simple function where we have this focus to input. So similar way, I'm just going to create a simple function to clear this input. So let's name this clear input function, and here all I'm going to do is let's just try to separate this functionality. So just here I'm calling this clear content, and this focus to input I'm adding in here this end. So let's just go to this focus to input that we have. So in here I'm just going to now call this clear input. So just a small change, there's nothing to show. So you can see this is autofocus on this editor, and that's the change. And now the deleting the message logic, so that we need to handle inside the AI bubble component. So for that, let me as usual create a simple local state, whether this delete confirm or popover is open or not. So this is this delete confirm set open delete confirm, and this use state, let's set this one to false by default, and we are going to use this to maintain the state of the popover and all. So this one where we have this delete tooltip, so inside this thing, let me try to add here this popover component, and this open, I'm going to pass in this open delete confirm the state on open change set open delete confirm, and inside this let's add in this popover trigger as the child, and here this the button component, whatever I have here, this trash simple and all. Let's try to move this one into this triggering point. So this variant, let's just keep that one size and rounded and all, but on click let's not call this removing message function, and also let's make this one to be bolder, and below this trigger the popover content. In this we are going to try to handle this removing logic, removing message logic. So in this p tag, let's say font medium, and this padding bottom, and here I'm just going to say something like, are you sure you want to delete this message? Okay, so let's try to, so if I just click this one, no, ideally we should see this popover. Yeah, so this is what we are trying to add in this message, and below this let's add inside this div a button to delete that one. So flex row gap of 1, and inside this one let's add in this button component variant. Let's make this one the default variant, and also the styling, let's have this red color like 600, and on hover let's try to improve this color to 700, like more red. And this on click, let me call this remove message by passing in this id, and here this text of this button, let's say we are going to call this as delete message, and fine. So that's the button that we have, and the another button to just cancel that. So variant, let's say ghost. On click, let me try to set this open delete confirm back to false, so that it just closes this popover content, and we are going to have this cancel button. Okay, so that's the change for deleting and all. So if I just can click on this cancel, it's going to close that, and in this we can just delete this one, so which it's going to remain same. So let me just try to delete this message. So if I just delete, that's done. So let's add in something. So what is deal book summit? Okay, yep. So this is the info. Fine. Now we just added this deleting popover, and also let's try to show this token price as well. So for that we are showcasing the number of tokens that we're using. Alongside, let me just try to show this price. So use token counter.tsx, and here let's try to create a hook, which I'm just going to name this as use token counter. And here let's try to use this model list hook, and here I'm going to get this model by key, and let's create a simple token count function and also the function to calculate the price, passing in this message, and here this const encoding for model gbt40, let's say. Okay, so if this message, let's try to return this encode message dot length, and if not, just whatever we have in that chat AI bubble component, I'm just going to remove this and replace with this, and also this count pricing. So in here this token, which is going to be number, this model key, let's specify this is going to be of type model key, and this type, like which is it the input or output, so the input or the output. And now inside this one, let's try to get this model by key and pass in here this model key. In here, if this type it's equals to the input, then I'm just going to return here, let's typecast this to number. Let's multiply this token with this model dot input price, or let's say 0 if you don't have thing, and I'm just going to divide this by million. Okay, so fine, or else let's just pass in 0. Okay, the same thing now for output, number of this token multiplied by this model dot output price, and let's divide by this number. And what is this problem? Okay, this adding this issue, so let me just say 0. Okay, so I'm just closing this here. Now we should be good. So, and here from this hook, let's just return this get token count and count pricing. So now we have this helper function. So inside this AI bubble component, let me try to use this token count for now. So this get token count, let me just remove this thing, and the token count I can just get using this token counter, and from here let me get this token count, and the thing that I wanted to show, so let me just remove this one as well. And of course, where we are referring this token count, we will see this problem. So let me just remove this token count check, and I'm just going to completely remove this token count. So and let's try to modify this Okay, so now this tokens usage, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to, for now, not worry about showcasing, and I'm just going to let's try to add this one later. And I'm just going to add a support to showcase table and minor refactoring of this components that we have and all. So let me just do this, and then I'll add in the support for table. The pricing section we will just add eventually, and in this chat input, let's also try to handle this showcasing this toast messages. And also I wanted to add in this hard break to our chat input editor. So this one, let's use this tip tab extension, the hard break, and this one. And also let's import this use toast to just show the toast messages if file input is not according to format that we're expecting, API key is missing, and all those things and all. So let's try to show this toast messages in this from the sonar. I'm just replacing this one, and here I'm just going to use this toast hook that I have. And here I'm just going to take this, and let's also include this hard break as part of this editor. So here I'm just going to add this also, the extension to this. Now this toast messages wherever we wanted to show in this file. So instead of this one, let's add in here this title. So I'm just going to say this as invalid of format. Description, let's say this, please select a valid image, whatever this text that we have I just removed. So that, let's add this one back, PNG format, and GIF is what we take in as the input. And this variant, let's set this one to be destructive. Okay, so that's the change. And also now let's, here this model does not support image, so instead of this one, let's try to add it is in the object. And this one, I'm going to add this as a description. The title, for now let's add in this expression. And this variant, again let's add it to destructive. Okay, and also here, if there is no API key, here as well, let me change this format. This should be the description. The title, I'm going to set again, for now let's have this title variant destructive. Okay, those are the changes. And one more small change while we are trying to record. So in here, this on click, let's try to make this asynchronous. And here I'm going to check for this API key. So if So we can do it in this way, like get API key of this OpenAI, and if there is no API key, let me add in here this toast message that API key is missing. So you can just simple toast messages to the user. So I can specify here recordings require OpenAI API key, and let's please check settings. Okay, and after this I'm just adding in here this variant, which that's the destructive. So that's the small change. And after this one, let's try to open the settings into OpenAI. So we'll just redirect the user to settings thing so that he can set in this OpenAI key. Simple logic that I have just added. Okay, and this selected prompt that we added, so this one, let me for now remove this thing. So whatever the prompt that we have selected, I will just add that eventually, and add now some padding here at the bottom. So whenever we are just trying to render in this editor content height, let's set this to 8. Now looks good. And in this command list, let me add in an option to create a new prompt. So for now I'm just going to add in here this placeholder. So on select, we are not going to do anything, but let me just add in here disabled it as a true, and inside this one the plus icon size, let's say 14, weight bold, and the styling of this, let's just add in here the shrink 0, and let's add in some space. And after this I'm just going to add in some text like create new prompt, and let me just add in some text like we'll add soon or something like to do. Okay, so if you just wanted to see this one, open this one. So create new prompt, so that is the thing, the badge will add soon, so which we will add, and that's the change that we made. And if I just select this, the stylings, the topic, let's try to adjust this color of this code. So I'm just going to change this color of this code that we have, the prompt eyelet. Let's just replace this with this color. Okay, fine. So rather than this green, and also this border, let's add in like 12%. Yeah, now looks decent. Fine. And this in this settings component that we have for this test and all, let's make it look better. I mean, I'm just going to add them into a single div, and we will try to so let me just create in here this div, make this flex row, and items, let's center them gap of 2. and let me just remove. So inside this one, whatever this button and this render test button which I have, so I'm just moving this into this div so that now they should be. So if I just go here, yeah, in the same row aligned. Let's do the same for the other component as well, this thing. So I'm just adding in a div so that we can make it look like they're next to each other, like flex row, just whatever we added for anthropic, I'm just adding it in that way. So let me just close this button, and also this open AI. So this also should be, yep, in this Gemini as well. Here let's add in this div flex, make this row item center and have this gap of 2, and inside this let's move this button and this render test button. Okay, so now everything should look good. Those are like small changes that we have. And this command component, so if it is disabled, let me just the item, so let me just add in this gap to 2, and let's this area disable opacity, I'm going to set this one to 50, and also this, if it's disabled, pointer events none. Okay, that's a small change. And also this toast in our dark theme, let's make this destructive the variant that we have. The border color, I'm just going to add in here this border white color, and this one let's add in this white color. Okay, for this default and this destructive theme. And small change inside our chart provider, so whenever we are trying to fetch the current session here, I wanted to make small change here, fetching this current session in this error. If there is any error, let's try to first create this new session, and in then this callback function we are going to update this to current session, and let's set this current session loading to false. So if I'm not able to open the current session, then we'll just create new session and open it. That's the small change. And also whenever we are trying to remove this message, let's add in here this sessions so that we just get those things. And even here this filters, whenever we are trying to clear history, there also let's try to showcase the toast message, just the alerting user. You cannot again like this will clear all chart history and all. So I'm just going to go to this clear history, wherever we have this on select, let's do one thing. So here let's try to dismiss this, and then I'm just going to use this toast. So let's just create this toast using this use toast hook. So from here let's just destructure this toast object, and let's use this one here, this toast. The message that I'm going to show here is this title. Let's ask like, are you sure? And then this description, I'm going to set this as like, this will clear all chart history, and I'm going to say like, this action cannot be undone, something like this. And this variant, let's make this one as a destructive, and this action in here, let's add in here this button component, and the size of this, let's make this one smaller. In this variant, I'm going to make this default on click, whatever the logic that we have to remove this sessions. Here inside this on click, let's add in this the function that I have here, this clear chart sessions and all. So I'm going to completely remove this one, and inside this on click functionality of this button, just adding this functionality, and let's close this here, this button component. The text of it, it's going to say or delete. So that's the change. And also this, the text color whatever we have added, I'm just removing this. So to just see, let's remove this text color for other the icons as well. And here let's just remove this thing. Now we should be good. So if I just try to create this history, so you can see at the end, are you sure this will clear all chart history and this action cannot be undone. So if I just delete, it's going to delete, or else we can just close it. So if you wanted to just see, so it's going to be same functionality, and that is what this better way of handling other delete and all those things. So just alerting the users, and now just inside this chart sessions, whenever we are trying to remove this message by ID, let me just in here these sessions that I'm just trying to return and all, let's do one thing. So this new filter sessions, let's use this new sessions and try to filter by leaving, I'm just going to filter only which has this messages dot length, and then this new filtered sessions we are going to set to this new filtered sessions, and let's just return this new filtered session. So we're just filtering only the sessions whichever has the messages, and that's the thing. And the settings model, the LLM test, this button, let me make this one to default instead of the secondary. Okay, now it looks good. The black color, Okay, and inside this LLM, let me just try to print the prompt value and see if you're getting this. The count pricing on all, so I'm just going to use this as a placeholders now. So let's use this token counter hook. From here, let's try to get this token count and also this count to pricing. So just the placeholder now, and here let me just, after this chain, I'm just going to get this prompt value, and I wanted to console here to just test, like format prompt value, the chat history, previous allowed chat history, or this empty array, the context, the props dot context, the input. Let's add in here this prompt dot query. So we are just going to console this now. Later I'll add in this logic to handle this functionality. So let's try to convert this into a string. So I'm not going to, you can just check it out on this prompt value, how what is it going to print. And here also you can just check out here this, the output as well, the chunks wherever we are trying to concatenate. We can try to capture in this final chunk and then try to calculate the tokens and pass it here. For now, let's try to console this chunk and see how it's going to look like. Okay, yeah, so this is like basic handling the toast messages and also this token and all. So for you to test at this chunk and all, so basically you just need to collect all of this chunk and then use that to pass to calculate the price of it, and that's I'm going to add that eventually. And now let's try to add in the table support, and I'm just wanted to check that the table support thing. So to add in the table support, let's go to our MDX, and here I'm going to add in here this table section, and inside this table let's try to wrap inside this div and also this table component, and I'm going to render whatever the children that we have. Let's try to style this, and also this table header here again, this children. Let me okay, what is the problem? Yeah, so here let's try to return inside this t head the children whatever we get. So like this, we just need to handle this table row here again inside this. Let's add in this tr row, this styling and all. I'm just going to add this eventually, and here let's add in this children, then this table cell, the children, and also let's add in here this flags. So if the flags dot header, then let's try to wrap this one in th tag and pass in here this children. Else let's try to use this td and wrap this children inside this. So that is for table cell and this table body, the children that we have, and here I'm just going to wrap inside this t body the children that we have, and I'm just going to now let's try to test this one. Of course I need to style this, and also just as for our chart input the white space to just make it to handle. If there is any white space we can just try to add in this to our editor the option to handle that. So here let me add the parse options. So here I'm just going to preserve white space, and so to not discard this white space. So let's say if I just ask for like render countries GDP in table format, and let's see now, since we just added here this table support, so this is how it's looking. So if I just try to add in a styling for our the components which we are trying to add in, so this should start to look good. Let's see this main table, the parent, this div that we have, overflow in the x direction. Let's make this auto, and margin in y direction 3, yep, and add some border. This border color, let's make this one as zinc like 100, and rounded, let's make this one extra large. In this dark, this border color I want it to be white. Okay, now you can see we added here rounded and border and all. This table component, let's make this one widthful, and overflow, let's hide it. Text, I want this to be smaller, and also this text to be left aligned, and let's add in the right to left, it is going to be text right. Text color, let's make this one as a gray color, and for dark thing I'm just going to have this as a lighter gray. Okay, fine. So that's for this table, and the other components that we have, the header. So this thing, let's make this also extra small, width to be full, font type, let's make this one medium, text to be zinc like 800, and add this uppercase, and background I'm just going to add in here this zinc 50, dark, let's make this as a background white color. The dark text, let's make this as white color like 20. So now we should have this background. Okay, slowly it's starting to look better. That is for header. And now for this table row, simple, I'm on hovering, let's add in this zinc color. Background I'm just adding here this zinc. For dark, let's add in background to be white. So basically if I just hover here, this is how it's going to show us better user experience. This table cell, the header, so if we have just, I'm going to add in here this padding 3, and also text extra small. Now you can see this change, and here as well let's add in padding 3. Text, I want it to be smaller here. Fine, it is starting to look better. So this is the table styling in this support that we want. You can see now it is looking good. So that's how we can add in whichever the format support that we wanted to see. And let's try to increase the font sizes, the text zinc color, whatever I just added. So I'm just going to increase a bit the font sizes inside our tailwind config. So this section, let me just try to increase that. So I'm just going to replace that with this increased font size. So I'm just replacing this with this increased font size. So nothing much difference, just the font size we are trying to improve. And to improve this font size, just above this border radius, I'm just going to configure this custom stylings for extra small and all those things. Okay, so now you can see a bit for, so by default whatever we are just overriding these things, and also this color codings, I've just changed this so that it starts to look better. So if we just switch to dark mode as well, so it is looking better. Okay, fine. So switching to light mode, this is how it's going to look like, which is better. And now let's try to work on some styling for mobile thing, and I wanted to make little bit responsive. So if I just try to here, let's try to work on to make this one responsive, and see how it's going to look like on this smaller devices as well. To make it look on a small screen as well, so let's try to tweak some of the components. The air bubble uh, component that we have here, from medium screen onwards, let's make this one as a row, else I want it to be a column. And also this padding for medium screen onwards, let's keep this one as padding 3, and else let's have this one as 0. So if I, let me try to refresh this, and also the chart input, okay, the chart input component, let's make, so this one as well, let's try to tweak a few. So first this attached image, though I am not attached, let's try to make this width as full, and from medium screen onwards I'm just going to have this 700 pixel, which I will add, that should not be a problem. And this div where we have the paddings and all, so from medium screen onwards let's have this 4, health padding in the x direction 2, and padding at the bottom 1, and this medium screen onwards I'm just changing this to 4. You can see minor changes as we make these changes. Okay, and now just going here, this div where we have this image and pop over and everything, let's make this width as full, and medium I'm going to restrict this to 700 pixel. So now you can see slowly this started the improvement, and this popover, let's make this one width to be full, and this div where we have this width as 700, so I'm just going to change this one to width full. Yep, and also this popover content, let's set this width from medium screen onwards, and I'm going to add in this minimum width of like 96 viewport width. So here this popover content, so I'm making sure that, yep, now you can see this chart input is slowly looking good. So even if I reduce and that the chat messages, that's fine for now. These are the like improvements we are trying to make to this one. And if I just clear this history, of course this we need to make it work. So these examples as well, the chat examples that we have, let's change this number of columns. So by default we have this 4, so from medium screen onwards I'm just going to have this 4, and also this gap, let's add in from medium screen onwards to 3, else to gap of 1, and width I'm just going to add in full, and from medium screen onwards let's change this width to be 700 pixel, and the columns I'm just going to change this to 2 columns for smaller screens. Okay, fine. So better this examples, so we just change it to 2 columns, and also width I made full, gap which change it to 1, and from me for medium we just kept this as a medium 3, and the div that we have, and the padding, let's apply this one to medium screens. For smaller screens I'm going to change this to 2, and also the X to 3. Yep, so like these small changes makes it look good. So yep, and also the input is also looking good for me. Slowly eventually we will change the other components as well, so just cross checking the div wherever we are trying to show this messages. So this div, what I wanted to make the width, let's change here the to full, and from medium we'll have the 700 pixel, and this padding of 4, and medium let's not have any padding. So again if I ask some question, we should see now it's looking good. So that's how we are trying to make this as well responsive. So since we changed this width to full and also some padding, it is starting to look good on this chat messages component as well. And also this model select, let's try to this regenerate model select, the drop down menu content, the height of it, let me change this one to like 300 pixel, and I don't want any scroll bar, and also overflow, let's make this one auto. Okay, fine. So we just reduce this height so that it looks good, and that's the change that we are making. And slowly this is starting to look good, whatever we are having for chat messages, chat input, and all those things. And this settings provider, this needs to be worked. So these settings that I have, this dialog component where we are trying to wrap in this content, this minimum width whatever I have, I'm just changing this to medium screen on ports, and this height as well 600 pixel. Let's add in here this width of this, let's say 96 width, and also the height, I'm just going to change this to 96. Okay, yep, and let's make this rounded, the extra large. And this, instead of making this row from medium screen onwards, let's have this as a row, else I want this to be a flex column. Okay, now if I just start working on this below divs, then slowly it should start to look good. And from medium screen onwards, let's have this width 250 pixel, or else I'm going to make this width full. Okay, you can see the difference. And also this absolute, let's make this right 0. Yep, and this bottom 0 for medium screen onwards, I'm just assigning this as bottom 0, and this flex column and all, let's keep it for medium screen onwards. Else let's have this the flex row, and also for medium let's have this gap of 0, else this gap of 1. Okay, fine. So this is the change that I'm trying to make, and of course this is not looking good, but let's work on this. And this general text whatever we have, let's make this one hidden by default from medium onwards. Let's make this one to be flex. So now the general text is hidden. The settings menu, that icon that I'm trying to show, let me try to wrap inside a div, and here width and height I'm going to set this to 6, make this flex, and this flex row items, let me center this, and also justify, let me center, and inside this I'm going to show this menu icon, and below this in the span tag, let's make this styling of this size as smaller, and if this selected menu is matching to this menu dot key, then I'm going to make this flex. Else let's hide this one, and inside this thing I'm just going to add in this menu dot name. Now I'm just going to remove this one, these things. Okay, fine. And this below models as well, let's make this to be hidden on smaller screens. Else let's make this as a flex. So same thing for this icon and name. So this name, let me just try to wrap inside this span tag. Let's make this text smaller, and this selected menu is equals to menu dot key. I'm just going to make this flex. Else let's hide this name. So, and let me move this name into this span tag. Fine. And this components for medium screen onwards, let's add in some margin left, and have this margin at the top, let's say like 60 pixel, and medium screen I don't want any margin. Now you can see the difference, so which it is starting to look better. So if I just select this one, so we are opening this, and also that name we are trying to show the same thing, which it's looking good. So this is how we make it responsive for the smaller screens as well, and have provide a good user experience, and that's how making this responsive. And now this nav bar, so let me just go to the other components. Of course we have a lot of components to make. One by one we'll try to make changes, and let's see how this is going to look like. This also, let me change here this padding to like p of 2. Okay, now you can see the difference. I just changed this the padding of this nav bar, and the main layout, let me just add in the viewport data. So I'm going to add here this viewport data. So width, let me set this one to device width, and the initial scale, let me set this to 1, maximum scale to 1, and the user scalable, I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, just the viewport configuration, and the font sizes and all also, let's try to make this also the responsive for the smaller screen sizes and all those things. So let's first try to reduce this font sizes here. The extra small, I'm just going to change this to 7.8, and this small, let me change this to 8.4, and this base I'm going to change this to 0.90. Let's keep others as it is, and let's try to change this font sizes as well according to the screen sizes, so that it doesn't occupy more space whatever the screen size it's going to be. So I'm just changing only few things, and let's see this one. this it's smaller, and medium onwards let's make it little bigger. So I'm just making this one as a base, and this, if it's not loading this text extra small, which I'm going to change this to smaller. Medium, let's make this one as a base. Okay, so if you just wanted to see the difference, so if I just change, this is a bigger font, and now here this is like little smaller font. This chart examples as well, I'm just going to change this from medium screen onwards to text base. Like, you might not see the big difference, but that's the change. It looks good. And there as well, let's change this one to text base, the chart input component as well. So let's try to change here the size of this. This, wherever we are referring this text to a base, and also this recording as well, let me add in from medium screen onwards text to be a base. And the main div where we are trying to wrap all of our components, here let's change the text to medium to base. Yep, so in this render attached image component, I'm just going to change this one to smaller, and here let's change this one to base. So like this, like wherever we have just referred, please feel free to change this accordingly, and so that it looks better and not smaller and not bigger depending on the screen sizes. So here let's add in for medium screen onwards text to be little bigger, the base, and the editor content component as well. Let me change here this text size to be a base. Fine, that's those are the like small changes inside the chart input component. In going to this chat messages, also the context that we are trying to show this context messages. So here as well we have text to be smaller, so I'm making this sub base for medium screen onwards. And even this raw human message that we have, the div where this size is smaller, so I'm just making this base from medium screen onwards. And so let's see how the code size is also looking. So I'm just asking some question. Okay, this the code block as well. Let's adjust this font sizes. the language which I have this one, let's make this to be smaller, and a medium, let's change this one to base. In this code component, I have this text as smaller. Let's also add in this text base for medium screen onwards. And this model info component as well, let's try to adjust this size. So here let me just add in here this text base, and the show details as well, we have this text extra small. I'm just changing this to smaller and medium. Let's apply this base to below or divs as well. So I'm just changing this to base. I think we should be good. Yeah, this div alone, if I just change this one, let's also make this to base. Yep, and this that is the model info. So if we of course, so we don't see this info, that's fine. In this model select, where I'm trying to show this the button, the size of this, let's change this to smaller, and this text size to be of base. And even this, basically I'm just adjusting the text sizes. Add in here this text size to be base, this drop down menu item as well. Let me just add in this base size, and then this sub content as well, where we have this text smaller. So I'm just adding in this one. So like this, let's try to change in this navbar and other components as well. So here let's add in to open the filters as well in a smaller screen. So let me just import this open filters using this filters hook that we have, and I'm just going to add that one as the button just below this quick settings. And here also let's change this to text base from medium screen onwards, and here let me add in the button component variant. Let's make this ghost size. I'm just going to make this smaller, and on click I just wanted to open this filters, and here let me just have this command icon. The size, let me set this to 20. The weight of it, let me just make this one bold. So now you should see this command. So clicking on this, it is just going to open the filters. So now you can see, so that's the option that we just added here. And this variant, let's make this one ghost instead of secondary, so that it looks, yep, 3 dots looks good. And here as well, let's make this text to be base on medium screen, from medium screen onwards. Same thing, just here this content as well, let me just change this to base. Okay, and this quick settings component. So if I just open this one, here as well, let me just adjust the size of this to text base. And here let me just open this one as well, this temperature. Basically all of this, wherever we have this text smaller, I'm just adding parallelly for medium the text size to be a little bigger. So let's change this one, and then we should be good. The models, the settings that we have, this settings as well, the title where we are trying to show, let's change this one to text base. Let me just copy this thing, and I'm just going to apply the same thing to our other components inside. This component as well, the from the top where we have here this, let me just replace this text smaller and base. In this one as well, let me just replace the previous messages limit, the max tokens, the temperature, and also this top p, and then finally this top key value. Yeah, fine, so that it will be consistent. And also we have this creative and all this. Also let me just replace this with text small and medium base. Fine, and here as well, let me just replace this with text small and medium base. I think we are done. Yeah, here alone, if I just change, we should be good in this component. And now going to this Gemini, here this Gemini key that we have, I'm just going to change this to small and medium base as usual. And here as well, let's change this to smaller and the medium base. Okay, so like this we should adjust to all other components and all, and let's quickly make these changes to the settings, the filters provider, the general title that we have. In this filters provider where we are trying to show, yep, here are the created at and all. So if I just try to open this one, this 27 minutes and all this, let's change here this to smaller and text base. So we can do just search for this text smaller wherever we have, and just apply this. But I just don't want to make changes in the places that I don't want to make, so I'm just making sure that we take care of this at the right place, and that's why I'm just trying to add it carefully. And in this settings, the this general, the title that we have, let me replace this to smaller, and the text base, and this one as well. Let me add additionally this medium text base, this model's title as well. So I'm just going to replace this one, and here as well. So we are trying to make it the size of these things consistent on medium from medium screens onwards. Yeah, this is the change inside this settings thing. And if I just close this settings, um, so if I just try to change this to bigger screens, the hooks that we have where we are trying to render this in a markdown style, the paragraph and all those things here as well. Let me adjust this text to base. You can see the difference, and the other things wherever we have this block code, and the list item, I'm just changing this to adjust the code span as well. Let's change here text extra small, add in for medium screen a little bigger size, that is a smaller. Okay, and for table, the table component, I have added here this text is small, so let's add in this text base as well. The header, we have this text extra small, let's change this to same smaller, and the base, and finally the cell, all let's change this one to smaller, and medium text base. This one also I'm just going to adjust. I think we are all almost there. And if I just tweak our these components as well, so which are like very important, these components where we are using in every sections, so the variants whatever we have this text smaller, this also quickly I'm just going to replace wherever we are referring this font sizes. Okay, and here this description, so I'm just adjusting, and that's the change inside this alert component. And in this badge variants, we have this text extra small, medium, let's make this text to be smaller. So this and all changes, so you will see the difference uh, inside this small things, because we are consuming in all of our bigger components. I just wanted to take care of that here as well. And this one, let's just replace this style also, the size constraints that we have, the small and all those things here. Let me just apply this small and medium base icon extra small. So this, what I'm going to do, change it to the same smaller and a medium base. I'm just adjusting this. In this command component also, the input, the command input component, where I have the text reference. Here I'm just going to add for medium screen as well, and this command empty also, here we have this text smaller, so let's change this one as well to base thing. And also this group thing, the heading, we have text extra small, so I'm just going to change this to smaller, and medium, let's add in the text base. Okay, and all other items slowly wherever we are referring, let's just add in. So here I have the reference for text small, so I'm just adjusting the base as well. In this command shortcut, what we have here, this extra small, let's change this to small in text base, and we should be good in this component. And now just going to this dialog section where we are I wanted to adjust this the content of this, where we have this width and all. Let's make this maximum width for medium screen onwards, and this also the medium width, I'm just going to make this one full for normal screens. Let's like smaller screens and all width, let me set this one to 96 view width. So if I just change this one, you can see the difference. Yeah, and height also, let me just restrict this one to 96 view width. Yep, and yeah, like these are the small changes, like trying to adjust the widths for smaller screens and also the bigger screens. In this rounded, let's apply this to all of our screens. So now it is looking good for me. This dialog contain whatever we have. Okay, and this description, the size of this, let's also take care for medium screens. Yep, so that, like these are like minor changes. And this drop down menu component, the sub trigger that we have in here, let's also add in this text base for medium screen in this individual item, drop down menu item. Also I'm just going to change this text to medium base. The radio item also, let me take care this size for medium screen text base. The menu label, where we have this text smaller, so I'm just going to additionally add in this text base also. In this shortcut, let's change this text small to text text extra small to smaller, and the base. Fine, like these are a few changes. And also like the input component, let me change this one to include this base. And this the file size as well, let me change this to have this medium text base. And this variance, where we are trying to have this extra small, I'm just changing this to smaller, and a base section. This label divider, where we are trying to show in this label in a p tag, I have this extra small, so I'm just changing this one as well to smaller, and base. The link block, where we are trying to showcase the links in our markdown, the title and all, so let's add in for medium screen as well, and here this URL also I'm just taking care. This container URL, let's change this one too, and a few more components, so then I think we should be good. And this text area also, where we have this text smaller, let's add in the base styling, and this toast component, the action component that we have. So let me just add in this medium text base, and this title as well, the components that we have, the medium here, this one, let me change this to smaller, and text base, the description as well, so I'm just going to add in for medium the text base, and almost we are done. So I'll just make few more just one small change inside this tooltip content, and then we should be good with respect to this sizes. Okay, like this is how we always take care the nitty-gritty details, everything, and try to make it look good. And this whenever we are like trying to this toast like if something is wrong, like the toast showcasing also, let's try to make sure that it is visible inside our the smaller screens. So for us to take care, all we have to do is adjust this viewport component, this z index, let's make this as a 500, and also I'm just going to add in this whatever this top auto and all whatever we have. Let's change this one to medium on screen onwards, and this flex column I'm just going to change this to medium screen onwards. This right of 0, let's apply to all of these things. Okay, and then we should see, even if there is some like toast messages, and also if you wanted to just check that one, you can just go to your settings, any of the model, and try to run this test. We should see this toast. This is what I mean. So now we are able to see this toast as well, and just I want this position of this to be changed. To change this position, the variants that we have, instead of this top, I'm just going to change this to bottom, then it should be, and this move as well, let's change this to y to translate in the y direction, and this data states closed. This one, instead of sliding from, so if I just search for sliding from top, let me change this one to bottom. So now it should come from the bottom, and also slide out to this right. I'm just going to change this to bottom. So if I again try to run this test, so yeah, you can see it slide out to the bottom and all. So yeah, just making sure this toast also appears in our smaller screens, and let's try to adjust the height issue on the smaller screens also, like just trying to adjust this dynamic height inside our chart page. I have set this one to height of screen. Let's change this to 100 viewport height. Yep. And this page also, so I'm just going to adjust this page height instead of this screen. I'm just going to change this to be consistent to, so even if I just change this to normal big screen, so it should dynamically adjust this height so that we don't see any problems. So even this chart messages where we have this main div attaching this chart container, let's also change this one to this height, and this main layout as well. I'm just changing this to this height, the sidebar component that we have here as well. Let me just adjust this height issue, and just if I just change in our toast and all, yeah, fine, this is looking good. This viewport here, this maximum height, I'm going to replace this with this one. Yeah, I think we should be good. So the settings provider, just a small change inside this settings provider. So wherever we are trying to show this name, I wanted to make this one flex in a bigger screen, so that the name also is visible. Yep, so this is what I mean. Fine. This is like a small height issue, and also the model name sizes on our smaller screens. So if I just this gpd4 or whatever we are using to generate, let's try to decrease them a bit, this name, instead of smaller, let's change this to extra small. Yep, like it is little bit small, and so it's, this alone was looking big then to all the messages that we have. And now slowly let's try to add in this manifest file and all those things. So I'm just adding the manifest file. So here let's import the just the metadata when we are like deploying for better SEO, so I'm just adding in here this one. So I will show the deployment and everything. So just I'm adding here it's now itself, so later we will straight away deploy these things. Okay, so now inside this all we have to do is give the name of the application. So here I'm just going to for now create this chat hub, the short name what we want it to be. So let's just keep this one same, the description as well I'm just adding for now all of this same. The start URL is a slash, the display this is the standalone, and this background color what you want it to be, let's just keep this one to be white color, and this theme color let's add in this color as a theme. And icons, we don't have any icons, so for now I'm just let's attach whatever this icon that we have, and sizes I'm just going to set this to any this type. Let me set this one to image X icon. Okay, if you wanted to know why we need to add in this manifest and all, you can just learn about it more here. And for now I'm not adding any icons, but later let's try to add in the icon sizes like 250 512 and other sizes, and accordingly I'll just add in this as a list of images, so that basically in the tab the icon that we wanted to see, I want this one to the icons to be showcased, and this the dialog that we have on this dialog.tsx component, let's try to adjust this position of this top the content. So here this position I have this top as 50%, so let's try to change this to 25% for medium screens. For shorter screens, let's say this it's going to be a top 10%. Okay, and of course this translate why if I just change it should also I'm just going to change this to 10, and now yeah it is for medium screen. Again let's have this 25%. Okay, so even if I change here the screen, you can see now the difference. Like this is the since this is a fixed or like top how much space it should be, so I'm just adjusting this to 25% from the 50%. And I also wanted to make this responsive, so to make this responsive this dialog even for like let's say if I open this settings, let's adjust this height accordingly. So if I just open this context of this settings provider, I wanted to adjust this dialog component content height that we are handling. So let's do one thing, I'm just going to change here this max height, let's restrict it to like 80. Yep, and now it should be scrollable. which is way better than it was. And also this component that we have, let me just add in some padding at the bottom. 16, yep, sure. So I'm just adjusting this dialog height issue, and also this navbar, let's add in some padding below to this, the div where we are trying to show this icon and all those things. Here I'm just adding more padding the bottom, so now you can see the difference low, so little bit of padding. And even this then these settings, the models, these things, I'm just going to add in like little bit more padding so that there is enough space between each of the providers icon. So I'm just changing in here. For a bigger screen I think this should suffice, but for a smaller screen I don't think this much big padding is needed, so I'm just changing this to 3. Okay, so here let me, so if I just open this one, this is what I mean. So even if I just open the other providers, let's adjust for those things here for default settings as well that we have for common component. Instead of this 6, let me just change this one to, so if I just go to this OpenAI and try to adjust this one, so you can see the difference. Just we are adding less padding for smaller screens, so same to Gemini. So that is the change we are adding. And also this toast, let's add in some small this bottom that we have, this viewport, I'm going to add in like let's say bottom 2. Okay, just some space, some gap from the bottom part of it. That's the change. Yep, I think, yeah, just we just fixed this dialog height like, which is looking good. And those are like small minor changes. And now just going here to this chat input, whenever I just wanted to clear this thing, let's try to handle that this chart input. I mean, not a big change, but a small thing. This enter, yep, so this enter section here, instead of using directly to clear using this command, I can just use this clear input function that we have, and then we are going to call this functions which we segregated the clearing and then focusing back. And that's the small change. Even here in the editor content component below where we have a button, so yep, here inside this editor content, and here this button here as well in the callback. Now let me just try to handle inside this callback function. so that whenever we are submitting, this will be clear and we shouldn't see any problems things. And even in this chart examples where we are trying to pass in this prompt, inside this callback I'm just going to handle call this clear input and this focus to input function. So this way we are making sure that it is always going to clear whenever we are submitting that user enter to our model. And then so the next section, I mean the next message, you can clearly enter whatever he wants and all. And fine, in this settings, just this common settings, shall we make this one this grid to 1, so this settings component, this columns where I have 2, let's just change this to 1. And now it should, yeah. So for smaller screens, let's just keep this one big so that we have enough space. Okay, and yep, as usual, just checking this toes. Now it's at the bottom, and this one, just a small, again minor change to fix this z index, this thing, whatever we have here, this top 0, let's just remove this, and also this max height, I'm just going to remove this one, and then we should be good. So if I just, yep, fine. So even on the bigger screens it should look good. Yeah, okay. And if I just reduce this thing, this prompt select the chart input component where we are trying to use this thing. Let's try to change the offset. I mean, I'm just adding the offset for this popover content that we have. I mean this side, let me just add in this top, and this side offset, let's say 4. Yeah, and this minimum width, let's make sure it is going to be 700 pixel for a medium screen. And let's, and also this command list that we have, this height I'm just going to increase a bit, this maximum height to 160. And yeah, you can see the difference now. It is fine. The position I just moved it to, like, it's not to overlap with the input and all. And this chart input, let's try to make this the div that we have justify center. So for medium, I think this should be good. For smaller screen, I'm just going to make this to justify end. And also the examples, let's try to show I mean, I just wanted to adjust this chart input, the styling, how it's going to look. So let me just make those changes inside this chart input component. So this chat input, let's just try to refactor a bit this component, whatever we have just below this. Let me add in so whatever we have here on, I just did not include this reply button, so I'm just going to add it here, and here I'm going to move the chat examples component into this part. So let me just center this items as well. Let me center, and here I'm just going to move this chat examples here. Show is this new session, and on example click whatever the prompt that we have. So we are going to send it to handle run model this prompt, and in this callback I'm just going to clear this input and the focus to input. Okay, and let me just close this one. This I'm just trying to move it above the input, and below things we are going to remove. So let me, and also this little bit of styling, this rounded, I want this to be 2 times extra large, that is this popover, fine. And then this new session, let me for now comment this thing. I'm just removing this, and this minimum height and all whatever I just added, let's for now remove this and add this padding in the y direction to be 2, and below whatever we have for the model select and all, let me just remove this div, and I'm just going to move this one in place of the chart examples that we had. So now here I'm going to replace in here this div where we can choose the models and also the history. We can just see that one. So this is the things that I'm just trying to move in. So now it's looking like this, so this should just stay the same. We just move these examples up, and this history sidebar and all, just a minor change in the chat input, and in the examples the chat examples, let me just add in, instead of now this top, we are just going to add some margin in the bottom. Okay, and this chart input, the greeting whichever we have, let me for now this comment this, we will style this later, but just checking this is how it is going to look now. I think it's better, not too many things inside at the input and all, and also the new session whatever I just removed here, let's try to add inside the navbar component. So go to this navbar section, and inside this let's do one thing. So I'm just going to create a simple function, so called this render new session, and inside this let's try to wrap inside this tooltip like we normally do. So, and this content of this, the new session that we have, and here I'm just going to add in this button size. Let's make this one to be icon, and this variant let's make this to be ghost, like minimum width and all, like we just added for other things. I'm just adding it the same, and on click here we are going to call this create session and all. So let's just import the things that we need from this use chart context, and from here I'm going to get this chat thing, and also I wanted to navigate to different the chat page, so I can just use here this use router hook, and in this let's, now of course we are going to receive an error, so I'm going to call this create session function, and then let's collect this session object, navigate the user to this respective chart session page. So I can just add in here this ID, and let's close this button and this text of this button. So for now let's add in this plus icon, the size 20, and weight let's make this as a bolder. So this is like render new session, just a tooltip component, and whatever we have this quick settings. For now let's comment this one, and I am going to add in this new session here. So at the top, now this should help us create this new session. So everything it's going to stay the same, but this is like minor change that I just made it to the chart input. And now next thing that I wanted to and just check if you have any issue with chart input or anything you wanted to change the font size and all, you can just keep it the same as it is. Like for chart input I have called clear input and focus to input. You can just use this editor.commands to clear and also to focus and all. Both the ways, just check it out, whichever works, just keep it that one. Okay, and now let's try to add in the history sidebar. So I'm just going to add a simple history sidebar and make it part of our navbar component. So let's add in a simple sidebar component. So I'm just going to create inside this components folder. Let's name this as sidebar for now component, and here this component name, let's name this as history sidebar, and inside this let's try to wrap this one in the drawer component. So here let's add in here this direction as left, and open, let's create whatever the state variables that I need, and also the chat context, all the sessions that we want to display as part of our history sidebar. So the state variable to show this history sidebar or not, so this it's going to be one state variable, and let's try to get all of these sessions from using this chart context. And from here I'm just going to destructure whatever I need, create session, clear chat sessions, remove sessions, and the current session. And then whenever we are trying to create this new session to navigate to that session, so let me add in here this one, and also to sort the sessions, so I can just use this sort sessions as well, and then I will focus on the component that we wanted to, and also this use model list. I'm just going to get this model by key function. So these are the things that I need inside this component, and now let's try to work on this one, and let's open settings, and then I'm just going to toggle this one. So this one we are supposed to use inside our navbar, so let me just add that one, then we will continue developing this one. So let me add in here, so the history sidebar component which we are creating. So now going to this component, inside this root, let's add in here this trigger as the child, and here I'm just going to add in here this button component variant. Let's make this one to be ghost, size of this to be smaller, and inside this let's have this sidebar simple icon size, let me set this to 20. Weight of this I'm going to set this to bold. Okay, fine. Now you should see here the next to the title of our application, that's the trigger, and let me add in the other sections, the drawer.portal, and here let me add in this overlay things. I'm just going to style this eventually, and then this content that we wanted to show as part of this drawer. So this one, let's try to make this styling eventually dynamic, and here let me have a div, and inside this I'm just going to add in a button to create a new session, and then to close the sidebar and all those things. So let's add in here this button, let's make this variant to ghost, the size of this to be smaller, and on click this button is to close this sidebar. So I'm just going to set this open to false, and here this sidebar simple size, it's going to be 20. The weight of this, let's set this to bold. So if I just open this one, you won't see. So if I just add in few more things and then style this better, then you should be able to see this variant also. Let's make this one ghost, size of this icon smaller, and on click here we are going to use this create session function, and then try to create this session, create session, and here let's try to get this session, and we are going to navigate the user to that session page, and the icon of this, let's add in here this plus icon, the size, let's again keep this to 20. Weight of this, I'm just going to keep this to bold. So let's try to refresh this one, and if I just try to Okay, let's try to style this one, and then we will see that thing. The portal that we have, the overlay, or let's make this one fixed, and inside to be 0, z index to be 900 so that it is always visible. In background, let's make this to zinc like 570, and if it's a dark, let's make this to 900, and backdrop I want the to be blur, so I'm just applying that. And this content styling, let's make this flex column rounded, let's say 3 times extra large, and outline I don't want anything, so none. I'm just applying that. And height of this, let's set this one to 98 vertical viewport height, and the width, let's say I'm going to restrict it to 80 pixel. And let's also make this one fixed. Z index, let's say I'm going to add this 901 medium. Let's have some bottom spacing, and also this, since it is fixed, left 2, and the top also I'm just going to add this one to 2. And this divs where we are trying to add this buttons and all, let's make this background to be white, and also this dark color, let's make this background to be a zinc color. And this dark, let's add in this border, and this border color I want the white color, let's say 5, and make this flex row rounded 2 times extra large. In flex I want to be occupying as much as space it can, padding of 2. Now let's make this one relative, and this div I'm just going to make this flex column, and let it occupy full width. The buttons where we have, I'm just going to keep them in the single row and have this justify between. Okay, so now you can see after having this styling, this the icon to close this one again, and this is to create new session. Okay, so let's continue adding in the other sections. After this, I'm just going to add in some padding and margin top, and inside this we'll add in some title like recent history. And for this one, let's make text to be smaller, and the text color I want this to be zinc like 500. So yeah, you can see this recent history and all. And after this div, the sort sessions, let's pass in here the sessions, and I want it to be sorted by updated at. And here whatever these sessions that we have, let's try to get this session and render in this div. So let me just close this div. The key for this, I'm going to pass in here this session.id, and the styling, let's um, add in some styling for this. And inside this div, let's try to get this model by key, the session dot messages, whatever we have, this first message. I'm just going to get here this model, and if we have, I'm just going to call in here this icon, here. So you can see now we are showcasing this icon, and below here inside this span tag, let's add in this session.title. So what is quantum computing? That is the thing. So if I just style this div, then it should look better. So let's add some gap between the rendering points and also cursor. I want this to be pointer. Let's make this flex row. Items, let's center this, and padding of 2 rounded, let's make this extra large. On hover, I'm going to add in here background color black, and on this for dark theme, let's say background I want it to be like 30. Fine. And now if this current session dot id is matching to the session dot id, then we'll just have this background to be black, or for dark theme like 30. Else I'm not going to have any background styling. So since we are in this session, that's how it is. In this pan thing, let's make this to be widthful, and this apply this truncate. Let's have this text extra small, medium. I'm just going to make this smaller. Now looking good, and this is what we wanted to add in. And after this one, let's add in simply a placeholders for now. Let me just close here. So here we are going to add in more things later eventually, but I'm just going to leave this empty, like apply the standard styling and make this absolute. The right, let's say minus 20 pixels and width of 4. So inside we don't have anything, so I'm just adding here simple div so that we can see this. So flex shrink 0 rounded, let's make this one full. Background, this white like 50, margin bottom let's say 4. Okay, just the separator to our the sidebar and the main content, that is this div, the intent. So this is simple sidebar now. So if I try to create the new session, so and ask something, one more question, and in our sidebar we should see this two things. So if I just try to open the sidebar, so in here this is untitled now, but we do have this one, and try to ask more questions. Ideally the first message should be this title. So if you just refresh this old session, we should see this latest high. Okay, so that's how we are going to populate in this history sidebar, which we have just created. And then let's try to add more items to our settings model, and also let's try to fix some styling of this sidebar. If it's like height issue and all, I'm just going to adjust, and then we will add more settings sections. So the sidebar is almost okay. The background alone, yeah, it has to be white. So if I just change it to white color, then it should be good. Yeah, okay. So this is the history sidebar, and I think for now, yeah, let's just keep it the way it is. And this input, if there is any extra spaces and all, let's try to add in a simple helper and try to handle that, and then we will add the more settings options like placeholders like assistants or boards like prompts pages and all those things. I'm just going to add those things. First let's go to our library helper file. And in here, let me just create a simple function. Let's name this as a remove extra spaces, and here this str, make this as optional. That is what we'll be passing in here, the str whatever it is. First let me just try to trim this, and we will replace any new line characters. So I'm just going to add in here this pattern. We are going to replace this with new line, and then let's return this string. So this one, all we have to do is use it inside our the chat input component. So let me just, where we are passing the query and the context value in to our run model. So inside here, instead of just passing in this query, let me add this remove extra spaces helper, which we just added, and I'm just going to provide query as the input param in this one as well. So let's pass in here this context value. Okay, and also I would like to add just a small info, kind of like if it is a new session, we will just kind of show that your data is stored locally in local storage, not in the database or in cloud, something like that. So let me just add in this if it is new session, and here inside this I'm just going to add in like some info. Let's say like your data is stored locally on local storage, like not in the database or the cloud, something like this. I'm just adding in here. Let me close this div so that we don't see this error. Okay, so to just see this one, let me just try to create new session. So this is the div which we just added. Let it make fixed and have this at the bottom of the screen, and also this left 0, right 0, width I want it to be like full, padding of 3, text let's make this extra small, and display to be flex in the row. Justify, let me just center this one. Okay, fine. And this p tag, let's make this text extra small, and then it should start to look good. Zinc like 500. Let's pass in here this color as 50. Okay, fine. So that's the small addition of the info that we have added, and also the helper. And okay, fine. So this is the new session, and the messages as well. Let's try to use this helper function where we are trying to showcase this raw human message. So I'm just going to use this remove extra spaces. So let me import this helper function and pass in here this raw human, and also here let's add in this white space pre-wrap. Okay, that's the small change in here. And also inside this navbar, I mean not in the sidebar, and here in the navbar let's just add in a placeholder. So I'm not going to add anything inside this drop down menu item. So let's just add in let me add right after this menu content. I'm just going to add this new drop down menu item, and we'll not do anything inside that for now. These are like placeholders, let's say like assistants or bots page, which we will eventually add. Let's make this one bold, and here I'm just going to say this as assistants, and let's add in simple batch component, adding soon, something like this, the batch. In that we should see same way. I'm just going to add in, let's change this icon to now like text box. Okay, and the title of this, let's say we wanted to keep this prompts one page or something like this. So basically here I just, let me refresh this one. So in here where is this, actually we should see this the content and all. Okay, let me just, okay, I'm not able to see the changes that we just added. So ideally I should see these things, drop down menu item where we just added. Let me restart this application, then hopefully we should see these changes that we are making. So don't worry about this styling and also, which we will eventually change this. So all I'm worried about is, let me just clear this history. Okay, I'm not able to select any of those things. I'm just refreshing, so let's wait for it to reload, and then I'll just clear everything, and let's see these options in our nav bar, just a placeholders. So opening, I'm not sure what is it that I'm missing. Okay, let me just clear this history. Fine, we did clear this history and we don't have anything, and we just have new sessions. Okay, ideally I should see those changes here. Let me just check. Why is it I'm not able to see these changes? Okay, it's my bad. All I just have to add this one in the below menu content, and then we should be, sorry guys, it's my mistake, and now we should be able to see. Yep, Fine, so I just added this as a placeholders inside our navbar component. And also in this quick settings, let's just add in a tooltip. So in this quick settings, the button that I have as a triggering point, I'm just going to wrap this one inside this tooltip component content. Let's say configure model, something like that, and I'm just going to move this one into this tooltip as a children of this. So now if I just, you can see the configure model and all, we have just added this one. And also in the settings, let's just add in a placeholders for voice input icon and all. So the list that we have, I'm just going to add in this name, this as the voice input, and the icon, let's try to render this microphone icon. So I'm just going to add in this microphone icon size. Let's set this to 16, weight of this to bold. In this key, let's add in this as a voice input, and this component, let's for now add in this common settings component, and we should see this voice input. Okay, so for now I'm just showcasing the same component. Eventually we will add in the component for that, and let's okay, fine. And also I'm just going to refactor a bit the way we are trying to record this voice, and test that one also, the voice input, and let's try to refactor that one, and then we will try to add the like more sections like the data and those sections which would we are going to implement eventually. They are like a very exciting features. So let's refactor this media recorder a bit, and I'm just going to, let me just, whatever this initial media record and this user effect whatever we have, let me comment this, and this logic we will try to handle inside this start recording whatever we have. In this one, let's try to handle this one inside this catch block. Okay, so in this first let's try to get this stream, and also make this one asynchronous. The return type also, let me make this one a promise of type void. The stream, the navigator, I'm just going to use this media devices and get user media, and here in our case we need audio, so I'm just going to set this one to true. The media recorder, we will just create this media recorder. You can just whatever this the thing that I have commented, you can just take that as a reference and use it here, or else you can just follow with me. So create a new media recorder object, and we will handle here this on start callback function. Let's try to create this media stream, pass in here the stream, in this true, here this peak callback. For now let's not do anything, and this chunks whatever this current we have, and just so Yeah, so same thing, I'm just trying to handle that logic in here on this data available as well, this event of blob event. Let's try to push into our chunks list. So ev dot data, so this media recorder dot on stop, and inside this let's create an object of this event blob, chunks dot current, and here this the type, let's specify here this audio type, and I'm just going to convert this into base64 by passing in this audio blob and also this get text function. And then we will set this media recorder to whatever this media recorder we have, and is recording the current, let me set this to true, and let's start this media recorder, call this start function on in, and as a recording I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, fine. And in this catch block, let's try to, if there is any error, we can just console this error, like saying that error accessing microphone, something like that, and try to control this error, and also show this toast message. So I'm going to say something like microphone access denied, and this description, let me say like please grant microphone access to record audio. And this variant, let's make this one to be destructive. So this is basically we are trying to handle all of it inside the start recording, and whatever we have this other functions, let's just keep it as it is. Okay, and I will just try to test this eventually. Okay, fine. And now like I said, we will try to add in like more sections to our settings part. So first let me try to add in a simple data component, like all these are placeholders. One by one we will try to pick it up. These settings, I'm just going to create a new component called data, and inside this one let's just create a simple component called data, and in here basically whatever we have in the other components, let's just add this as the placeholder, so to just navigate once we create this new session. And now this chat session, I'm just going to have a function which is going to clear all of this data. So from here let's get this create new session, and the clear sessions, clear all data function. So for now we are not going to like eventually we will use this, but I'm just going to create this as a placeholder now. So once we clear this, all we have to do is again try to create a new session, and navigate the user to that session. So the session in here, I'm just going to navigate the user to that page, and here let's try to wrap everything inside these settings. Like let's create for now like empty fragment. I'm going to create one component kind of like the container for all of our settings components, so that I can wrap all of the children inside that. So let's create here this simple component, settings container.tsx, and inside this one let's create this type for this, settings container, and in here this children, which is of type react node. In this title let's have this of type string, and this component now the settings container, and inside this one let's try to add in this props, the title and the children. And now inside this I'm just going to add in a simple the title and the children, whatever we are going to wrap inside this. To just style this one, let's make add some padding, like more padding from medium screen onwards, and make this flex, and we want it to be column items. Let's add in this start, and we will have this gap of 2. And for title also let's just make this text medium, font type to be medium, text also let's have this zinc color like 800, and for dark the text to be white, and let's have more padding in y direction. Okay, that's for our title, and I think this should be it. Simple component. Now going to this, I can just use this settings container whatever I've just created, and I'll try to settings container, and we have this title. So I'm just going to say this as manage your data for now, and let me just, and inside this let's add in simple empty div for now. So this is simple placeholder component, and this one we'll have to include as part of our settings provider so that we can see on the screen. So going to this settings provider, here let me create new section, new object, the data, the icon. I'm going to create in here this database size to be 16, weight let's have this a bold, key I'm just going to say this as your data. Under component let's use our component which we just created, this data. Okay, so if I just open this settings, we should see this data as well. So let me just refresh this one. Yep, so you can see the title, manage your data, and for common settings whatever we have for voice input, let's also try to create a simple placeholder like we did for data. So later we'll add more info inside that one. So simple component here, voice input, this one also just the placeholder voice input, and inside this let's try to wrap whatever we wanted to add in the settings container. In the title let's say like I'm going to add in like speech to text settings, and inside this let's add in this div, and we can just go to this provider component, and in place of this common settings whatever we had, we can replace this with voice input. Okay, so if I just go here, you should see that speech to text settings. Okay, and also let's try to filter a bit, refactor a bit this component that we have. So if I just open this filters, so basically I just wanted to create a list of these objects and then use that array of object to try to render. So let's do one thing. So in here let's create a simple actions list like we just maintained for our settings. I wanted to maintain in the same way. So here this icon is the plus icon, and the action, all we are going to do is this create session. This in the callback, let's try to get this session, and in here we are just trying to navigate the user to that session, new session page. And here let's try to close this filter. So this is one action, and the same whatever we have these options, I'm just moving this into list so that easily we can add in new things whatever we wanted to. So this, if this switch theme is equals to light, we wanted to showcase the text as a dark, or else this light, and add in this mode, the icon if this theme is equals to light, let's have this one as a moon, else the sun icon. Okay, and this action, let's set this theme whenever this theme is equals to light, I'm just going to set this to dark, else the vice versa light, and just dismiss this one. So whatever we have in each command item, so I'm just moving this into this object, and here the finally what we have is this delete current session, this icon which is this trash simple action. Inside this action, this toast, let's set this title to be or delete, and this description, let's add in like this action cannot be undone, something like that. And after this, the variant, let's make this one to be a destructive. The action inside this, all we are going to have is a button. Clicking on that, so we are just going to delete this history. Variant, let's set this one to be default. Again, this will have this action, on click. What we are going to do is simple. Let's try to check if the current session is having this ID, and then we are going to pass on this current session ID to remove session function. And in the callback, let's again try to create this new session, and try to navigate the user to that page. So this router dot push the chat, I'm just going to create in here this new session ID, and then close this filter, and I'll have to close this button. So inside this one, let's add in the text as a delete. Okay, so this is the actions array that we have. And now what we can do, so whatever we have this after this one, the command items which we added separately, I'm just going to remove this one and try to replace this using the actions list which we just created. So in here, first let's keep that below things as it is. The actions dot map, let's try to get this action, and inside this let's try to pass in for this command item the each actions properties which we just prepared. So this action key, let's pass in this name, and let's have some gap of 2. The value, it's going to be the action dot name on select. Let's try to pass in here this action dot action, and we have this icon to render. So let's set this size to like 14. This weight again back to whatever it was, bold. This flex shrink. Okay, and after this let me just show this name as well. So like this. Now if I just open this one, we should see the same thing, delete current session and all. So I can just remove this 3 duplicates whatever we have, and now I'm just trying to dynamically populate this one, and let's just keep the other things as it is. In here let's just change this gap from 3 to 2. Okay, and everything should be fine. And if you just wanted to check the change, you can just try to see this one and try to make this to smaller and all fine. So you can just change back that one. This is just small refactor for our the filters component, and this other settings where let's try to wrap in the settings container component that we just created. So this one, whatever this div, I can just remove this one and use this settings container title. Let me set this one to OpenAI settings, and let's just copy all of this one and try to like move all of this into this settings container, and I'm just going to remove this one. So it should be same as before, just the wrapping of this thing, so you can see it is same. So like this, let's try to add it for this Gemini and Anthropic as well. So this settings container, this title, I'm just going to add in here Google Gemini settings, and let's try to pass other components to inside that one. So I'm just removing this. Let's so yeah, so if you see, it should be same. And even this Anthropic, let's change this one to include this settings container. The title, now we are going to pass in this Anthropic settings, and again let's try to move these components to inside this settings container. Let's remove here and try to wrap inside this settings container and remove this div. Yep, and we should be just the way it is, and also into inside this common section as well, where we have this default settings. Let me just try to collapse all of this one, and here let's try to include this settings container, and here also I'm just going to change this one, and let's remove this one, and I'm just going to add in this title. Let's say this like model settings, and I'm just going to close this and define. If I just go to this model settings, that should be same as it was before. Okay, like small changes that we made, and also let's try to create a simple adding soon reusable component inside this UI folder. So let's say just as a placeholder for us to continue on that, where we added for this prompts and assistants. So let's say adding soon. I'm just going to wrap this one inside this batch component that we have, and let's add in some opacity like 50. Variant, let's make this one the outline, and the text of this I'm just going to add in here this as adding soon. So this one wherever we just added inside this navbar component. So instead of this badge, we can just use this component which we just created, which is adding soon component. So we can just copy this one and add it here as well. So small minor changes, all those things, and even here in this prompt which we have, let's try to replace inside this chart input the command items which we have. Let me just try to import this adding soon component. It should be just the same as it is. Okay, fine. Like these are like minor changes that we are trying to make in. So if I just open this command, so let's try to reduce padding a bit. So opening this command component for this item, where we have this padding of 1.5, I'm just changing this to 1, like just to smaller size. Okay, and this settings, when we are testing this one, the toast, this icon for closing, let's try to customize that one inside this. Let me try to import from this phosphor icons, and this one I'm just going to replace this this cross to icon that we have, and this one let me just replace with this icon. Let's set this size to 16 and the weight of this to be bold. Okay, and also let's try to change this position like from right to and top also to, and the background let's make this one like zinc 500 like, and also rounded. I want it to be a circle, so I'm just changing this one. Padding also let's change this to 1.5. Opacity, let me set this to 100. Now let's just try to check this one. So if I try to run this again, see, you can see now the icon and this background and all, we just changed it. Small changes. Okay, and also in the toaster component, let's add in so this toast close the action. I'm just going to use this button component here, and also get in here this dismiss function. Let's import this button component, and here if we have an action, and also let's make this title and description to flex, and make this as a flex column items. I want it to be at the start point, and here simple. So if I have here this actions, then I'm going to showcase in here the div, the button to cancel that. Okay, so let's make this flex row and add in this gap of 1, and let's wrap this button component along with this action. So I'm just adding in here this action variant, make this ghost size of this to be smaller, and on click I'm just going to call this dismiss function to cancel, and the text of this, it's going to be cancel. And yeah, and this one we will showcase only if there is no action, then whatever this toast close component. And let me just remove this. So this is simple. Fine, like these are the changes that we made. Okay, and now let's try to check out the media recorder, and see how this is going to work. So let's see this one. Hello, how are you? I was just checking what is the status on the quantum computing breakthroughs. So let's see. Okay, this seems to work fine for me. Yep, looks good to me. And also the settings container, let's try to add in this option to this data whatever component, this clear all data. Let me try to add in a option for that inside this, like the text of this, I'm just going to say this as clear all chart data, and this button variant, let's make this one to be destructive. On click, let's just call this clear all data. So now since we are trying to clear all of this here, we can remove inside this provider the filters wherever we have this clear history, because we are moving into this section. So let me go to this provider, and I'm in this filters provider, this command item. I can just remove this one, the clear history, and let's try to move this one into this data component, and here so if I open this settings, this data we have in here, so let's just make this flex, and flex row, and items I'm just going to make this line end. Justify, let's keep this one to be between, and the styling of this one, make this text smaller, and medium text to be a base text. Let's have this gin color like 500. Okay, so this data component that we have, and if we just click in here, it should clear all of this data, and ideally it should close this one. So let's try to call this dismiss function. So that, let me just use settings hook, and from here let me just get this dismiss function. And also I wanted to show this toast messages, so let's try to use this toast. And while we are trying to create a new session here, I'm just going to show a toast message that is like data is clear, and this description I'm just going to say like the all chart data has been cleared. Variant, let's make this one to be a default. Okay, and here we can just close this one once we are done with clearing the sessions. So even if you want to try, so you can see now data is cleared, and we are into this the session ID page, and that's the small change. And inside our chart input also, let's try to in the handle run model function. So in this function, in this run model where we are trying to add in, let's also pass just before this run model, this attachment, I'm going to set this to undefined, and also this context value to and then we will call this clear function in here. Okay, so just a small addition, instead of calling it at the end, so I'm just moving that one above. So let's just refactor a bit. Okay, and going to this filters provider also, let's try to rename this to on close function. In this action, whenever I'm just calling to delete these things, so let me use this on close, and here let's change this to like delete session. This is on close function, and basically the dismiss where I'm referring to, so let me change this to like on close. Okay, and yeah, I think everything should be the same, and wherever we are getting this toast, so I'm just going to import this dismiss, and everything should be just the same. I'm just renaming and providing this the correct value to this thing, and a few again types are updating and all. So just to be like in this chat session as well, whenever we are trying to update a session, so just I'm just going to in here change this type to be like partial of this omit of this id. So I'm just being very type specific and passing it in here, and let's try to refactor this LLM also. Okay, and then this media recorder also, let's try to refactor. So those two things will just try to refactor a bit again, and then we will try to test it out, and if everything works good, we will try to focus on to add the web search and the calculator plugins and all those things. First, let's try to refactor this use LLM hook. So basically I wanted to add in the one more function which is going to help us generate the title for a particular session. Okay, so here let's try to create, and after adding this I just wanted to refactor the above run model function a bit. Whichever we are not using, we'll just clean those things, and also the way we are handling. Okay, and in here this session id we are going to receive in a string, and here let's try to get the session details by get session by id and pass in here the session id. Let's get this preferences, await get preferences, this model key preferences dot default model, and this selected model key, let's try to get this model by key. Fine, and here if this selected model key is not present, let's try to throw this error saying that this model not found. Okay, fine, and here this API key I'm just going to try to get this by passing in here this selected model key dot base model, and again if there is no API key, let's try to throw this a new error again, that API key not found, just the error handling. And if we have all of these things, so let's get this selected model by creating an instance. So selected model key and this API key, and you can just try to console this title session in here, and now let's try to get this first message, this session dot messages 0, and if we don't have this first message or the first message dot raw AI, or this first message dot raw human, then we are not going to do anything further. So I'm just going to return from here. Else let's create this template, this chat prompt template from this messages, pass in here this new message a placeholder, this message, and in here this user I'm going to say this as like make this prompt clear and the concise, like you must strictly answer with only the title. Okay, so I'm just creating some instructions. No other text is allowed, something like this. And here, let's say in new line, we want this answer in English. Okay, so this is the template that we just prepared. And now once we have this template, let's try to handle this one in the try catch block. So in here, this prompt, let's use this template that we have, try to format this messages, the message which it's going to be a new human message, and pass in here this first message dot human for this one, and this generation selected model dot invoke, and pass in here this above prompt that we have, and the empty object. And here we can just try to console this and check it out, this title that it is generated, just for what it is going to generate. And let's try to capture this new title inside this new variable, this generation dot content. Let's try to typecast this to toString, or else this session dot title, whatever we have. Okay, fine. So we have this issue because the catch and all block needs to be added, and after this we need to update this session. So let's try to update this session. So for this we need to import this update session function. So accordingly, let's just from this chat session where we are trying to import all things related to session, let me add in this update session function. And now just going back to the place where we were trying to refer this update session. So here we need to update the title of that session so that we can see that one accordingly in our UI. Okay, so this all I have to do in here, pass in here this session ID and then this new title. So if we have this new title, then this title I'm going to set this to new title and update it at, let's try to update using this current time to converting this to ISO or string, else the empty object. Okay, that is the way that we are trying to update. And now let's try to handle error inside this catch block. If there is any error, I'm just consoling that, and then we will try to return here this first message dot raw human. Okay, fine. And now from this hook, let's also return here this generate title for session, and also let me try to clean up the prepare prompt and also the run model function. So basically whatever we are not using, I'm just going to remove those things. So this get token count pricing, so let me just remove those things. So in here this use token counter, let me just try to clean this one. And here inside this prepare prompt, this message limit, remove these things, and also this previous message history where we are not using this one inside this thing. I can just remove these things. Okay, so trying to clear here, and inside this run model function, whatever we have, let's just in here, let's try to remove this try block and also the error section that we have. So let's again just go back to normal functions that we have. So if there is no selected model key, I'm just going to throw in error model not found, and after this the API key whatever just the same, and in on error whatever we have, just let's keep it the same thing. So I'm just moving this out of the try catch block in this alert chat history, in all this chain, this selected model and previous all chat history. Yeah, let's just keep them as it is. Only thing is I just wanted to show some toast messages inside this callback functions. So let's also add in here this handle or text callback function, and in here this text that we are receiving, this run id. For now we will just console this one, the parent run id, and also if there is any tags, let's try to console this for now, the text, and inside this llm error. After this consoling, let me also try to show in here this toast messages if we received any error while we are trying to generate. In this description, let me say like something went wrong, this variant, let me just make this destructive, and after this we will try to pass on to this on error callback function, this props the id, whatever this new message id that we have, the session id, this model, the model key. So yeah, and whatever, so I just wanted to communicate this error back to the components, so we are just handling that one here. Created at this movement, convert this into ISO or string. As error, let's set this to or true. Is loading, let me set this to or false. Error message, I'm going to say for now like generic, something went wrong. Okay, this is what we do inside this one, and other things I'm just going to change. So basically this is where I need to also, after this here whatever we were trying to handle in here, this on error and all those things here, so I'm just handling that one inside this callback. So let's just remove these things. So after adding this message to sessions and all, so let's also try to call the function generate title for session. which we just added this generate title for session, passing in here the session ID, and also on stream end let me pass in here this chat message. Okay, so we can just remove this callback for now, so because I'm calling in here, and also make this one as a wait. So this is the refactoring inside this the LLM hook. So now we should see the title generated for our sessions. Okay, fine. So let's try to check this one. So I'm just adding few questions and see what is it. We are going to see the title of the current session. Okay, this is what it is. So ideally this session title should be, so just refreshed. Now you can see for now the latest is what. Okay, fine. Yeah, this is like small refactoring. Just try to refresh this and it should be good. Okay, and also now this record voice hook, let's try to refactor this a bit so that it works across all devices, be it iOS, Android or web or anything. We want this recording to work. So inside this start recording, first initially let's set this text to empty thing, and also I'm just going to initialize this two chunks to empty array. And if we have this media recorder, let's try to start this one, and also I'm going to set this recording to true, and we are going to return here if there is no media recorder whatever the logic we just added. So let me just remove this on start now, so because we are handling that there, and in this on data available I'm just going to push all of this data, and on stop let's keep it the way it is, and yeah, everything media recorder we are going to set this, and let's remove this one to setting this true because I'm already, and also pass in here this slice in timings, and we are setting this recording to true. Yep, and if there is any issues we can just say that some error and say just give access to microphone or something like that. Okay, fine. And in here as well, this get text, let's first set this is transcribing to true whenever we are transcribing, and I'm just going to remove this one in the try block, and the remaining should be pretty much the same. Just once you make these changes, and also here after this let's remove this is transcribing to false, or this one if there is no text I'm just setting this to empty string, and then we are just consoling this thing, and then finally anyhow we are setting this to false, and let me just get rid of this function which we no longer need. So I'm just removing these things. Fine. And the chat input where we are trying to initiate this recording logic, let's make some changes inside that component as well. So in here I'm just trying to call this stop recording here. So let me just remove this one, so I don't want any on time. After this time it should initially automatically trigger this stop recording. So and also here let me just create a simple helper function for, like, let's say I'm just naming this as like start voice recording, make this asynchronous. So I'm just trying to separate and have this triggering point to voice recording in this function. API key, let's try to get this API key, get API key, and pass in here this provider OpenAI. If there is no API key, of course whatever we are showcasing the stores, let's just show the same message that API key is missing. In the description let me add in here this recordings require OpenAI API key, and I'm going to say like please check settings. So we do have this one here below, so I'm just moving this up into this component. And also here on this function let's make this to be destructive, and here we are going to trigger this OpenAI settings dialog and then return here else the start recording that we have. I'm just going to call this function. So now we are trying to make it clean, and now inside this component let's not on touch start. I'm just going to call this stop recording, and here on click whatever the logic that we have. Now let's just use this below above function which we just created, and on click I'm just going to call in here this start voice recording. Okay, and on touch, and let me just remove this one, and touch start as well. Let me just call this start voice recording. Okay, small refactoring, and even if you don't want the touch issues, you can just get rid of this functions just like this, or if you want you can just keep it as well. So it's up to you and all these things. So if I just try to check this, it should work the same. Hello, how are you? So it should just be the same. Okay, yep. So that's a small change, and then let's try to add in this web search and calculator plugin. Just before that, a small change in this chat input. Whatever this the component that we have, this div, I'm just going to move this one into this popover content anchor. So let me just add in it here, and let me just add some padding at the bottom. Okay, just into this again, which this looks way better than what it was. So I'm just moving this into this div. Okay, and I think we should be good. And then let's try to focus on this plugins that we wanted to add in. And also in here, let's try to clear contents before setting this text. Okay, yep. So to add in a plugins, first let me create a component which can help me to select the plugins. So for that, inside this components folder, let me create here this new component called a plugin select.tsx. Okay, in here this type for this plugin select, let's add in this a prop, which is, I'm just naming this as selected model, which is of type this model key. And this component name, let's name this as like plugin select, and inside this one, and also let's add in this type plugin select, destructure this selected model. Fine. And this one, so basically it's again going to be a pop-over component where we'll try to have a button as a trigger section, and then we will add in a each tool with a switch component to enable it or not, something like that. So let's first create what and all state variables I need, and also what hooks help we need inside this. So to open this popover and all, so let's maintain here the state variable set is open. So I'm just going to set this one to false initially, and let's try to get this tools which we have, the hook which we created. So I'm just going to modify this hook to give me the tools so that we can accordingly showcase in here. So going to this, whichever I added before, I'm just going to add in a lot more. So for now, okay, let's do one thing. So I'm just adding in here this tools list, and for this so let's say this is like empty array, and I need to create in a type for this. Let me create in here, so let me just minimize these things. Okay, so in here let's create this type for this tool, which it's going to have a key. So for now, this key, let's say it is a calculator or web search. So let's also create this type for that. So the tool key, I'm going to specify here this calculator or this web search as a key, and also let's showcase this icon. So I'm just going to create in here this type for this icon size as well, which it's going to be just small, medium or large icon size. And now here this type, let's specify here this is going to be of t tool key. This is going to have a name, and also this loading message. Let's capture that as a string. Then this result message, I'm going to again make this optional and a string. The tool, so here we'll need to have this arguments. For now let's have this type as any, and this dynamic structure tool of this job object. So I'm just going to pass in here this job object of type any. So this job object, we need to import this one. So I'm just going to import here this job object, and then we should not see any issues, and this should be type. That's why I'm receiving this error. Okay, fine. So this is the tool, a function where we are passing in these arguments and all. And then this icon that we wanted to show, again this, it's going to be function, pass in here this size. We are going to return here this react node, then this small icon, again this is a function which let's return this react node. Okay, for now this is the tools, and let's make this of type this tool array. And now inside this, let's create in here this key calculator, and this tool I need to attach in this calculator tool, and this name of this, let's pass in this as a calculator. The loading message, I'm going to say this as the calculating, and this result message, let's say this as the calculator result. This icon, this size, which is of the icon size, and here I'm just going to add in this new icons into our component list. So here this type, I'm just going to specify here this calculator, and pass in here this size. And yeah, okay, of course we are going to receive an error because we don't have a calculator. I'm going to add in this small size. Let's have in this calculator icon, and the size, let me pass in here 60, weight for this bowl. Okay, like this. Let me just create similarly for the web search. So I'm just going to replace this key with this web search, and this tool, let's create here this web search tool. So this we don't have any, so let me just try to create a simple tool for this one, like we created for the calculator. Similar way I'm just going to create for this. So in here, like we have this calculator on the schema, whatever, number 1 and number 2, and just performing basic operations that normally we see in a simple calculator. Let me add in here one more tool, and I'm just naming this as web search tool, and we are going to send in your preferences, which is of type the preferences. I'm just passing in here, and inside this the web search param, like the schema. So all we are going to do is pass in the query param, which is the input of type string. So I'm just creating a schema for that, and now let's try to return this new object of this dynamic structured tool. This name, let's create this name as the web search. The description, I'm going to say like this is a search engine, like optimized for, you can add in whatever description you want, like comprehensive, accurate, and this trusted results. And here I can just say like useful for when you need to answer questions about current events and all those things. And I'm going to say like something like input should be a search query. Okay, something like this. You can just add in whatever the description that you want. And schema, we need to attach in here this web search schema. Now this function, all we need to do is here inside this one, let's try to use this Google API's custom search. And I need to add as part of our preferences an option to capture this Google search API key and also engine ID, so which we are going to add. But assuming like now we have those things in this input, and also the run manager, and inside this let's add in here this URL, which is HTTPS and this Google APIs that we have, the custom search API version 1. Okay, and now this params for this, the key, the preference. So the input, let's add this one as preference. So the preference I should add in this Google API keys and all, only then we can see this one. So let's add this types into this, like we are maintaining about models and all those things. So in here I'm just going to create this Google search engine ID, which it's going to be optional and a string, and this Google search API key as well. So let's add in again this string, and also let's add in the default plugins as well, so like default which are enabled or something like this. So this is going to be of array of this t tool key. Okay, and now we need to set in this default values. So let me set this default plugins to empty array, and this anyhow we set this to optional, so we don't have to pass that one. So now I have these types. So let's go back to this one, so we can now happily refer to this API keys which we just added. So I'm just going to preference dot Google search API key, this context, this preference dot Google search engine ID, and query we need to pass in here this input. And let's try to handle inside this try catch block. So inside this response, so we can use anything fetch or axios. So I'm just going to install this axios, and let me try to use that thing. So the axios, let me just try to use this. So once this installed, okay, fine, and now I can just import, let me just import this axios, and then we can make a call to that endpoint. Okay, now fine. So now all we need to do is make a get call to this URL and pass in this params that we prepared. And if So now let's try to handle this response. If this status is not equals to 200, then this run manager dot, I'm going to call this handle tool error and add in this message as error performing Google search. Okay, and then we can throw in here this new error. Let's throw in error like the invalid response. Fine. So if there is no error and we got, then I can collect this Google search result, and here this response dot data, let's try to get these items and iterate through this, collect this each item, and this one let's try to transform this one, the item dot the title, and the snippet that we get item dot snippet, and then this URL item dot link. So this is the Google search results. So once we get this, I'm going to collect this into search info by just Google search result, try to iterate through this and transform this into the way that I want. Okay, so all we are going to do is use this index and attach in here this title, and also now inside this r dot title, and then I'm just going to attach in here this URL of that we got. So let me just add in this URL. Okay, and I'm just closing this one, and then this snippet, and in here the snippet or dot. Fine, so this is how we are going to transform this, and this one I'm just going to join this by new lines. So this it's going to give us the search info, and now we need to prepare in here the search prompt, here the information, and I'm going to add in here delimiters like /n and pass in here the search info that we got, and we are going to add in some instructions here like based on snippet, please answer the given question with proper citations or something like this. And I'm just going to specify like it must remove the XML tags and all whatever we have in the snippet and all, and also let's pass in the question finally, so which we got in the input. So this is the prompt that we just prepared, and I'm just going to return the search prompt from here, and if there is any error, let's try to return the message that error performing Google search, and I'm just going to say like ask user to check API keys. Okay, fine. So this is the Google search, and now we have this one. All I can do now, use this web search tool which we just created, and where is this? Yeah, and this title, let me change this to Google search, and this loading message, let me change this one to like searching on web, and this the result message, I'm going to change this one to results from Google search, and this icon, the type, let me change this to web search. We will just add these types and also the icons. And this one, the small icon, I'm going to change this one to globe icon. Fine. So this is the things that we have as part of this component. And also for now, let's just remove the other things that I have, the tool calling and all those things, and instead that let's try to create a simple helper functions which is going to help us help us to get the tool by key and also tool info by key. So simple, so get tool by key. In here, pass in here this key which should be of this t tool key. Here all we are going to do is iterate through this tools list and try to find that tool by this key that we have, tool.key. I'm just going to return the tool from this function. In the same way, let's just create in here this function which is going to get this tool info by key, pass in here this tool key type, and here let's just pass in, instead of just the tool, the whole object, tools dot find the tool, and if this tool key is matching to key, we are just returning that. And from here let's try to return this calculator tool, the web search tool, and also the tools list that we have. And also let me just remove this, pass in this get tool by key, get tool info by key. So from this hook, this is what we are going to return. And let's not worry about these things, the table search results and all. So this is the tool hook which we just created, and I need to add in this svg icons and also include inside a part of this model icon, and then a component which we were creating to select the plugin and all. Let's just continue those things. So let's add in this icons and then I'll create this type in this model icon, then we will not see these issues. So I just need to add this icon. So let me just add this calculator and also the web search icon. So I'm just adding on both of them. So I've just added these two icons, and now inside this icons component folder, let me include these types, this model icon. So alongside this chat hub, let me add in here this web search and this calculator. Okay, fine. And then this icons also, if I just add in, then we should not see any problem. Icons slash web search.svg, and then this calculator, let me add in this icon slash calculator.svg. Okay, now we had it here, and inside in our tools we should not see any problem here now. Yep, you can see there's no issue. And let's go to our plugin select component where we wanted to complete and access these tools, and there's no error now. And let's try to complete this one. So I'm going to get this models list from here, get this model by key function, and also the preferences. We would like to update, set and get these preferences, get preferences, and also let's create the local state which is going to keep track of which plugins are selected. Okay, so this is for that selected plugins, set selected plugins. This is going to be of type tool key array, and let me by default set this to empty array. And inside this use effect block, I'm just going to get this preferences, and then this preferences, let's try to collect this preferences, and I'm just going to update this selected preferences to whatever this default plugins are, or else this empty array. And this is going to trigger whenever the value changes in this is open variable. Fine. And now this simple model, let's try to get this model by key and pass in here the selected model. If this model the plugins, so this also we are going to add in these plugins for this one. Let's try to return this thing. So let's go to this function, this models list. Let's try to update here as well. So I'm just going to add in here the type for this plugins as well, which it's the t-tool array thing. This is going to be there, and by default let's try to add in for all of these things web search and calculator. So whatever the models that we have, let me add in here this plugins, and in here this calculator and web search I'm just going to add for all of these models, and then we should not see any issues. So I'm just adding let me complete adding these things, and here and then if I add here, and then we have Gemini models. So I'm just setting this thing, and finally this model we should be good. Okay, so now we have added this plugins everywhere inside this. So if like few of those things doesn't support for now, that's fine. Let's keep them as calculator and web search. If they are not supporting, we will just change back to empty array. So going back to this component, the plugin select, now we don't have any issue. So now in here let's try to return a fragment, and inside that I'm going to use this popover component and attach in this open that we have is open, and on open change let me set this to open. I'm just toggling this open value. And tooltip, we are going to add a trigger, and let's say this is going to say as a plugins, and inside this the popover trigger component, let's add in this as a child, and I'm going to add in this button component variant. Let's make this one to be ghost, size the icon smaller, and the icon inside this button I'm just going to add in here this puzzle piece button size, let's say 16. Weight of this, let's make this one to be bold. Okay, so this is the trigger to open this popover, and after this tooltip, the popover content. So this one, I want this side of this to be at the top, and the styling, let's just have this padding of 1, and width, let's say I want like 250 pixel, and for dark background I'm going to add this zinc color like 700, margin right, and also this rounded, let's say 2 times extra large. Now inside this, we'll just use this tools list that we have and try to iterate through this list and get this tool object that we have, and then I'm just going to render this inside this div. Key, let me attach in here this tool.key in the styling for this. So I'm just going to show you eventually. We will add basically where exactly this it should be as part of the chart input component, so which we will add. And for medium, let's make a bigger text size, and have this gap of 2. I want this one to be flex row, and the width, let's make this full padding of 2. And our background, let's say zinc 50, and this dark I'm going to like on our background, let's say the black color. Rounded, again I want this one to be 2 times extra large. And here first, let's try to render this icon. The size I'm specifying here this medium, and then this tool name. After this, let's just have a simple span, and I'm just going to close this one. Then we will use the switch component that we have, the checked. It is going to depend upon the selected plugins value that we have. If this includes, then this will be checked, else it is not going to be. So let me pass in here this tool dot key, and on check the change. So what are we supposed to do? So let's try to get this value, the checked boolean value, and now let's try to get this preferences, and inside this callback, the preferences that we have, we should try to update this one. So default plugins, we can get this using preferences dot default plugins, or I'm just going to assign the empty array for this one. If it is checked, then we should update this default plugin. So whatever we have, this let's extend with the new selection, that is this tool dot key. Fine, and then this selected plugins also, I'm just going to update this selected plugins along with this new tool that the user is trying to enable. Okay, fine. So that is if checked. If it is not checked, else just the vice versa, we need to remove this one from this default plugins list. So all we can do is try to filter with this key, so leaving alone that key aside, rest let's have in that default plugin. So if this plugin is not equals to this selected key, then we will make it part of default plugins, else not. And here as well, the selected plugins, I'm just have to filter this selected plugins dot filter this plugin. Let's check plugin is not equals to tool dot key. Okay, so that is the else logic, and after this, let's just try to close this one, and then we should not see any issues. So this is simple plugin select component. So let me try to add this one as part of this the chart input component, and this also we need to refactor so that it looks good. So basically let's first add here, then I'll try to refactor. So wherever we have this model select and all those components, just below that I'm just going to add this new plugin select component. So here let me add in this, in the selected model for now, this one, let's for now typecast this. So I need to maintain local state variable, and then so if I just refresh this one, so we don't have this selected model, that's why we are not rendering. Okay, so let's try to add this selected model that I want. We can do one thing. I'm just going to create here this local state variable. Let's name that as selected model. So in here let's just create a simple state variable selected model, selected model. This is going to be of type model key, and by default let me set this to GPT-4 or 4 turbo. We'll change that one. Okay, and also now I can pass to our component here, instead of this one let me pass in here this selected model, and also let me try to refactor this model select component. I'm just going to pass in here this selected model along this state we have moved up to parent component. So let's try to pass in as a props for this. So model select, in here this type I'm just going to have this selected model which is of type model key, and then this callback function to update the user selection. Model key, and here let me add in this here. Now I'm just going to destructure this as a props model select, and let me just remove this one. Of course we are going to see this error, selected model and set selected model, and it should be same as before. Now inside this chart input, this one, let's pass in this selected model, whatever it is, set selected model. I'm just going to pass this callback function to update this one. So now you can see here this puzzle. So this is what the plugin. So now we can either enable this or disable this one. So this is how we are trying to add in this plugin select into our chart input component. Okay, fine. And just for this, the editor component, let me also add in here this no scroll bar if it is having more content. So I'm just going to add no scroll bar if it exceeds the height that we have specified. Fine. So that is the small change inside our chart input component. And in our the LLM calls and all, we need to handle this plugin passing and all, which is more work. So let me quickly update all of our hooks whichever we are trying to store related chat session and all. So here let's add in props. In the chat message I wanted to include the tool name and all those things. So let me add the tool name that we are going to attach, and this is optional, and also the tool result that we get. So I can pass in here the string, and then is tool running. Let me maintain this local boolean variable, and this loading, let's make this one as optional, and also if this as error or not, I'm just going to make this as optional. And also let's try to make few changes whenever we are adding message to session. In here, if it is instead of returning this just chat message, let me return this message alongside this chat message. Fine, you can just add in console statement to see new sessions and all. So now we updated here these types. Let's try to handle inside this LLM block. We need to add in the tools and all those things. So let me just import this use tools hook which I need to use, and also agent executor and this create tool calling agent from this langchain slash agents. So I'm just going to add in whichever I need, agent executor and this create tool calling agent. These are the two things that I need. In this type, I'm just going to completely change this. Of course we are going to see a lot of errors. So on change, let's have just a single callback function. This is the thing. So let me completely remove this one and this on change. And now whatever I need here, this tools, let's try to destructure them inside this component. We have calculator tool and this web search tool and get tool by key. Fine, and this now going to make the changes here. Let me just add in this placeholder. I'm going to add this agent, just a placeholder. Okay, fine. And after this, inside our run model, let's try to store this plugins. So this preferences dot default plugins or empty array. Now I have these plugins. So this default, now we don't have this on in it and all. I am just going to store into this default change props and in here created at just props, id, message id, model, whatever we have, let's just pass them as it is. As error, let me just remove this one. Okay, and alongside this, the on change, I need to pass in this default change prompts, whatever I have just changed the types. So let me use this default props that I have. Oh, here let me also remove this is loading, and below this the on change callback function, whatever we have, I'm just going to destructure all of this change props and pass in, and also this is loading, let's just set this to true. Okay, that is what we'll be sending now. And same thing, even if there is any error and wherever we are just, so I'm just changing this to on change. Now we can just remove all of this and use this default change props that we have, and as error I'm just setting this to true, is loading to false, error message and all, everything it's going to be same. So we are trying to handle using a single function now. And after this here let me create here this available tools, the selected model dot plugins, and from here I'm just going to filter whatever these plugins that we have. So from here let's check if this includes or not. So if it includes, let's try to get this get tool by key and pass in here this preferences, and from here I'm just going to filter. So let's try to typecast this one or this empty array. Okay, so in here let's, yep, so this is like the available tools based upon this model key plugins and all. So we can just console this one to just check this available tools, this available tools. I'm just going to cancel this, and let's prepare this agent with the tool object. So we are going to use this create tool calling agent, pass in here this LLM as any, and this tools, let me attach this available tools, this prompt whatever we have, I'm just going to attach in here this prompt, and thus set this stream runnable to true. Fine, so this is like agent with tool that we have, and after this I'm just going to create in here this executor, agent executor. That is why we just imported this agent executor. Let's attach in this agent, which is agent with tool, and also this tools. I'm just going to pass in here the available tools which we have here above. Okay, fine, and also let's have this chain without tools. Let's try to pass in here this selected model as any, and now let's try to capture the streamed message. I'm just setting this to empty string. Then this tool name, this is also let's have this string or undefined, fine. And the stream, so whatever we have here, this stream, let's try to change that one and use let's use this available tools and agents executor and try to invoke that one. So this stream I'm just going to capture inside this instead of this the chain. Now let me just comment this thing, await. So in here this available tools, we are going to check if we have any available tools. Then I'm going to use this agent executor or else the chain without dot tools, and then I'm calling here this invoke function here. And after this, whatever we have, let's just pass in here in the callback functions llm start and all. Let's try to pass the status here, this default change props whatever we have, and this ai, the streamed message is loading. I'm just going to set this to true. Is tool running? Let's set this one to false. As error, I'm going to set this to false. Then pass in here this tool name, error message. Let's set this one to undefined, created at this moment. Let's typecast this to ISO or string. Okay, fine. That's what we are going to do in this start thing. And below this, let's try to call the function handle this tool start, and here I'm just going to pass this tool the input. So let's pass in the input, the run id, the parent run id, the tags, metadata if there is, and then this name. And here I'm just going to console this tool started, and we can just console all of this, the input, run id, parent run id, this tags, metadata, and this name. Let's set in this tool name to this name, and inside after this in the on change callback function, let's try to update and pass the status update, this default change props whatever we have. Let's just keep in this tool name. I'm going to set this to name, and is tool running. This time we are going to set this to true. Okay, so that is this. And after this one, this handle tool, and let's collect this output, run id, this parent run id, this tags, on change, or let me destructure this default change props. Is tool running? I'm going to set this one to false. And tool name, let's just pass in here this tool result. I'm going to attach in this output. Okay, this is the handle tool end, and after this the handle agent action. This action, whatever we have, this run id, this parent run id, this tags. Let's for now not do anything. I'm just going to console here this agent action. Let me pass in here this agent action. Fine. And then this handle llm and all whatever we have, let's keep it as it is. And also let me add here this new token function handling. So this is asynchronous. This token whatever we have, let me try to console this token and this streamed message. Let's try to append to that variable. And here this on change, let me just update is loading to true AI. I'm going to set this to streamed message, and then this tool name as error, I'm just going to set this to false. The error message, let me set this to undefined. So this is how we are handling this streamed message updating and also agent tools executions and all. And let's then here this handle chain and the output, let's for now just console this chain end, and I'm just going to console this output. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to remove this handle text and all, and this llm error whatever we have, this stores messages and all, let's just keep as it is. And here we need to change this one to on change, and all of this whatever I have, let me use this default change props as error. Let's set this to true, and is loading to false. Error message, something went wrong. Yep. Let's add in here this comma separator. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to remove these things, and whatever we have in here, this streaming and all those things, now we can just remove this because we are handling above the stream message. And in this chat message, let's just remove all of this. Then default change props whatever we have, I'm just keeping this this raw AI. Now it's going to be this stream dot content or stream dot output, and then is tool running, let's set this to false, and attach in here this tool name. Okay, fine. And this model, I can just remove this because we had in that default change props, and the remaining let's just keep as it is. And here instead of this on stream end, I'm going to change this one to on change. So this is the change for us to handle this, the plugins, agents, and trying to call all of this. We will see this eventually. I will just try to test this. Of course, there is some issue. Yeah, I will fix that issue. This is OpenAI tool is not exported. That is to do something with the imports, which we will fix it. So now I just added all of these things in our model settings also, where we are supposed to configure the Google search engine ID and API key. So let me add in here this Google search engine ID. Let me set this to empty string, and here this Google search API key also I'm just going to set this to empty string, and inside this default also let's try to add in here this set field value, this Google search engine ID, the preferences dot Google search engine ID or empty string. So we will see this in a while in the UI. So just until then, let's complete this logic. And this set field value now for Google search API key preferences dot Google search API key. So I'm just passing in here. So that's the small change inside that one. And now everywhere, so settings and all, we need to add in this plugins menu as well. So let me create just one more list here. So I'm just going to create, let's name this as plugins menu, which it's going to be of type the settings menu item array, and inside this let's add in this web search, the key. Okay, this is going to be the name, that's why we have this issue. And this key, let me set this as web search. The icon, I'm going to add in here this model icon component. Size, I want it to be like medium. This type, we have this web search, so I'm just passing in this type. And this component we are at to create. So for now I'm just leaving this as a placeholder. We will create this web search plugin, and here I'm just going to add this new plugins as well, this plugins menu. Okay, so I need to close this, that's the issue. And let's add in here this separator. So now we just added this one. I'll have to add this new section for plugins as well. So let me add below this for the plugins section. So the first is title, so let's just copy whatever we have in here, and then accordingly we'll just change this thing, just this title and all those things. So in here, instead of this models, the title, it's going to be the plugins, and here we are going to iterate through this plugins menu list. and here let me just keep them as it is. Everything should be same. Yep, yeah, I'm just going to keep them as it is. And now we need to create, and of course we have a lot of issues in this provider and all. We will just fix this one, and then we will try to create a web search component, and then try to import into the settings provider. So inside this context, let me just remove the streaming value that we are exposing, and here whatever the streaming and everything we are maintaining, so I'm just removing this, and let me completely remove this run model and all. And only thing is, and also small fix whenever we are trying to append to current session, instead of returning this props, I'll have to return this message along with this new props. That is what I'm going to return here. And this LLM from here, let me try to destructure this run LLM run model, and this stop generation. Only thing now we need to pass in here is append to current session the on change, and everything should be same. And here I'm just going to remove the streaming. Now you should not see any issues. Okay, and now let me just try to create a simple components for web search. Inside this settings, I'm going to create here this new folder called plugins, and let me create this new component called web search.tsx, and let's create here this component. I'm just going to name this as web search plugin, and here again this is going to be simple form. So let's use this toes to show the error messages and also the formic component. So I'm just going to use this model settings which we just added, get in here this formic and this preferences. Okay, what is this? Yeah, I'm just going to pass in here this empty object. So now all we need to do is try to create in a simple div where we will try to collect the inputs, the engine ID, and also the Google search API key. Okay, and some function to test whether this is working or not. So to first, let's create this function which is going to handle this test. So simple, let me try to first close this catch block. If there is any error, we are going to show the error message. This title, let me set this as test failed, and the description, I'm going to set this as Google search plugin is not working. And then this variant, let me set this one to destructive. So this is what we'll be showcasing if there is an area error. And in this try catch block, let's try to get this URL, so which is, so this we can maintain as a constant variable and refer in all our places, but for now let's have this as a string here, and try to prepare in here this params like we did this key formic dot values, and here this Google search API key, and then this formic dot values dot engine ID. Then this query, I'm just going to add in here our coding like latest news, and let's test this response. So if we I'm just going to try to make a call by passing in this params. So let me just import this axios, and if the status code is 200, then that means we have the right credentials. So I can just say this like test is successful. So now we have this plugin integrated or something like this. So this description, I'm going to say Google search plugin is working, and this variant, let me set this one to default, and in the else block I'm just going to throw this error. Let's say I'm going to set in here this invalid response. So this is a very simple function to test this out, and in here now let's focus on our UI, the settings container. So the title web search plugin. So in here let's add in simple div, or else we are going to receive an error. Okay, let's just fix this packages issues that we have with respect to this module. So let's try to restart this application. So I'm just going to restart this. Sometimes it's just because of this node modules not loading. Yeah, I'm just going to change this version of this langchain core, and then we should be good. Have just bumped the version of langchain core, and then we are good. Okay, now let's continue this one. So if you just wanted to see, the plugins options that we added inside this, you can see in this plugins we have this web search and this component. Let's try to work it out, and this should be inside this. What is the problem? The tools. Okay, there is this typo error. For now let's ignore, I'm just going to change that. Let's continue on this web search component. Here let's add in the usual text. I'm just going to say like Google search engine ID, and here let's add in this icon with weight. Let's say I'm just going to set this to regular, and the size of this, let's keep this one to 14. Okay, fine. So let's to see this in action, these settings provider that we have, the plugins menu. So I'm just going to add in here this web search plugin component that we are working in, and then we should see the changes that we are making. Okay, fine. So after this one, let me create here this input component, and this name of this I'm going to add it as Google search engine ID, and this type, let's set this to text. The value of this, whatever we have in this formic dot values dot Google search engine ID, in autocomplete let me turn this off. On change, what are we supposed to do? So simple. Let's try to update our preferences. The Google search engine ID, whatever user enters, let's update this one, and also the formic values, let me set this field value to whatever this user enters, Google search engine ID, and here I'm just attaching in this e dot target dot value. Fine, this is what we do, and let me just close this one so that we can see this input as well. Okay, the same way, first let's try to style this one, and then we'll have similar input field to collect the API key. I'm just making this as a column. Let's make this width full. Items, let me add this one at the start, and a gap of 2. And this div, let's also make this flex column width, I want it to be a full, and this div, let's make this flex row. Items, let me center this. Justify, I'm just going to make this between, padding in y direction to be 2, and the width, let's make this one to be full. Yep, now you can slowly see the difference. And this text, let's make this flex row text, I want to be a smaller size, and medium text, let's make this one base. Items, let me center this, and this gap of 1. Text size, let me make this to zinc like 500. Okay, now it is looking good, even this input, whatever we enter. So let me just copy this whole div, and I'm just going to add the one more div below, and let's just try to change the text of it. So this, instead of this engine ID, it's going to be the API key that we are going to collect. And also here, let's change this Google search API key, and here as well I'm just going to change this to API key. Here as well, let's change this to API key, and this one as well, API key. Okay, fine. So this is where we'll try to collect this, and so let me just close this. Okay, fine. And after this, I'm going to have in here this button component. So on click, let me try to run this test, and I'll run test. Size of this, let's keep this one to be smaller, and inside this I'm going to have the text as run check, and below this let's have the one more button like where to get this API key and this engine ID and all. So variant, let me set this one to a secondary, and on click I'm going to try to open so basically to get the engine ID, all you have to do is try to navigate to the programmable search engine.google.com/control panel/create. That's where we will be able to create, and to get API key, all you have to do is you will have to go to console.cloud.google.com and there create one project. Once you create a project, navigate to enable APIs and services, and they'll search for custom search API and then enable it. Once you enable that, go to credentials section and create an API key, and from there you get the API key. Okay, so that's where you can get it. And here let's try to open this for engine ID, and inside this I'm just going to have this text as get your API key here, and have this arrow right icon. The size, let me set this to 16. Weight of it, let me set this to bold. Okay, so now you can see here, so I did get this engine ID and API keys. You can just navigate to respective web link and get that. So I'm just going to add it here. This is the engine ID and the API key. I do have it here, so I'm just adding in here. So now if I try to run this, you can see this test is successful and the plugin is working. Okay, so this is how I configured this values, and now we have here few issues. Almost we should be good. I'm going to address them, and let's also make some change inside our AI bubble. That's where if we are using any of the plugins, we'll have to showcase that one. So from here, let me try to get the tool name like is tool running, and also this tool name from this chat message. And also let's try to get this tool info, so using this use tools hook that we have, and here I'm going to get this get tool info by key, and this tool used we can just capture this using tool name. Then I'm going to get this tool info by key and pass in here this tool name. This it's going to be of this tool key, so I'm just going to import this one, or else let's set this one to be undefined. So this is how we are going to know whether we use the tool or not. And if we have some value inside this, I need to showcase this one. So all I'm going to do here, let's try to here use this if tool used. Let's try to showcase inside this div. So let me close this div in here. Tool used, I'm going to use this small icon, and if this tool is running, let's try to showcase this tool used loading message here. Else I'm going to showcase the result that we got from that tool. So this result message, and to just style it here, I'm just going to make this flex and row and have this cap of 2, padding in y direction 2. Let's center this items text. Let's make this extra small, and this text color I'm just going to make this jink like 560. Okay, fine. And this styling of this, let's have this extra small. Okay, and remaining whatever it is, and we are just going to keep that as it is. And here let me pass in this is loading value for this one, and also the loader, let me showcase the spinner even if this not tool running, and then we will try to show this spinner. So this is a small change inside our AI bubble, and almost we are done. We should be good to test it out. So if I just refresh, and there are couple of issues. Okay, there is, yeah, now there should not be any issue. So let me just refresh this. And what is the issue here? Okay, we don't have this streaming, so let me just remove the streaming and then we should be good. And also going to the hooks that we have, this use tools, let me check in this typo the tool, this type of this is job object of any, and the thing that I passed in is this calculator tool that we have. In here, and the issue is okay, let me check in here this calculator tool. So basically it's just missing this input. The schema, the operation number one, the description, and also whatever we have just added that one, and also okay, that's fine. So let's try to check. That is this typo issue. So now if I just enable here this Google search and plugin, so let me ask here the latest info, like what is below in this quantum computing. So now I asked here, so basically this is latest info. We should use this Google search and try to get this result. So basically this tool should, this plugin should be put to use. So if I try to ask this question, so now you can see here the searching on the web and the results we got from Google search. And this is what below is the name of new quantum chip developed by Google. This chip represents significant advancement in quantum computing technology, and this is what, so plugin is enabled. And even if I ask like what is 202 plus 34 minus 12 minus like multiply by 20, something like this, now we should use this calculator plugin. So if I ask here, you can see now calculated result. This came from the calculator plugin that we have. Okay, so don't worry about this typo issues, which we will take care. But the intent was whatever this plugins that we enabled, that should be put to use and get the result using those plugins. And this is what we just try to add in using this agents calling tool, using this langchain that it provides, and way to talk to this plugins and get the results. And that's what we just added and refactored it, and showcasing on the chat messages, and we just made this changes. Okay, so if I try to make this on the smaller screen, let's say I'm just clearing all of these sessions. So let's try to clear this current session. Okay, so this one, the chart input that we have, so let me add in the bottom. It it should be at the bottom and all, so I'm just adding in here styling to our main div, just a minor change, not a big thing. So here the bottom, whatever it is from medium, let's have this at the bottom, and normal, let's say we are going to set this to like 8. Okay, so from medium onwards, all I'm just the chat input, and if I just try to have this one, I'm just trying to add it. Okay, and also like whenever I'm trying to go to settings and this data, try to clear all data. Let's try to showcase the toast message as well. So going to this settings and the data file, in here this data component, when we are trying to clear this one, let me do it in the other way. So I'm just going to use this toast like we did. So in here this title, I'm going to add in here this clear all data, and then in description let me like ask for confirmation, like this action cannot be like undone. And here let me just add in the variant, let me make this one to be destructive, and I'm going to add in here this action as well. So inside this one, let's try to use this button component. So I'm just going to add in here this button, and the size of this, let's just make this smaller. Variant, let's have this as a default, and on click I'm just going to call whatever this clear sessions and all this logic that I have. So I'm just moving here to inside this thing. So clear sessions and then toast data clear and all will just remain the same. Let me just close this button, and inside this let's have this as the clear all. Okay, to just see the difference, so if I just click on this thing, you can see now there's a toast and this clear all done, this cannot be done. So once I click on clear all, then we should not see any history. So okay, so let me just refresh. Now you can see, yeah, it is not immediately refreshing. That's fine, we will look after that. But that's the small changes that we just added here, taking users consent before deleting. And also now let's try to add in a website reading tool, and also the DuckDuckGo web search tool as well. So to add in those things, I wanted to create the endpoints for those as well. So let me just create first the endpoint to extract the website reader thing. I will use the Puppeteer and try to extract the content of the website, and then the another search option. So I'm just going to add both of them, then we will try to play with those things as well. So let's add in few dependencies that I need for web page reading, and also this DuckDuckGo search I wanted to add in. So let's install few dependencies. let me add the dependencies that I need. First is the puppeteer to just read the HTML content of a particular page, and the types of it. I'm just going to add in these types. Let's add in this scrape of this as well, and add in JS DOM, the types of this JS DOM, and also the turn down, and the types for the turn down. And I wanted to add the Chromium minimum version as well, and also this puppeteer core. Let me add these dependencies, and then we should be good to add these plugins. So these are all the dependencies that I need, so I'm just installing this. So let's wait for them to install, and then we can go ahead and try to implement logic for those two plugins and test it out. Okay, all are installed. So let me try to create a simple route inside here, this API folder. Let me create a new folder called extract, and inside this folder let's try to create a simple route. And in here, and let me just minimize this and close this sidebar that we have. Let me create a simple asynchronous function which is going to help me get the browser, so that we can provide it for the puppeteer. So in here I'm going to use this puppeteer from puppeteer core. Let's try to import from this core, and here I'm going to launch this by passing in some params. The arguments, let's pass in whatever this Chromium arguments that we have. So this one, let me try to get this from this dependency, and I'm just going to pass the arguments, and alongside the let's try to add in the scroll bars, and also I'm just going to disable web security. Okay, fine. And this default viewport, let me set this one to chromium dot default viewport. The executable path, here we are going to provide this Chromium executable path. So this you can so I'm just adding in here this GitHub the link to the Chromium executable, the tar file. So let me just add that in here. So once we add this executable path, so thus you can just refer from here and browse it, or else you can take from the description. This Chromium, I'm going to specify this headless chromium.headless, and ignore any HTTPS errors. So I'm just going to specify to true. Okay, let's for now comment this one. There is issue with this version, that's fine. And below this I'm just going to create a function which is going to scrape in a website. So scrape website. In here let's pass in here this URL. Let's try to get this browser using the above function, this browser, and then this page. I'm going to create here this new page, and let's try to go to this URL that we received as the input, and let's try to wait until this network is idle. So, and after this we are going to remove some scripts and style tags from this page. So I can just do it. All we can do is use this document and query select all, this script, the style tags, and also this no script, this iframe things, and let's try to iterate through things, and I'm just going to call this element dot remove functions. So this is to just remove all the script and style tags, and also let's try to remove the sidebar and navbars things. So same way, let's try to pass in here inside this document dot query select all, the sidebar and this nav footer and this header. I'm just going to remove this, and then for each let's try to call this remove function on each element. Okay, so let's, okay, what is this issue? Query select all. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, let's just copy this one. Let's okay, this, okay, I should pass this as a callback. That's the problem in here. Let's now add in this respective elements, the sidebar, this nav footer, and this header. And I'm just going to remove all of this, like just to remove sidebar, nav footer, and header. And now let's try to get this clean HTML content. So I'm just going to name this accordingly, clean content await page dot evaluate, and here I'm going to get this document dot body, try to get this inner HTML, and now let's try to close this one, and then I'm going to return here this clean content from this function. So this is the function which is going to help us scrape a website. And now all we are going to do is try to consume inside our post endpoint. So I'm just going to create in here this post endpoint, the request. Let me pass in the next request type, and this response, let me create the next response type, and here let's try to destructure this URL from our request body. And once we get this URL, and let's do some validation. If there is no URL, we are just going to respond saying that you have not provided URL. So let me add in this no URL provided, and here let's pass in the status code as 401. This HTML content Now we are going to pass this URL to a bow function which we have, and if there is no HTML content that we received, let me say that error fetching the content from the URL that you passed or something like that. So I'm just going to throw that error message, error fetching this content, and this status code, let's say some internal server error 500. And if we have this content, let's try to convert this into markdown. So that is why we have this turn down survey. So let me try to create an object, the surveys, this one. I'm just going to use this, and using this we can easily convert the HTML content into markdown content using this turn down function and pass in here this HTML content. And finally, let's try to return this next response dot JSON, pass in this as the text, the markdown content. Okay, so this is the endpoint which is going to help us scrape the website URL. Now we have this thing. Similar way, let me try to create for searching the endpoint. So inside this, I'm just going to create this new endpoint search using this DuckDuckGo search, and here let me create this route. In here again, this let's create the post endpoint. Same way, let's have this request and the response, and inside this one, let's try to get the user's query. From here, this request body await request.json. Same way, let's quickly handle this no query response. So if there is no query response, I'm just going to add in here this no query provided message, and the status code, let me set in here this 401. Okay, fine. And below this, let's try to create this new tool. I'm going to use this. Let's try to import duck go search from this langchain community tools, and from here I'm just going to import this search. Okay, and now I can just use this one, and from here the max result, let's say I want it to 5. And now let's try to get the results by calling the invoke function. So await tool.invoke and pass in here this query. So let's try to return this response, the next response dot JSON, and here this results. I'm just going to attach in this results. Fine. So these are like two endpoints to search and also to extract. Now we have this. Let's try to create new tools inside our use tools hook. Inside this, I'm just going to add in, let me create these tools like we just created for calculator and so this is going to be just the function web search. So let me just quickly create in the same way that we created for the Google. In this thing, it's going to be the input. Let's add in this input which is going to be of type string. Okay, and here let's try to return this dynamic structure tool. The name of this, I'm just going to have this as duck go search. The description, and let me say this as same like whatever we have for this Google search. Let me take the same thing. Okay, in here I'm just going to add in the same thing, and then the schema, which is again on this web search schema. This function, let's pass in this input in this run manager. Inside this, let's try to handle this API call in the try catch block, and this in the catch error, let's just try to return error for now. Error performing duck go search, and I'm going to say like ask user to check API, something like this. So for this, no API key is needed, so let's just keep it simple. And now this response, all I'm going to do is try to use this Axios and try to make the post call to the endpoint API slash search. The query, I'm going to pass in here this as the input, and let's try to collect this result. So this response dot data dot results, that is what we are returning. And if there is no result, let's try to throw in error like handle tool error. Here we are just going to say this error performing this search, and then we are going to throw this error. Let me throw in this error the invalid response. Okay, fine. If there is no result, if we have this result, let's again prepare this prompt. Same thing, so the information, let's add in here this separator and provide in here this result, and based on the snippet, I'm just going to say like please answer the question and all. Let's add in like with proper citations, and just same whatever we added for our Google search, the XML tags if any, and pass in now this question. I'm adding in here this input, and here this use read website tool to extract more information. Okay, this is the prompt that we have, and this prompt I'm just going to return from this function. This is for the DuckDuckGo search, and a similar way, let me just copy this one, and let me rename this one to read website tool. So here we are going to add in this puppeteer, and also let me just close this web search schema. Now this will have this URL, this string which is of URL, and here this instead of this input, let's pass in this query, and this tool name, let's create this as a read website. The description, let's just I've just prepared simple description: website reader tool to extract information from a website, like useful when you want to look into website content to answer question and all those things. So let me quickly add in that description. So let me replace whatever we have this thing. So this is simple thing, and here the input, the URL, and this query. And now inside this block, instead of this search, let me make a call to our extract endpoint, and here if we just pass in this URL, we should be good. And I'm just going to check this result. So if there is no response dot this data dot text, so we can just say error performing this read website, and we're just going to throw in an invalid response. And this prompt, let's just pass in this content. I'm just going to add in that respective content by passing in this content whatever we collect. So let's just try to collect into this variable response dot data dot text. Okay, so and this one I'm just going to replace with this new text, just information and based on snippet, please answer the given question in proper citation. Just I'm passing in this query, and we can just return this search prompt. And if there is any error, I'm just going to web scraping or something like this. Okay, so now we have this both the tools and this tool key. Let me add in the read website and also this DuckDuckGo search. So yep, and all we need to do is copy this and try to add into more objects, one for reading website and one for searching. So let's change any of this key to the search, and this tool, let me change this one to DuckDuckGo tool, and this also let me change this title, and I think this one, let me just change this to accordingly, and remaining let's just keep that as it is. And after this one, let me change this to read website, and here instead of this one, let's change this to read website tool. This name of this, let me change this to read website, and this loading message, let me add in this as finalizing website, and this one results from website reader, and the icon, let's just keep that as it is for now. We will change this later. And this small icon, let's change this one to a browser icon. Okay, fine. So these are the two tools that we added. So we can just try to refresh this session, and then we should be able to see this new plugins which we just added. You can see now this search and also reading the website. So if I wanted to just read a website and just disable these two things and pass in here Google Labs website link, the labs.google. So let's say like read out its content. I'm just passing this one. Okay, the read website, let's just pass in. Okay, ideally we should call out this read website tool, and then that is what it is expected. Okay, just let's check this, and hopefully this should give me the result. Okay, so it is not working as expected, and let's see this Google search as well. I mean this one, I'm just trying to test this. What is Google Labs latest experiment in AI? Okay, basically I understand the reason is I'll have to specify these things inside our model list, and that's the mistake that I made. So going to this models list, so all we had it, so since we are just testing in GPT-4 model, so let me add in this tool. So I'm just going to add in this tool, and let's try to check this one. Okay, and very specifically you can just add in to whichever, so I can just add in here this, so read website. So let's for now just add it to this just this model alone, or else let me add in this to Gemini, and here also I'm just going to add for Claude, and this Gemini model also let me just add in. Okay, fine. For now let's just test for these two. So if I just ask now, it should hopefully give us the result. So let's just test this reading a website, and let me pass in here this query and try to send this thing. So you can see now it's analyzing website, whatever the tool that we added, and results from the website reader. Okay, we received an error from this. Let's try to okay, not this one. Let me just open here this terminal, and I just wanted to check what is the error that we received. Okay, it's with respect to the folders. Yep, just check. Yeah, and the Chromium version URL, is the issue that I'm going to fix. Let's try to ask like what is latest like who won 2024 US presidential elections. Like if I just enable this search, we should get the result. Let's see now. So searching on the web, and ideally we should receive this. Yep, you can see was won by Republican parties Donald Trump and JD Vance, and here is the source. We can just, let me remove this one. So this is the source. We can just check out this one. So this is getting the results, but reading website, all we need to do is just check it out. The chromium tar file location, and then we should be able to read website content as well. So let me just change that, and then we will test it out. So I have tested this web scraping tool multiple times. There is an issue with running a browser using Puppeteer. Let's park that aside for now. We will look at it eventually, and let's continue adding these prompt libraries and all those things. Just a minor changes inside the plugin select. I will make the icon as the different one. So instead of this, and also let's make this one to be smaller, and in here this icon I'm going to change this one to plug size. Let's keep that one as a bold, and also like if this selected plugins, if we have only, then we will try to show the length of this selected plugins. So basically number of plugins selected. So I'm just going to show this one, and also the popover. So in here, so if I just try to refresh this, so you can see here we are trying to show that, and also this popover thing. Let's have the width increased to, let's say, like 300 pixel. Yep, a little bit more width, and here I'm just going to add in a small title. Let's say this is a plugins, and I'm just going to add in here this batch like work in progress, and this one let's try to make this flex row, add this gap of 2, and padding in y direction. Let's say I'm going to add in 2, padding in x direction 3. Text, let's make this one smaller. Font type, I'm going to make this one medium. Have some border at the bottom. Border color, let's make this jink 500. Okay, so yep, that is the thing, this title. And below here let's try to wrap everything we have inside this div. Add in some padding in all direction 1, and now whatever these tools that I have, let me try to wrap inside this div. Okay, and whatever we have, let's just keep the way it is. So that's the small change, icon change, and also showcasing number of plugins selected and all those things. Okay, and also let's try to add an option to validate the plugins that we have, so kind of the tools inside this. Let me add in a option for the tool key type. Inside this, I'm just going to add in a function to validate these things. Let's say this is going to return a promise of type boolean, and this validation of failed action, so let's make this one also as optional. So these things inside our use tools, let's try to add here. Let me try to get this use preferences, get preferences, and also to open the settings, to open settings if there is any issue. So let's try to add it here. For now, for calculator, let me try to, or else for web search, let's try to add it here. So basically, if there is any issue, we'll try to navigate the user to go to settings and set the API key and engine ID and all. So in here, asynchronous, let's make this one asynchronous, and here I'm just going to get the user's preferences. Okay, and if there's no preferences dot Google search API key, or preferences dot Google search engine ID, let's try to return this one false, else I'm just going to return this one to true. And the failed action, this one, let's make this arrow function, and here I'm just going to open this web search that we have. So this is a small addition to our tools to validate the specific things whichever needs users action. So I'm just changing that one, and now we'll have to handle this one inside our plugin select component. So the switch component where we have here, let's try to make this asynchronous, and of course make this asynchronous. And now here let's try to get whether this is validated or not. So I am going to use this tool dot validate, try to call this. So inside this checked, let's try to check this if this tool dot validate is undefined or is validated. Let's try to set this preferences and plugins or whatever we have, these things, else here. So all I'm going to do is try to open this action. Okay, fine, that is the thing, and whatever we have remaining, it's just going to stay the same. So just a small change. And also the div which we have, let me try to make this items to be a center. Okay, so now this will be we have this one, so that should not be a problem. But if there is no API key or engine ID, this is going to take the user to that respective page where user can set in the API key and engine ID. And now the icons, let's try to change this icons. So we need to add inside the public folder the icons for the website reader and also web search, DuckDuckGo. So let me just add in those two icons, the DuckDuckGo and also the website reader. So I've just added these two icons, and we need to add this one inside our models icon component. After this one, let me add this DuckDuckGo search and this website reader. Of course this is not working, but just add in a placeholder. And here we need to attach in this icons which we just added, icon slash svg, and this website reader. Let me add in here this website reader.svg. Fine, so now we just added here. I can just change the tools list so that we can see the respective icons. So in here, the icon which we added for this one, let me change the type to this DuckDuckGo search. And also below this one, let me change this to website reader. Then we should see those respective icons. Yeah, you can see those respective icons. Just a minor changes, and also let's try to add in the maximum retries and all those things inside our the models list configurations for the Gemini. So I'm just going to add it here. So let me add this max retries for now to be 1, and on failed attempt, let's get this error and just try to console this thing. So just small changes you can ignore as well. So now we added this max retries on all. I wanted to change a bit the LLM test where we were using to whether this is rightly configured or not. So let's try to refactor, the things that I wanted to expose from here, the test LLM function that we have. Let me just add in this API key also as an optional param, and just we will see this. And here, this whatever we are trying to get this API key, I can just remove this and we'll use this as a input param rather than just getting that. And this data, whatever we were trying to invoke, this is a test message. Let's change in here. I'm going to add in here this listeners, and in this let's handle this callback functions on error. For now, let's try to console here this error, and with config, let's add in here this recursion limit to be 2, and then we will invoke whatever we had this function. So inside this, let's add in, like, this is a same test message, and in the callbacks, whatever we have this any LLM error, so I'm just going to handle this errors and try to console and throw this error while we are trying to test this LLMs. So for now I'm just adding in here this error message, and then let's throw. So just handling these errors while we're trying to test, and better throwing errors to the users. Okay, and now in this we can just say if we have this data, we are just going to return or else true, and whatever this render test button we have, let's try to rename this one and also add in an option to save the API key from here as well. So that I'm just changing this one to render save API key button, and now the params along with this model, I'm going to take in this key as well, and also the validated callback functions to just know whether it was successful or not. So this thing now in the on click we need to change, and also variant, let me just remove this one. As a default, of course, we are going to see this error. This is where we need to check now to whether this running or not. Let me just remove this one. Let's try to rename this to, like, is it working or not, and test LLM we need to pass model along with this key, and if it's working, if it's working, let's try to trigger this on validated callback function, and the message I'm going to say this as API key saved successfully, and other things I'm just going to keep at it as it is. So here let's change this message, API key is invalid. So I'm just, yeah, and this message, let's change this one to, let's keep this as is test running, so that we'll have this loader. Let's, yeah, keep that as it is. Fine. And here this message also, let's try to change here, like instead of running we can say like we are validating your key and all those things, and here the button to save API key. And now the thing that we wanted to expose here is the two things, test LLM and this render save API key button. So we changed this two functions inside this one. So now we need to make changes these things accordingly. Inside the components where we are trying to consume this function. So basically let's just go to one of the providers. So I'm just going to this Anthropic, and here whatever this render test button that we have, let's try to get this render save API key button, and just a small change, whatever this render test button we have, we are going to change this one to save API key along with this model key. Let's try to provide in the key and also this callback. Let's try to set this API key of this Anthropic, whatever this key is. Okay, and the alert where we are trying to show this one, instead let's change this one to be wrapped inside this div. So in here I'm just going to import the info, the icon. Let's set this size to be 16, weight to be bold, and small text whatever we have. Your API key is stored, I'm just going to have that one. Just that I'm just removing out of this alert component completely. So let me just remove these things, and this one, let's, so if we open this Anthropic, yeah, we should not see any more issues inside this. Okay, and this one, if I just try to style this, just making this flex row and items center and a gap of 1, padding in y direction to be 2, and text color, let's make this jink, and then we should be good. And this one, if I just make text to be extra small, yep, so that's the minor change. So same way I just need to tweak inside this other models. So here this alert, let me just replace this thing even in this OpenAI provider. So I'm just going to change this, and this function, all we need to do is just tweak this one. Instead of this render test button, we need to get this API key function. Let me just remove this one, save API key, and pass in here this key, and in the callback we need to update this key, the Gemini whatever the key we have. So same thing in here inside this OpenAI, save API key button, and here as well save API key button, pass in here this key. In the callback, let's just try to update the key of this provider, and then we should be good to test. So that's the small change instead of testing. So we are providing an option for the user to set the keys. Okay, so we just added the icons, and also just a minor refactoring of adjusting option to save API key, then to test the key. And next we will try to add in a prompt libraries. So prompt libraries functionality, okay, let's just create simple endpoint, assuming down the line we are going to store in a DB and fetch those prompts from DB. Okay, so I'm just going to create inside this API folder new folder called prompts. Let me have this route, and here let's just create a simple get endpoint where we are going to get in this prompts from the user, from the DB, next response.json. Let me return here for now the roles whichever we have. So I'm just attaching those things for now. Later we are going to change this, and also I would like to use a TanStack React query to try to make a calls to our endpoints. So let me install that one as well. TanStack React query, and for this one let me inside our the context folder I'm just going to create a provider for this one. Let's add in here this new folder called a react query, and inside this I'm just going to create in a provider called a query client provider, like a react query provider, and we'll wrap all our children's inside this so that we can make use of it. Here let's try to create in here this object of this query client. So I just need to import this from stack react query query client, and also the client provider. So this one, let's just create an object of this, and the function which is going to wrap this query client provider. So I'm just naming this as a react query provider. This is going to be a children which is of type react node. So let me just import that as well, react node. So I'm just adding this as react node, and here let's try to return query client provider, attach in here this client query client, and I'm just going to wrap inside this the children. So this is the query client provider, and now we need to wrap in our layout component so that we can use this one layout.tsx, whatever this tooltip or provider we have. Let me use this react query provider, and I'm just going to move this everything into inside this provider, and then we should be good to use these calls. Okay, a simple thing. And also let me create for a prompts a provider. So I'm just going to create inside this context folder for prompts, and here let's try to first create the context like we normally create it for other things. So inside this, for now let's keep it simple like we have for this one. So I'm just having this as a placeholder for this prompts. I'll just change this name for whatever we have. Let me change these two prompts context, and here as well let me change this to prompts context. So simple, this is going to be of type the prompts context, and instead of this use filters, let's rename this one to prompts, and this one whatever we have this prompts context, and change this name to use prompts. So just the placeholder for now, and let's rename this one as well to prompts provider, and then the prompts provider, let's try to create in here this provider. So basically we will try to refactor a lot of things inside this one. Now let's make this as the client side component. So whatever we were referring inside this chart input and all, we will try to move that one into this basically the editor section, whatever we have for prompts and all those things, and the option to create a prompt and all. I will try to add all of this option inside this component. So first let's try to create the type for the prompts provider. So the prompts provider, the children, which again this is going to be the React node, and the now for menu items and all. So I'm just going to like prompt menu item, which is going to have name, key, and icon, and also the component like we already have. So I'm just going to create this type as well for this menu item. So I'm just adding in here this properties, name, key, the icon, which it's again going to be a React node, and also this component. Let me add in this type also as a React node. Now this actual prompts provider, so this one, the prompts provider, which we are going to receive a type of this prompts provider, which we have just created above. So if I just close this, then I can just add in this providers, the types that we have. So inside this, so a lot of state maintenance that we need to do to keep track of the prompt is open, and are we showcasing a option to create a prompt, and the list of the local prompts, the title for a prompt, and should we show the local prompts and all those things. I should create a local state variable. So first let's create one by one. His prompt is open, so let me create here simple boolean variable, and also now same thing for creating to show this create prompt. Show create prompt, I'm just going to add in here show create prompt, and this use state, let me set this to false. Local prompts, let me add in here this local prompts. This one, it's going to be of type this prompt array. So this thing, let's do one thing. So for now let me add this as the empty thing, and like we just created a prompts for other things like hooks, let's also create the hooks for this prompt. So and then we will need to use inside this provider. So I'm just adding in here this use prompts hook, and in here let's try to create this type for our prompt which we need. So this will have simple the id, the name, and also the content, so which again this is going to be of type string. So let's create a simple function called this use prompts, and here we'll just try to expose functions to get the prompts, and also to set prompts, to update prompt, and all like we normally did in other hooks. So first let's create this get prompts. Let's try to make this one as asynchronous, and this one it's going to return list of this t prompt array. So for now all of these are just placeholders, so I'm going to use this get and provide in here this the prompts value that we have, or else this empty array. Okay, that is to get the prompts, And to set prompts, just we need to update the prompts key values by receiving in here this prompt. Let's try to omit the ID from this. So yep, and here again we should return the promise of prompt array. So I'm just going to configure this, and here just setting a prompt. Let's try to get whatever the prompts that we have using this get prompts and this new prompts. Let's try to prepare this list. All we have to do is basically try to append this new prompts that we have, the prompt that I'm going to receive. So in here this ID, let me just try to create this unique ID, and then whatever the prompt properties that we have, I'm just going to add it to it. And then we need to set in here this the prompt key with this new prompts. Okay, fine. So this one, let's remove this thing. Yep, fine. And from here we need to return this new prompts, and then we should be good. So this is to set prompt. And now the simple function to update the prompt, again this one asynchronous. Now we'll be providing an ID which prompt to update, and also this the prompt thing again. Let's try to omit the ID from this one, and this is what the type it's going to be. And here as well we are going to return this list of this prompts array. Now inside this again same, let's try to get this prompts list that we have, and this new prompts. All we need to do is try to find out the prompt with the ID that we got. So if this ID is matching to the ID that we received, then let's try to collect this new prompts, and then I'm just going to set this new prompts, and then we are going to return this updated prompts. And these functions, so let's try to export here from this hook, get prompts, set prompt, and the update prompt. Okay, so now we have these functions. Let's go to our provider. So in this provider, this prompts, so let's now we can use the type which we just created. So this local prompts, it's going to be of type the prompt array. By default, let me set this to empty array. And now this the title of this prompt. So again this, it's going to be an empty string. I'm adding in here this as the empty string, and then showing local prompts. We are going to again maintain one boolean variable whether to show this local prompts as or not. So let's set this one to false, and now use this hook which we just created, and from here I'm just going to get the set prompt and the get prompts functions. And here like always inside this use effect, so we will try to get this prompts and try to update the local state variable that we have. So the local prompts, whatever the prompts that we get from that key, I'm just going to update this, and this one we are going to trigger whenever the show create prompt value changes. Fine. And also, like I said, I wanted to have inside this an editor and all those things. So whatever the options that we added and all, in the editor, the chat input, similar way, let's try to create in here this editor so that user can create a new prompt. The extensions, let's try to have all of the extensions that I want. So let's try to import that. So we need the document from this extension of this tip tab, and we need this hard break from this tip tab extension, hard break extension, and also the highlight. Fine. And also we need a paragraph for user to input his prompt. So this one again, let's the tip tab extension paragraph. So I'm just adding in this thing, and then this placeholder. So we are importing this placeholder, and also this text component. This one, it's going to be extension iPhone text. So for now, these are the things, the extensions that we need, and also the editor content. Okay, so now let's try to add in all of these extensions to this editor. The document that we have, the paragraph, the text, and this placeholder. Let's try to configure this as the enter prompt here, something like this. Okay, and after this, the hard break, I'm just going to add it here. The highlight, let's just configure the same thing, the HTML attributes, whatever we have, this class, the prompt highlight. And after this, we need to set in this content. The content for now, let's set this as empty string, and autofocus, let me set this to true. Now we have this editor, and also on the other things, on transaction, whatever this props that we get from this, let's try to get in here this editor and get this text editor dot get text function, and also let's try to get this HTML editor dot get HTML, and you can just console here. So same thing, I'm just going to try to replace the format that we had, like highlighted things and all. So let's just take this one from our chart input, and I'm just going to add those things. So you can just take that reference from there. So I'm just adding in here new HTML, and this is not equals to this, then we are going to set that content, update it. And after this, this parsing options also we can just configure these things. So I just want this preserving of white space to be true. So this is what we have, and after this I'm just going to create a functions to clear this prompt. All we need to do is just set this prompt title to empty strings and try to trigger this editor commands, editor commands dot set content. Let me set this to empty string. And now this query we are going to use in here, this use query from the stand stack, and in here we want this prompts as the return type. So I'm just going to specify here, and inside this the query key, let's pass in this one as the prompts, and the query function I'm going to try to make a call to the endpoint which we just created as a placeholder. So slash API slash prompts, and then in callback function let me try to return this data. Okay, so this is the query. Now we are trying to make a call to get this prompt dynamically, and so now we are just attaching this default const list, but down the line we are going to get those things dynamically. So the option to open the function, so here we are going to provide in here this key. So set is prompt open, I'm just going to set this one to true, and then the function to the save the prompt, make this one as asynchronous, and here let's try to get this content whatever we have inside this editor using this get text function. And if there is no content, let me just try to return from here, and then we are going to use this set prompt function, pass in here this name which it's the title, and then rest of the content, and this is going to help us update our prompts list. And after this let's try to clear this prompt, and the show create prompt and all we are going to hide it, and this local prompt, so we are going to showcase this one. So this is the function to save, and similarly let's have this function to dismiss like we just had is prompt open, we are going to set this to false. So this fine, and the function to render to create prompt, so this is going to provide a components to create a new prompt for the user. So these things, let's try to wrap everything inside this div, and here I'll just have an option, a button to just toggle, I mean set this create prompt to false. So let me just import this button. Size of this, let's try to make this smaller. Variant, I'm just going to make this one ghost, so we will see this eventually. So fine, and on click all we are going to do is should set show create prompt to false. So this is what we are going to do, and now inside this I'm just going to add in simple arrow left icon. Size, let me set this to 16. Weight of this I'm going to set this to bold. Okay, and after this button let me just add in a simple text which says like create new prompt, and let me close this one. Fine, and below this we will have the input component to take in the prompt title, and then this editor content component to provide an option for the user to add whatever the prompt that they wanted to, and then a button to save or to cancel. So inside this div, first is this input component, this type of this, let me set this to text. The placeholder, let's have this as the prompt title. The variant, let's try to make this one ghost. The value of this I'm going to make this as a prompt title, and on change all we need to do is update this prompt title variable and just set in whatever user is trying to enter. And then for this one let's have this width full, background I want it to be transparent, which we will see. So that is to set the title. And after this, let's add in this editor content, and for this let's attach in this editor and autofocus, and the styling whatever we had for the chart input component. So I'm just going to add that styling, so you can just take that from there. So let me just add in this stylings, and I'm just going to close this. And after this one, let's try to add in the badge component. Like here I'm just going to specify this like this as the placeholder. So for user input, so I'm just going to specify here the information to the users. And after this divs, let's add in a button to save or cancel. So let's set this to size to smaller, variant default, and on click I'm going to trigger the save prompt function. So the title of this button is going to be save, and below this I'm going to add in one more button size. Let's make this one small, variant let's make this one to be ghost, and on click I'm going to set the show create prompt to false. In the text of this, it's going to be like cancel. So this is a component which is going to help us create this prompt, though we have styling to do, which we will do eventually. And after this, all we need to do is let's try to wrap this the provider's value into this thing open and dismiss, and here whatever the children that we receive I'm just going to add in. And then let's add in here this dialog component, attach in here is prompt open, and on open change to toggle this prompt. And inside this we will have this dialog content, and the style of this we will just keep it the same like we created for other sections. And if this show create prompt is true, then I'm going to render this create prompt function, else we will try to use this command component and have here this command section, the input to search for the prompts which he already has. So the placeholder, let's say I'm just going to add this as search prompts. Okay, fine. Assuming this is the input, and this one we need to wrap inside our layout file all of our children that we have. The below here let me add in this prompts provider. So did we not export that? So this provider, the export, yeah we did. So let me just copy this one and go to the layout file. So it's just trying to load it here. So this is the one prompts provider, and I'm just going to wrap in this main layout inside this one. Okay, fine. So let it reload. I'm just going to focus on completing this component. So for now this is prompt open. Let me set this to true. Okay, and you can see now that is this dialog that we are trying to work on it. So let me try to complete this component and see how this is going to look like. And after this command input, let's try to add in a buttons just to showcase the prompt library things to to hide this local prompts, and also a button to showcase the user's prompts and all those things. So inside this div, let me add a div for both the buttons. So here is the first button. Size of this, let's make this one to be smaller. The variant, let's try to show like based upon this local prompts. I'm going to change this one to ghost and secondary. On click, let's try to set this showing local prompts to false, and the icon of this, let's have this as a bookmark like this icon. I'm just going to use this. Size of this, let's set this to 16. Weight of it, I want this to be bold. And after this, the text of this, let's say the prompt library. Okay, and similar way, let me just create a button. So you can see the button for prompt library. And now this one, just the vice versa. Let's make this one a secondary, and here a ghost. And here we are going to show this local prompts, the icon. Let me change this one to like folder simple icon. In size, I'm just going to set this to 16, and here instead of this your prompts library, I'm just going to showcase here this as your prompts. So that is the button. And also after this div, let's have a simple button which says to create a prompt. And on click, let's try to uh, show this create prompt to true. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to close this. The icon, it's going to be the plus icon. Size, let's say this 16. The weight of this, let's make this one bold. And here this text of this, it's going to be like create prompt. So yeah, you can see now. So if I just click this one, you should see this option to create a new prompt. Of course we need to style this better to look better. So I can just try to style this one. Let's try to make this div as a flex and this column. And I'm just going to make this items to start have this width full, and this button, this div, let's make this one width full, padding in x direction 2, in y direction 2, have some border at the bottom, and border color I want this to be chink, like let's say at the 500, and make this one flex, flex row, add in this gap of 3. And items, let me center this items. Okay, now you can see the difference, the border and the buttons, I think they're okay. And this size of this text, let's make this one base, and font type I want it to be medium. And the div where we have this inputs, let's again make this flex column, width to occupy full, and whatever the remaining space it has, flex 1 and padding of 2. Okay, now you can see, so it just occupied the all the space, that rest of the space. And the editor content, it's already looking good in this text. Let's make this as extra small text size, add in this zinc like 500, padding in y direction to be like 2, in x direction 3, make this flex row and gap of 2, and items I'm just going to make this center. Fine. Now you can see use input and all. Yep, and this div where we have this buttons, let's have this width full, padding also let me just add in both x and y direction. I want border at the top, and border color make this zinc color like we added for create new prompt. Make this flex and it to be in a row, gap between both of them to be 3. Items, let me just center this thing. Okay, yep, fine. I think for now this should do. And here you can just enter this title, and here you can just add in whatever the prompt that you wanted to add it here. So this is like, if I just click on this cancel, now it should not show this thing. That is the thing. And also this dialog content that we have, let's try to set this width of this to be like 96 width, and the maximum height I want this one to be like 80 viewport height, and rounded let's make this one 2 times extra large corners. And the medium, let's say minimum width we want it to be like 600 pixel, and have this gap of 0. Medium, let's make this maximum height that it can take from medium onwards, it can take is 600 pixel, and make this one as a flex, and also the column. Okay, now you can see it is looking better. And overflow, let's hide it, have some border color, let me make this one white, and padding of 0. Yep, fine. So that is the thing. And this input, let's try to make this one widthful and padding of 1. Yep, that is small change. And this divs where we have this buttons and all, let me try to make this flex column and width to be full. Margin top I want it to be like 60, and the medium I don't want any margin, and have this border at the top like we just added, and also this border color to be zinc. Let's make this one to be relative, and height to be full. This the div we have this border, and this one let's make this width full. I want this one flex to be row, justify between padding in x direction to be 3, and also at the top and bottom also I'm just going to add 3 padding. Yep, and this one let's again make this flex row, and gap of 2, and items let me try to center them. Yeah, so these are the buttons that we are trying to show, which is looking better. And after this div, the command empty component, inside this I'm just going to add in here this as no prompts found, and this button we are going to add in a button to create a new prompt. Size of this, let's set this to smaller, and this one, let's add in a text as create new prompt. Okay, you can see that one. And this one, let's make text to be smaller, this text color to be zinc 500, and width I want it to be full. Let's make this flex column, and items, let's try to center them, and justify as well. I'm just going to center, gap of 2, padding of 4 in all directions. Yep, fine. That is for if there is no prompts. And now if we have a list, so we need to showcase this inside this list component, and let's add some padding in both the directions. And inside this, show local prompts. If it is true, then I'm going to get this local prompts, else whatever this query that we get, query data dot the prompts that we are returning from that, I'm going to use those things and try to iterate through those lists and get this each prompt, and render inside this command item component. So in this thing, the value, let me set the prompt dot name, and the key I'm going to set in here this prompt dot id, and I want this width to be full, and I'm just going to set this. And inside this command item, we will just show this prompt name and also the content of this inside this div, the prompt name, and here let's show this prompt content. Yeah, fine. So I'll just make it. You can see now all these prompts that we have, the rules. So this, let's make this one flex column. Items, let me try to add in the start, gap of 0, padding in y direction 2, width, let me try to make this one full. Okay, now you can see it is starting to look better. And this one, just will adjust this text size to base, and also the font type to be medium. And this one, this, let's make this text to be extra small, and this text to be like color to be zinc. And also let's try to truncate this one. Overflow, let me try to hide it. Width, let's make this one full. In white space, I'm just going to add in this no wrap. Yep, now you can see these are the prompts. Okay, for now, like, this is the thing. And the creating a new prompt, let's say testing the prompt, we might prompt title, prompt content, something like this. So now you can see here our prompts, whatever we are adding, and this is the prompt libraries. So this is how we can dynamically add in the prompts, and we can create whichever the prompts that we want. And now let's try to add in an option to open these prompts from our navbar. So for now I have set this one to true. Let me just close this thing. So false, and I'm just going to this navbar component, and from there we will try to trigger this one to open. So let me just close this. the neighbor section. So let's try to first import this prompts hook, and here this open function that we have, I'm just going to rename this one to open prompts. Okay, yeah, this should be context, that's why there is an error. So context prompts, and this context, now we should not see any issues. So this one, let me just add in the option in here, this prompts text whatever we have. On click we added a no placeholder, so now in place of this I'm going to call this open prompts function. So this should enable us to open this one. So this prompts, so you can see now this opens, and whatever we have this prompts list, and I'm just showcasing that those things. And also now inside this chart input also, let me just try to make a change and use this use prompts hook also from the context, so that I can have an option to open this prompts dialog as well from here. So let me just add in use prompts context, and here this open prompts. Okay, and this one, and also let me just try to change this function name just to be clear, this as run model, and here as well let me just change this one to enter run model. And now this, where we have this no prompts found, so yep, so here let me add in this as no prompts found, and the command item that we have for creating this, now we can use this open prompts calling. So this is going to help the user to, and we can just remove this one because we just added an option to create a new prompt, and then we should be good. And from here as well we should be able to trigger this thing. So now whenever I just try to here click on this prompt, okay, this create new prompt, I have set this disabled to true, so I can just remove this one, and now we should be, yeah, so whenever I click this one, okay, open prompts, ideally it should open this one, yeah, of course we will work on it, but that's how like the prompt additions. And then similar way, let's try to add the bots also and all those things, and see how this is going to look. Okay, the reason why this is not opening, because instead of here on select, I am calling in on scroll, and now it should open. Okay, let's try this again. Why is this again not opening? Okay, let me just try to refresh this one. Yeah, now it's opening. Fine. So that's the change, just a small mistake that I made. Fine. So now the bots, similar way how we try to handle the prompts, let's try to create a new endpoint for bots. So I'm just going to create in here this bots. Let's create in here this new route, and in here let's try to create this simple get endpoint. For now we will just not return anything, just the empty array. Okay, from here let's just try to return a JSON with empty bots list. Okay, this is the endpoint, and now let's try to create the context and hooks for this one. So I'm just going to context folder and create a new folder for bots and create two files, one the context.tsx and also the provider.tsx. okay, so inside this it should be pretty much similar to what we have. So let me just copy this one, and here this, let's change this one to bots, and here let's try see like the action. I'm just going to add in here this public or this local or this create section, and this one let me change this to bots. So I'm just changing this one to bots context, and here as well, and use bots here as well. I just need to change this to bots context. Let's change this one as well, use bots must be used inside this bots provider. Fine, so this is the context and this provider. Let's try to take this again. I'm just going to make this a simple component. Let's make this one as client side component, simple as usual. Let's have this type for our provider, where we are just going to wrap in here this children. So this children, which again this is going to be this react node. Okay, and here I'm just going to add this menu item, which again this is going to have this name, the key, icon. Let me add in here this react node, this component. Let me add this as react node. Fine, so this is the type, and now this provider, let's name this as a bots provider, and here I'm just going to get this children from this bots provider, and now inside this we'll have a similar way state variables to just show this bot open or not. So is bot open, is bot open. This is going to be a simple state variable. Let me set this one to false by default, and then to show create bot or not, so I'm just going to create this one as a false value. In this tab we have this 3 tabs. One is the public and all, like we just mentioned there. So the public or this local, so by default let me set this one to public. And now let me try to get this chat context, and here inside this I need the current session, create session, and also the refetch current session, which I'm going to create these things I need. Okay, fine. And also from this chat session I need a function to update this session. Okay, to just create this one, so let me just try to add in here the function to refetch the current session. And here I'm just going to add in here this function. And also whenever we are trying to create a session, so if there is a bot, so this one from this use bots hook, I'm just going to add in here this redirect boolean. Okay, and now I just need to update this provider, or else I'm going to receive an error. So the create session, also first let's handle the props which we just added here. So there is an optional props that we might receive which is of bot, and also this redirect, let me add in here this boolean. Okay, so if there is a redirect, so I'm just going to check, then we are going to push the user to this new session dot id thing, just navigate. Okay, refreshing. And also whenever we are trying to create new session, I'm going to pass this bot, and also I need to change this, and this one to refetch current session, simply fetch current session. I'm just going to pass this, and we should not see any issues. And now we have an issue here, this creating new session inside our use chart session. So in here this chart session, let me add in new property for this one. I'm just going to add in the bots, which it's going to be of type this tbot. And whenever we are trying to create this new session, let me try to pass in here this optional bot prop that we might get for this function. And if we get this bot, all I need to do is try to pass in here this board option to this chat session. Okay, that's what I added here now. Okay, it's the bot, not bots. So let me just update this one. I think we should be good. So that's the small change now, and there should not be any error here as well. So let me just, okay, what is this error? Okay, that's the typo. in here as well, just the typo, not worried about these types. So now going to this provider, now we should not see any issue here. So again, let's create this open and dismiss functions. This action can be a public or local or this create. So if this action is equals to or create, I'm going to set this one to true, and then we should showcase that. Else, if we have this action, then I'm going to set the tab to let me just rename this one, set tab. Okay, and here I just need to pass in the action whatever we receive. Fine, and here I'm going to set this bot open to true. So fine, that's the function to open. And now to dismiss, like we just have in other providers, we are going to set this to false. And now returning this UI the context provider. So in here I'm just going to expose this open and the dismiss function, and inside this let's have this children, and after this I'm just going to add in this same the dialog component that we add open. Let's pass this variable and also to this one, this dialog content that we have, and styling. So whatever we have this standard styling for all of our dialog content, so I'm just going to use that styling for this one as well. Okay, and now inside this dialog content, let's try to use this show create bot. So if this is the case, then I need to showcase a component which can help us create a bot. Else we need to have a component which shows the bot library. Okay, so these are the two things that we need to create. So we'll have to work on these components. So for this one I'll have to create a separate component for each of those things. So inside this components folder, let me create a new folder called bots, and inside this I'm just going to create one for the library which we need. So let me just create this, and also one for creating a bot. So like these are the components that we need to render inside that provider. So first let's try to work on this create bot component. In here, while we are trying to create this bot, just the props is just open, which is a boolean, and on open change to toggle this variable. I'm just adding in here this, let's add in this one. Okay, fine. And so in here the component name, the create bot and all, so we are going to use the help of this use bots, which we will try to add in this logic inside this first, and then so which we I've just added in here the simple use bots hook placeholder, just like we added to create to get bots, create bot, and publish bot, fetch publish bots, update bot, like we normally use this other things. Just a placeholder, you can just take this as a reference, just a straightforward. So in here additionally I wanted to add in here this greeting message of that bot, and let's add in this string and avatar and status. Let's make this one as optional. Okay, fine. Now whenever I'm just trying to create in here this bot, let's not pass in this ID, so I'm just going to omit this ID from this bot, and here new bots, let me just add in the all the properties of this bot, and additionally I'm going to add this unique ID, and then we are going to set this from, we are going to set this bots, so I can just add in here. Fine. So I'm just adding in this bots, okay, a simple thing, and others let's just keep them as a placeholders. Okay, simple thing, I just added this as a placeholder. You can just take this, I'm not adding it everything now. Okay, so now we have this, so let's go to this create bot component, and inside this let's create a simple component where we will provide an option to the end user to create a new bot. So here the props for this one, we have this bot, so let's just destructure this open, and on open change, and inside this let's make use of this bots hook which we have, and here I'm going to use this create bot, and let's try to create a reference to bot title reference. I'm just going to use this use ref hook, and this it's going to be reference to our input element or the null. So by default let me set this one to null, and in here we need to create this form make object because the form input. So let's use this form make hook, and here I'm just going to omit this bot whatever we have the ID, and others we'll just have it, and the initial values, the name, let's all have this empty or string, then this description empty or string, the prompt empty or string, avatar let's have this undefined, the status I'm going to set this to undefined, default base model, let me set this one to Gemini Pro model. We have a lot of new models which we will add eventually. Okay, and on submit whatever these values that we get, I'm going to pass this one to create bot function, and then let's try to create a clear bot function basically to reset the form values which I'm going to create, and here we are going to close this one. So this is simple formac thing, and inside this use effect block, if this title reference we have, then I'm just going to call this focus function, and this should happen on mounting of this component, and we need to create this simple clear bot function, which all we are going to do is this, I'm just going to reset this form whatever the values user has entered. In this component let's try to basically simple, I'm just going to add in an option to all the initial values that we have to create. So first is the button component, so this one let's make this one as icon small. Okay, let me just close this, did I not import? Okay, the button component, and then we should be good, and inside this let's have this arrow left icon, and size of this I'm going to set this to 60, weight of this to bold. Okay, and after this icon I'm just going to add in a simple small or text which is going to say like create new bot. So let's try to add this one into our provider. Okay, if create bot, I'm just going to use this component that we have, and for this of course we need to pass in the values. For this one, for create bot open, let me pass in this show create bot, and on open change inside this, if let's try to show this create bot to is open, and also if this is not open then I'm going to set this tab to local. Okay, fine. I think then I can close this component. So this is the component. So this one for now, let's set this one to true, and also this bot's provider we need to wrap inside this layout, and then we can see this thing. Whatever this I have, I'm just going to try to wrap these two things inside this one. So now we should see this create bot. Okay, what happened? This layout we are just adding in here, and this bot's provider, yeah, and is bot open also. Let me just set this to true. Okay, fine. Later we'll change this one to false. So let's try to this is the create new bot button, and the icon which we have just added, and this is where we need to add in all of the divs. So first thing is for the, let me add in so let's do one thing. I'm going to create a few helper components where I can use for labeling and all those things inside UI folder. Like let's create a simple reusable form label component so that I can use across all of the inputs that we need as part of this create bot form component. So let's create a form label component inside this UI folder. Simple component where it's going to have the label and the children that we wanted to wrap those inside this p tag. So the type for this, let me add in this form label, the children, which it's going to be an optional, and here let me add in this react node, the label, let me create this string, the form label component. Inside this, let's have this form label properties that we have, the children and the label. Fine, and here let's try to wrap everything inside this div component, and I'm just going to make this flex column width full, gap of 0, and items I'm just going to start this one, and in p tag let's have this label that we wanted to showcase, and if we have a children, then I wanted to showcase that inside this p tag. So I'm just going to show this thing. So let me style this p tag a bit, just text formatting and styling. So text size, let's add in this smaller. Font type, let's make this medium, and the text color zinc like 800, and for dark theme let's have this as white. That's the styling for this one. And this text, I'm just going to make this smaller, and this color of this, let's make this to be 500, and the leading I'm just going to add in 5. Now I have this component, a form label. We can just go to this create bot component where we want this form label, so we can continue here adding these things. So inside this div, now I'm going to add this form label component. The first is the base model, so let me add in here this base model, and now we should be able to see this label. And after this I'm going to use this model select component that we have, and let's try to change this component as well, so to pass in the styling along with the selected model and selected model that we have. So I'm just going to add that props here. The variant, let's try to pass in this outline or the ghost, default, or the secondary. Okay, and here another optional this extra styling that we wanted to do. So let me add here this variant and class name as the props for this one. So just whatever this button that we have triggering point, instead of this hard coding we can just make this as a dynamic now. So default, let's have whatever we have, and if we have this variant, then I'm going to add in this thing. And here this styling, let's try to make this dynamic as well. So if we wanted to add this custom styling, I can just pass in this class name. So just a small change. Now we can go back to our model select, and here I can just add in this class names and variants that we want it to be. So the variant, let me set this one to the secondary, and the styling, I want width to be full, and also justify, let me make this to be at the start, and padding of 2, and height I'm going to set this to 10. And then the selected model, let's try to pass in here the formic values. So formic dot the values, so I'm just going to pass in here this values dot default base model, and set selected model. I'm just going to add in here this model. Now we should update this field value, whatever this default base model, I should set this to whatever the user is selecting. Now this is the model select, so we should be able to see this one. So now you can see we can just select this one. Let's try to style this better, the whole div that we have, then everything inside this will start to look like better. So I'm just making this a flex column, and also let's add in here this item start width full, and make this relative, and height of this, let me make this one full, and overflow in y direction, let's make this one auto. And also I don't want any scroll bar, so I'm just adding that as well. In this div where we have this button, let's try to add in width full and also padding in x direction and y direction. Let me make this one too, and now you can see the difference. I want this border bottom and just some color to the border, like I will say like 500, and make this flex and make this flex row, gap of 3, and items, let me center this. Okay, fine. So that is the thing. And this button as well, let's try to make this variant as ghost. Okay, and also yeah, in this on click, all we need to do is I just need to for now set this one to be false, and this styling of this text, let's make this text to be base, and the font type, I'm going to make this one as medium. So that is this text, and here this each divs that we have, simple make this flex column, and I'm just going to make this one width full and flex 1 so that it occupies the rest of the space that it needs, and have this gap of 4, and items, let's add in here this start, and this div let's make this column and a gap of 2, and the width I'm going to make this to occupy full. Now it is starting to look better. So yep, and below this model select a div, let me add in this new text now, the board profile, and here again text, I'm going to make this small, medium screen, let's have this text space, and font type I want it to be medium. And after this text, let's try to add in a bot avatar, and then this button to upload an avatar to this bot. For now just a placeholders, and I need a bot avatar component also. So let's also try to create a reusable component inside this UI folder. So I'm just going to name this bot avatar.tsx, and here just we'll use the boring avatars avatar component, and I'm just going to add in some different colors from this boring avatars. Okay, and this type just the name on this size that we will be passing on to this component. The name, let's have this of type string, and size also a number, and this bot avatar, let me just create a simple component, and here we need this name and the size. I'm just destructuring those components or fields, and now inside this div all we are going to do, use this avatar component size, whatever we receive I'm just going to pass in here, or else default let me set this to 40, and have this as a square. Name I'm going to pass in here this name. Variant, let me set this one to be a beam, and this colors I'm going to pass in the list of array of colors. So I just have the few hexa codes, I'm just going to add those colors. You can add in whichever colors you want. So, and then I'm just going to close this one, and this div let's try to make some better styling like rounded, extra large, and this flex, let's try to apply the shrink overflow. I'm just going to hide this border, and this dark color I'm just going to add in here this white color border. Let's make this one as transparent. Flex items, I'm going to make this one as center, and justify, I'm just going to make this as center. Fine, so this is the simple component that we have. So just going now into this div, I'm going to use this bot avatar component which we just created, and I can try to use inside this thing bot avatar component, and the name for this one, let me try to pass in here whatever we have inside this values dot name, and size I'm just going to pass in here this 60, and then we should see this bot avatar, you can see that, and here I'm going to add in here this button variant. Let's make this one as outline, and size of this to be smaller. The text, let's say I'm just going to say this as a upload avatar. Fine, and this, if we style this, it should look good. I'm just going to make this as a flex row and justify. Let me just apply this start, and items, let me try to center this, and gap of 2 width, I'm just going to make this full. Yeah, I think for now I'm just leaving that as it is, and below this we will have one more the input to collect the name of this bot. So we can use this form label and provide in here this label of this as bot name, and below we will have this input component, the type of this as a text, and this name I'm just going to pass in here this as a name. The placeholder, let's say I'm going to pass in here as a bot title, and this value we will pass in here this formic values dot name, and this reference which we just created, this title ref, I'm going to attach here, and on change we are going to trigger this formic dot handle change callback function, and let's make this to occupy full width. So this is the input, now we should see that, and this one, let's make this width full, then we should see it to occupy whole width. Yep, so this is the input name div, and a similar way, let me just copy here, and below I'm going to have a short description to this bot, and let's change this label accordingly. Here let's say this is going to be bot bio, and inside this I'm going to add in the description as a children. So like let's say this is going to be as short description of your bot, and let's say that this will be displayed in the bot. So that is the thing, and here I'm going to add it the text area component from this text area, and let me just remove all of these things, whichever this values, let's change this one to description, and reference I'm just removing this, and this type, let's remove the name of this, it's going to be the description, and the placeholder I'm going to say like this is a bot that can help you with something like this text, like let's say anything, you can add whatever the placeholder that you want. So that's the bot bio that we are collecting inside this text area, and after this we will adjust the placeholders. I'm going to add it here. Why is this showing me an error? So below this, let's try to add in one more div in this label. For now I'm just going to say this is going to be the knowledge, and the label inside this form label I'm just going to let's say now like provide the custom knowledge that your bot will access to inform its responses and all, something like that, and just some title. Your bot will retrieve the relevant sections from the knowledge base. So I'm just going to add in here this based on the user message, just to maintain kind of knowledge base respect to this bot and all. And let's say like data in the knowledge base may be made viewable by others users through bot responses, something like this. So I'm just adding in here or the citations. This is the text that I'm adding. Now you can see this, and the input, let's just remove this one and add in a simple button component. And here I'm just going to add this plus icon. The size of this, let me set this to 20. Weight of this, it's going to be bold. And let me close this one, and here I'm going to add in this badge which we have this adding soon. So I'm just adding here, and this one, let's add some opacity like 20, and also variant, I'm going to make this one default, and let's disable this one set to true. Okay, fine. So just letting know that this is disabled, and we'll be adding soon we'll just add that one. And below this, let me add in uh, just a greeting message of this bot. So let me change this label accordingly. This is going to be this greeting message, and inside this I'm just going to add in small text like this bot will send this message like at the beginning of every conversation. So something like this I'm just creating, and here we can just add in again this text area component. Let's remove this type, and this name I'm going to change this to greeting message, and the placeholder, let's say for now I'm going to say like hello, some text, let's say like hi my bot, and I'm just going to say like ask me anything, so some text. And this value, let's pass in here the greeting message that we have, and remove this reference. And this height of this, let me just set this to 12. So you should see now, yeah, this is a form that we are trying to create a bot. And after this, below div, let's add in a div to take in a system prompt. So I'm changing this label accordingly, system prompt. And here inside this, let's add in some description like assign bot a role to help users understand what the bot can do, something like that. And here also I'm just going to change this one to text area. Let's remove this type, the name, it's going to be now the prompt. And this title, let's add in this standard system prompt like you are a helpful assistant. So you can add in whatever you want. So I'm just adding in here like your role is to help users with their queries. Generic system prompt I'm just adding. with their queries. And here let's change this value to the prompt, and I'm just removing this reference, and let's have the same thing. And after this I'll just have a buttons to save or cancel or to publish or something like that. So below this thing let's add in the 3 buttons to perform respective things. So in here this text of this, it's going to be save, and below this one more button to like cancel this. And after this let me just add in one more small div, and after this I'm adding the button to publish this one. So I'm just adding this, the text of this, let's say publish, and here I'm just going to, we'll add it soon, so I'm just adding this as adding soon. So for you to see, if you scroll down you can see that, and let's try to make this one look good. So this one width, let's make this width full and sticky at the bottom of this, and also left 0, right also let's have the 0, background let's make this one to be white, and this dark let's say I'm going to add in here this zinc for dark theme, and the padding in x direction and the y direction let's add in 2, and also this border at the top, border color let's say a zinc. I'm just going to add in same thing that we normally do, and make this flex or no, flex row gap I want it to be like 3, and let me try to center these items. Okay, so now you should see the difference. Yep, save, cancel and all. So now let's try to style these buttons. Size of this, let me make this too small. Variant, let me set this one to default, and on click all we are going to do is just try to submit this formic dot handle submit function. So I'm just going to trigger this. Yep, and this thing, this size, let's make this one smaller, and variant I'm just going to make this one to be a ghost, and on click let me try to call this on open, change this false for this one to just close this one, and here let's try to add in here some flex one so that it occupies rest of the space, and button publish soon will be at the bottom right. And same thing, let me make this one smaller. The variant, let's add in this as a default, disabled for now, yes. So I'm just going to set this to true, and opacity let's set this one to 20. Fine, so this is the component to create a bot, and same way I'm going to create a bot library component. So let me here whatever the placeholder we have created, let's first add in this type for this, the bot library, and open. So we'll have this open boolean and this tab where we are going to have this public or the local thing, and on callback function on tab change. This tab can be of public or the local, and here find and on create, let me have this callback function, this assign bot, this is going to be of type bot. So these are the props that we are going to pass in here for this bot library. So this bot library in here, let's try to close this brackets, and this bot library inside this open let me just destructure all of these things on create, on tab change, and assign bot. Fine. And now inside this one, let's try to maintain a local state for local bots. So set local bots, this it's going to be of type this tbot array, and in here I'm just going to get this use bots hook which we just created, and using this hooks that we have, I'm just going to get the function to list down this bot. That is what we wanted to display here in this bot library. And let's try to, just like we did for prompts, I'm just going to try to query to this endpoint, and we expect it to return this list of the bots, which it's going to be tbot array. And here let's try to attach in this query key, which I'm going to attach in this keys, this query function. This let's make this as asynchronous, and here I'm just going to use this axios, try to make a get call to this /API/bots. So the endpoint, and inside this callback, let's try to get this response.data. So this is the query, so which is going to give us the list of the bots dynamically, though we are returning empty list for now. And also on mounting, let's try to get this bots and try to load it. So get bots, and inside this callback I'm just going to get this bots, and we can just console this bots for just testing this, and we need to update this local bots state variable. So this needs to happen, and this logic will be triggered on opening this component. And now this UI piece, let's try to wrap inside this command component like we normally do, and inside this one let's have in this input. I'm not just showing this, we already saw for multiple things. And here this placeholder, let's say this is going to be our search bots. So that is the input title, and after this I'm just going to have same way like we just had for the prompts things, like bot library and your bots, an option to create it, and then depending upon tab we are going to show this thing. So let me just add those things quickly and we'll see that in action.